I was just live streaming the repair of a 2mm steel cable. I didn't expect to attract the entire internet to watch. It even alarmed the Special Forces team. The highest level Special Forces had to be deployed to protect me. It even made several of Longguo's top scientific institutes want to recruit me. What I expected even less was that my few millimeter steel cable would solve Longguo's difficult problem with its aircraft carriers arresting gear. Right now, I'm looking at the pile of Type 59 scrap metal in front of me, and I'm lost in thought. I'm a guy who runs a home appliance repair shop, and you're telling me to repair a Type 59 medium tank, and it's one that's been completely dismantled. But because of the boasts I made on my live stream back then, I could only swallow my joy and accept the item, and told the other party to come back for the vehicle in 3 days. This action of mine directly blew up the live stream chat. Everyone said that if I could fix it, they'd do a handstand and eat poop. 3 days later, Shengli Home Appliance Repair Shop. There were over 500 people in the live stream room. Amidst the doubtful voices in the live stream room, I walked out with a selfie stick. After 3 days of hard work, the vehicle was considered repaired. When the rain tarp was pulled down, a mottled steel monster majestically burst into everyone's view. That's right, it was that old, almost shattered Type 59 tank. But now, aside from the old paint, it was no different from a brand new one from the factory. I didn't know that at this very moment. A major general from the Kilin War Zone Equipment Department's expression suddenly changed. He immediately picked up the phone and told Liu Yuan from Factory 912 to run to his office, right away. 5 minutes later, a man known as the living fossil of the armored forces, a Master Sergeant First Class, came running, out of breath. He had served for 26 years and repaired all kinds of tanks, but when he took the phone and glanced at it, he was immediately confused. A Type 59, so what if it's a Type 59? The next second, Liu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, because the tank on the screen was moving. How could that be? There isn't a single old Type 59 still in active service in the entire army. This thing is just a pile of scrap metal. He also realized the background was not a military base at all. Liu Yuan suddenly looked up. Zhang Mingrui frowned and slowly uttered a few words. It's the one I sold. In an instant, the room fell into a terrifying silence. Liu Yuan was all too familiar with this vehicle. It was originally just a pile of irreparable parts. And yet, at this moment, the tank on the screen was roaring as it sped along. Seeing this scene, Liu Yuan's cerebellum seemed to shrink. He couldn't help but curse. Holy crap! Who fixed it? Zhang Mingrui's face turned pale. Who fixed it is no longer important. What's important is that what he sold was a pile of scrap parts. Zhang Mingrui stared at Liu Yuan, his eyes full of suspicion. Liu Yuan, speak from your experience. Is it possible for a civilian to repair this vehicle? Liu Yuan shook his head decisively. Absolutely impossible. I said it from the beginning. Even if I did it myself, with specialized equipment, it couldn't be fixed. He even stated firmly that if the engineer who designed this vehicle back then were resurrected, he might not be able to fix it. Thinking of this, Liu Yuan's expression gradually froze. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. He spoke slowly. Minister Zhang, there are only two possibilities to fix this vehicle. Either he's a genius, or... Zhang Mingrui suddenly looked up. The two of them immediately thought of the same thing, or he has the classified blueprints in his hands. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingrui quickly picked up the red telephone. Is this the security department? Go investigate Yinlang livestream room 83541. Within 1 day, I want this streamer's entire network of contacts, but at this time I was completely unaware. 6 p.m. I had worked hard all day and finally ended the live stream. I was lying on the sofa, happily calculating. Sure enough, repairing a tank is much more interesting than repairing a kettle. Not only have I mastered the core technology of the Type 59 tank, I even feel like I could build one myself without any problem. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Congratulations to the host for completing the limited time challenge. Received 4 million repair points. I was overjoyed. These past few days of following internet trends, my income has exploded. The live stream not only brought fame, the income from the account also reached 450,000. I had a plan for a long time. 80,000 to rent the small yard next door, to expand into car repair services, buy a lift, a lathe. The business could grow bigger and stronger. While I was thinking, a new mission suddenly appeared. Limited time mission. Reach 1 million followers within 1 month. Reward. Industrial mother machine. I accepted without hesitation. It's just what I needed. With an industrial mother machine, I can manufacture machinery and equipment. It's equivalent to possessing the capabilities of an entire industrial chain, from small things like home appliances to big things like airplanes and ships. In theory, I can produce them all, but a problem also arose. I only have 180,000 followers right now. I need to gain 720,000 followers in 1 month. I'm not shameless enough to ride on others' coattails, and I don't want to beg by doing peak battles. After much thought, I still have to rely on my old trade, stick to this path of repair, prove myself with quality content. I know very well that to gain fans steadily, I have to capture the fan's sense of curiosity. Repairing a kettle is clearly not attractive enough. I have to find something harder to fix. The next day, as I was continuing my live stream, a heavy car engine roared outside the door. A Dongfeng Mengshi 917, max horsepower 600, max torque 1050. My heart skipped a beat. This brand mostly makes military vehicles. What's a military vehicle doing here? Holy crap. My heart skipped a beat. I immediately thought of the live stream that had just been cut off, and the tank I repaired a few days ago. What on earth is going on? I thought to myself, this isn't good. That delivery guy's vehicle probably wasn't legitimate. I walked out of the shop feeling suspicious. However, that Mengshi 917 wasn't painted in camouflage. It was pure black, and the license plate was civilian. There were 4 people in the car. The 2 who got out of the back seat were tall and well-built, wearing black jackets. You must be Lu Chen, right? I subconsciously waved my hand. Nope, I'm just here hanging out. Zhang Mingrui, who was leading, almost burst out laughing. I've watched your live stream. I'm a fan. I called him out immediately. Cut the crap, sir. Chief, if you have something to say, just say it. Zhang Mingrui and Liu Yuan looked at each other. They had intentionally worn civilian clothes. They didn't expect me to see through them the moment they appeared. So Zhang Mingrui stopped pretending. How did you know I was a soldier? I retorted without being polite. Have you ever seen a fan with a crew cut? The solemn aura of these 2 men couldn't have been forged without eating military hardtack for several years. Besides, the 2 young men by the car had eyes as sharp as wolves. They were clearly protecting the 2 of them. All of this made me connect the dots instantly. Livestream banned, the tank, the military showing up. If it's a blessing, it's not a disaster. If it's a disaster, I can't avoid it. So I took the initiative. Chief, what do you need repaired? We're not here for repairs. We're just here to understand the situation with you, I blurted out. I always obey the law, except for peeing into my desk mate's iced tea bottle in 8th grade. I haven't done anything wrong. Zhang Mingrui burst out laughing. Don't be nervous. I'm just looking into the matter of you repairing the tank. I knew it but pretended to be innocent. Great, no need to thank me. Helping to popularize national defense knowledge is every citizen's duty. Zhang Mingrui frowned. This kid is too clever. Not only did he guess their identities and intentions, but he also realized he was in trouble, yet he was still joking around. This mentality is not ordinary, so Zhang Mingrui got straight to the point. Since it's all clear, I won't beat around the bush. The 591 tank was produced half a century ago. The blueprints are still classified, except for industry insiders. No one knows its structure. His cold gaze fell on me. And yet, you repaired the tank. Do you know what that means? I put on an innocent face. It means the tank has been repaired. Liu Yuan, who was beside him, finally couldn't take it anymore, his face darkening. Stop messing around. Confess your problem. What problem? I looked up and stared straight at him. Why are you so familiar with the Type 59 tank? This matter involves the leaking of secrets. Before coming, Liu Yuan had already nailed me with the crime of leaking secrets. I looked at the 2 of them, one playing good cop, the other bad cop, and decided to lay my cards on the table. Want to hear the truth? I have a system. One look at any machine, and I instantly know how to fix it. Liu Yuan exploded with anger on the spot. Still making excuses. If you don't talk now, wait until the security department comes for you. You won't be treated like this. I pouted. I'm telling the truth and you don't believe me. Then I'll change my story. I'm a genius. I'm naturally gifted at tinkering with machines. Hearing this, Zhang Mingrui smiled. We mean no harm. We just want to clarify things. Since you say you're a genius, then I need you to prove it a little. I don't understand. How do I prove it? Zhang Mingrui pointed to the truck across the street. I've brought a broken engine from a 591. If you can fix it while we watch, then you are a genius. All misunderstandings will be cleared up. His real purpose was to see if I needed blueprints. A spy would absolutely not be able to. Repair it from scratch in front of everyone. It'll give you 2 days. Is that enough? Faced with Zhang Mingrui's question, I turned my head to look at the engine. The next second, information instantly appeared in my mind. 12150L7 diesel engine, 67% complete, repairable. Estimated time, 3 hours. These 2 chiefs have some conscience.
At least they brought an engine that's almost 70% new. Not a pile of scrap metal. I immediately spoke up. 2 days isn't necessary. After 3 hours, if it's not fixed. Punish me however you see fit. Zhang Mingrui quickly waved his hand. It won't come to a firing squad. This kid, faced with an officer, not only wasn't scared, but even dared to challenge him directly. His intelligence wasn't like that of a 20-year-old kid. At this time, Liu Yuan pulled Zhang Mingrui outside the shop. Minister Zhang, just hand him over to the security department. But Zhang Mingrui pulled out a cigarette. You think he can't fix this engine? Of course, Liu Yuan said decisively. Mainly, his attitude is too abnormal. Zhang Mingrui replied, but we still have to give him a chance. What if? He really is a genius? You know without the blueprints. It's impossible to fix this engine, but you still...
Want to see what tricks I have up my sleeve? Anyway, 3 hours is worth the wait. Besides, you've already prepared a backup plan. At the same time, you've had the security department investigate his background. This kid, well, soon find out what kind he is. Hearing this, Liu Yuan was relieved. Now he just had to wait. If I can't fix the engine, the suspicion level is 75%. If the background check also turns up problems, the suspicion level will be 100%. At that time, a second-class merit would be in his hands. However, just 2 hours later, Zhang Mingrui's phone suddenly vibrated. He glanced at me, then calmly walked out of the shop with Liu Yuan. This is Zhang Mingrui. Speak. Confirmed? Okay, I understand. He hung up. Zhang Mingrui looked at Liu Yuan. His eyes were full of doubt. The security department investigated. After graduating from college, Liu Chen opened a repair shop here. His social connections are very clean and he has a good reputation. Liu Yuan was incredulous. Not a single suspicious point? Mom, we've checked all his records. No suspicious points found. Both of them fell silent. The methods of the War Zone security department were not to be trifled with. If there was anything shady, it absolutely could not be hidden. Liu Yuan looked into the shop. Impossible. Could he really be a mechanical prodigy? Zhang Mingrui clicked his tongue. If he's not a genius, he would have discovered it long ago. Discovered what? The thing I gave him isn't the engine of a 591. Hearing this, Liu Yuan looked into the shop again. Only then did he realize. That was a 1150L7 diesel engine used for the Type 591. Its external appearance was almost identical to the 591's, but the internal structure was completely different. Liu Yuan's eyes widened. The 115150L7 has enhanced turbocharging and intercooling technology. The crankshaft material is also different. He's been tinkering for so long. And he hasn't noticed? Exactly. If he were a genius, he would have pointed it out long ago. Zhang Mingrui's mind was more intricate than a beehive. He deliberately used the upgraded engine version to test me, since I had restored a Type 59 before. I should have recognized the difference, but not only did I not recognize it, I even diligently worked on it for 2 hours. This time, the genius identity couldn't hold up. In their eyes, I wasn't a genius at all. I was just a bad student holding the wrong test paper, guessing wildly. Liu Yuan felt more and more that something was wrong, but the background check found nothing. This was a bit contradictory. However, before he could finish speaking, my head suddenly popped out from the doorway. Chiefs, there's a small problem now. Zhang Mingrui immediately regained his composure, showing no emotion. What is it? I said directly. Can you help me find some nitriding steel? Zhang Mingrui's heart jumped into his throat. What do you need nitriding steel for? Because the crankshaft material is nitriding steel. It has high fatigue strength. At this moment, Zhang Mingrui couldn't remain calm anymore. He suddenly turned his head to look at Liu Yuan, and found that Mr. Liu was also stunned. You've known what kind of engine this was all along? I nodded matter-of-factly. The 150L7, right? The crankshaft uses 38 CR mole nitriding steel, 40% higher fatigue strength, intercooled turbo power of 580. It also has an upgraded separate radiator. The water-to-oil heat dissipation area ratio is 1.8. I even knew the changes to the hydraulic engine fan. Zhang Mingrui was completely stunned. Liu Yuan was petrified on the spot. He actually knew all along. This time, the roles of examiner and examinee were instantly reversed. He originally wanted to see me make a fool of myself. It turned out he was the clown himself. What made him collapse even more was that I knew it was a trap and still jumped in. I knew this wasn't a 591 engine, but I still agreed to fix it. I smirked and went directly into show-off mode. I can fix the 591 engine, and the 59-2, 59-2A, 59-125, I can fix the 59P too. Zhang Mingrui's eyes widened like saucers. Turns out he had seen through everything long ago, and even correctly stated all the detailed parameters.
I brought the two stunned men back into the shop, and tapped on the engine casing. Now only the crankshaft is left uninstalled. If you don't have nitriding steel, it'll use a regular material as a substitute. The function is the same anyway, just a little less durable. Looking at their dazed expressions, I knew this performance was a success. I didn't hesitate. I installed the regular crankshaft, closed the cover, poured in the diesel, and ignited the spark plug. The next second, rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening roar echoed throughout the street. Zhang Mingrui and Liu Yuan began to question their existence. Not only did I fix the engine, but I also perfectly avoided all the traps he had set. Things had come to this. Zhang Mingrui was completely convinced. Young comrade, what did you do before? I answered calmly. I told you I have a system. Zhang Mingrui was getting impatient. Stop joking. Let's be serious. Your skill level has reached that of a national treasure. I pouted helplessly. Why does no one believe the truth? Since they didn't believe me, I could only show off again. All right then, cards on the table. I'm a genius. The other party said to me, being able to repair a tank with bare hands is no longer just being a genius. It's enough to be classified as leaking secrets. He came this time precisely for this matter. Hearing this, I quickly waved my hands. I was just live streaming to earn some pocket money. I had no intention of leaking secrets at all. He nodded again. I believe you. Immediately after, he changed the subject, saying that the security department had investigated and knew I had no issues. After speaking, Zhang Mingrui suddenly became serious. He formally extended his right hand. You, kid, are destined to be a soldier. My name is Zhang Mingrui, Minister of the Equipment Department, Qilin War Zone. I was stunned. I silently extended my hand. I had guessed they were officials, but I never expected a general with stars on his shoulders. I was immediately a little flustered. Why didn't you say so sooner? I wouldn't have joked around with you like that. He smiled brightly again. It's fine to joke. Immediately after, his expression turned solemn. The following words I say are in my capacity as the Minister of the Equipment Department of the Military Region, Comrade Liu, with your outstanding professional skills. The military region desperately needs a talent like you. On behalf of the Equipment Department, I invite you to enlist. As soon as he finished speaking, my expression changed instantly. I pointed at my own nose. With a look of disbelief, I thought to myself, just a newbie like me, relying on a system to show off, had actually caught the military's attention. But Zhang Mingrui emphasized it again. I've been in the army for so many years. I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. If you agree, I'll arrange for you to enlist through special recruitment and grant you the rank of major. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Yuan, who was beside him, was also stunned. Special recruitment wasn't strange, but to be a major right from the start. This was treatment that only PhDs received, a young man just over 20 years old. His starting point was the finish line of many people's entire lives. A monthly salary of nearly 20,000 yuan, free medical care, promotion would be a piece of cake. It's no exaggeration. As long as I nod, my life would be on easy mode. Even Liu Yuan himself was green with envy. But just then, I looked up. My eyes met Zhang Mingrui's. Incredibly firm. I'm sorry, I still want to stay here and repair home appliances. Zhang Mingrui was stunned on the spot. He thought he had misheard. Repair home appliances? He immediately rearranged his thoughts and offered more conditions. As long as you come, the treatment will far exceed what you have now. When you retire, you'll be at least a county-level official. I shook my head again. Thank you for your kind offer, but I still want to stay at the grassroots level, I said righteously. If I leave, the aunts and uncles' kettles will have no one to fix them. The army won't gain much with one more person like me. It will operate just fine without me. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Mingrui immediately fell silent. The silence was truly deafening. His gaze upon me changed from regret to admiration. To have such a high perspective in his 20s, giving up a high position and generous salary, content to run a repair shop in a small town, even having to live stream to supplement his income and maintain his livelihood. Zhang Mingrui immediately felt how small he was, trying to lure me with a high position and generous salary. How ignorant of him. Thinking of this, he gave a thumbs up. Not only are your professional skills high, your character is also impeccable. I waved my hand again. I won't be able to stand any more praise. Just kidding. I've dreamed of wearing a military uniform, but there's no way around it. The system just assigned a mission. Gain 1 million followers in 1 month. The reward is an industrial mother machine. Once I join the army, the industrial mother machine will disappear into thin air. I've calculated this very clearly, so I looked up with a serious expression. Chief, refusing to enlist isn't refusing to serve the country. If you need anything repaired in the future, just come to me. The militia are also soldiers. Well said, Zhang Mingrui excitedly clapped and praised. Just with this ideological awareness of mine, this vision, if I joined the army, I would definitely be a fast-rising official, but my attitude was firm. He couldn't force me. If you change your mind, you can come to me anytime. He took out his contact information and gave it to me. Also, if you run into any difficulties in life, you can also find me. I put away the piece of paper. My eyes lit up. Really? Definitely. I never make empty promises. I immediately blurted out. Then can you unban my live stream room for me? Zhang Mingrui was stunned. He didn't know if I was being serious or joking. Liu Yuan beside him quickly tried to smooth things over. Minister Zhang isn't in charge of social media. I said, oh, and lowered my head to think for a moment. Then I looked up again. Then can you help me find a girlfriend? The corner of Zhang Mingrui's mouth twitched. I'd better talk about unbanning the live stream room. He had given up. Why doesn't this kid play by the rules at all? I immediately complained seriously. I was live streaming very seriously just now. Then my live stream room was banned by you guys. Zhang Mingrui was dumbfounded. We didn't. He had indeed thought about it, but he hadn't had a chance to act. Liu Yuan blurted out, did you do something shady? I put on an innocent face. Chief, even if I were shady, there would have to be an audience. After hearing this, Zhang Mingrui laughed. After this, I'll make a call to ask for you. He wouldn't abuse his power for others, but I wasn't an ordinary person. In his opinion, this kid, me, was at least a first-level commanding officer. A limitless future. At the same time, in the office of the Yinlang platform,
the person in charge of the home life section. Bai Gao just hung up the phone. The matter was settled. He looked at the gift bag of Maotai liquor on the table, extremely satisfied. Helping the sponsor, Chen Zhongyi, ban a small streamer's room was a small matter, but just as he stood up to put the gift away, the office door was suddenly pushed open forcefully. Bai Gao, what the hell have you done? A roar echoed. Bai Gao saw the ferocious face of his direct superior, Zheng Ji. His legs immediately went weak. He thought he'd been caught red-handed accepting a gift. He immediately started rambling in panic. Vice President Zheng, let me explain. It was a gift from a friend. It doesn't count as a bribe. Unexpectedly, the furious Zheng Ji frowned. You're also taking bribes? He hadn't even noticed the bag of Maotai. As a result, Bai Gao confessed on his own. But today, Zheng Ji had no mind to care about this. He asked point blank. I'm asking you, did you ban livestream room 83541? As soon as Bai Gao heard this, he immediately relaxed. Yes, that happened. He thought he had committed some terrible crime. Bai Gao immediately explained righteously. Vice President Zheng, this livestream room publicly slandered our partner, Zhuo Mu Lai. They complained. I banned it according to the rules. No problem. On one side is a small-time internet celebrity, on the other is a strategic partner. The choice should obviously be the latter. He felt that Zheng Ji would surely understand. But the gloom on Zheng Ji's face didn't disappear. Still in the mood to drink Maotai, he looked down and only then discovered what Bai Gao was holding wasn't liquor. It was cash. From Zhuo Mu Lai, right? Seeing he couldn't hide it, Bai Gao could only hand the bag over. I was going to bring it to you. Zheng Ji was furious on the spot. Don't pull that trick on me. I don't have the life to spend it. Bai Gao was also a little unhappy. What's wrong, Director Zheng? Banning one livestream room isn't that serious. It's just taking a little money. It's not a big deal. Unexpectedly, Zheng Ji spoke coldly. Do you know whose livestream room you banned? I do. A small-time internet celebrity named Lu Chen. What's wrong? Is he a connection of yours? Damn, I wish I had a connection like that. Zheng Ji suppressed his anger, word by word. Just now, the platform received a call from the Keelin War Zone, questioning why we banned this livestream room. Right now, the CEO is at the Radio and Television Bureau having tea. He's been summoned for a talk. Boom. Bai Gao's pupils trembled. The cash in his hand scattered. What kind of background does this Lu Chen have? To complain by going straight to the military. He was terrified. Why the Keelin War Zone? Are you asking me? I'd like to ask you. Zheng Ji only knew a little. Lu Chen was an iron plate you couldn't kick. He immediately gave an order. Unban him immediately. Assign 2 people to monitor him exclusively. From now on, report any issues with livestream room 83541 directly to me. Bai Gao was so scared he was speechless. He'll do it right away. Wait. Zheng Ji suddenly called him back. You just said Zhuo Mulai complained? Bai Gao nodded blankly. Yes. They also said they want to send a lawyer's letter to Lu Chen. Immediately pull all of Zhuo Mulai's advertisements. If they want to die, don't drag us down with them. Zheng Ji decisively cut his losses to survive. When gods fight, mortals suffer. At the same time, in the nanny van, the general manager of Zhuo Mulai, Chen Zhongyi, was holding his phone in helpless anger. That bastard Bai Kao took the money but didn't do the job. This guy is still live streaming. PR manager Feng Chong watched my live stream. He couldn't understand the skyrocketing number of viewers. He couldn't help but ask his boss, what gift did you give? Chen Zhongyi got angry just thinking about it. A whole bag of Maotai. That's about right. Feng Chong acted smart. The hammer. Inside the bag was 100,000 in cash. Chen Zhongyi gritted his teeth. 100,000 yuan to shut down a small live stream channel is more than enough, but now I'm still live streaming brazenly. The more Chen Zhongyi thought about it, the angrier he got. He rolled down the car window. He glared at the repair shop across the street. I'll deal with Bai Chaos account later. Right now, the most important thing is to deal with this bastard. 3 hours ago. He had personally taken the high-speed train from the provincial capital to get here. He was even holding a lawyer's letter in his hand. He wanted to throw this thing in my face himself. At the same time, I was clearing up rumors on the live stream. Stop spreading nonsense rumors. I only stopped streaming for 2 days. I didn't go to jail. Looking at the absurd speculations in the comment section, I hurriedly explained. Luckily, I'm back to streaming. My loyal viewers have their source of joy again. Just then, 2 figures appeared outside the shop. A man in a suit asked arrogantly, Is Lu Chen here? I could tell the visitor didn't have good intentions. I immediately opened my mouth. No, he passed away. The day before yesterday. Chen Zhongyi was slightly stunned. He rushed straight to the counter. Stop pretending. You are Lu Chen. You already know, yet you still ask. I went through the list of people I might have offended, and he didn't match any of them. The comment section immediately smelled gossip. So aggressive. Did he eat gunpowder? Here comes the drama. Expose livestream. There's a new show today. The audience's gossip-loving flame burned fiercely, but they didn't know I was taking the fall for them. From beginning to end, I never badmouthed Zhuo Mulai. It was all the viewers cursing, facing this undeserved trouble. I was bewildered.
Who are you? Chen Zhongyi's eyes were cold. You don't need to know who I am. I am now formally informing you. Your livestream channel has infringed upon my company's right to reputation. This is a lawyer's letter. See for yourself. After saying that, he took out a document from his bag. It was a lengthy 16 pages. When I saw the compensation amount on the last line, I was stunned. 4 million in compensation. I'll kill you. Watch your language. Chen Zhongyi tried to suppress his anger. Your livestream channel has been slandering my company for a long time, causing irreparable damage to my company. As the owner, you must take responsibility. I turned back to look at the phone that was live streaming. I was truly speechless. Brothers, I guess you guys are paying this 4 million, right? Only then did the comment section react. This is someone from the Zhuo Mulai platform. I can't believe this company is so petty. They actually came all the way here, so the live stream chat immediately shifted the blame without hesitation. That's right, he is Lu Chen. He curses a lot. Support using the law to protect your rights. Streamer, apologize. Looking at this bunch of snakes, I completely gave up. When it comes to cursing, they all have foul mouths. When a lawyer's letter actually arrives, they leave me to bear it alone. I placed the lawyer's letter on the table. Slander, right? So what do you want me to do? Chen Zhongyi glanced at the shabby decor in the shop. You don't look like you have 4 million. If you are truly remorseful, I can drop the matter. The condition is that you must publicly apologize on your live stream for 30 days. His purpose was very simple. He just wanted to vent his anger. When I heard that, I pouted. I thought to myself, what's the big deal? You should have said so earlier. I'll apologize to you right now. I picked up the selfie stick. My expression immediately became tragic. Brothers, this is an apology video. I just received a complaint from the Zhuo Mulai platform. They said I have seriously damaged their right to reputation. For this, I sincerely apologize. Chen Zhongyi was a bit stunned. This kid is a real pushover. But the more I spoke, the more tragic my expression became. As if there was a great tragedy in the family. My livestream channel shouldn't have said that Zhuo Mulai is a repair killer. I shouldn't have said they charge 450 yuan to fix a plug. I shouldn't have said they turn minor problems into major ones. And don't fix major ones. I shouldn't have said they received over 150,000 complaints in half a year. And I definitely shouldn't have said they take a 95% cut from every order. It took a while for Chen Zhongyi, who was standing beside me, to realize. This isn't right. I told you to apologize. Why did you turn into the plaintiff? The livestream chat immediately exploded. The apology gives off a weirdly polite yet sarcastic vibe. Reverse apology, 666. How can he perfectly combine sarcasm and toughness? This power move of mine completely blew up the livestream chat. It looks like I'm being obedient, but I'm actually striking hard. You told me to apologize. I did. If you're not happy, come and get me. On the other hand, Chen Zhongyi, he was like a new recruit being drilled in front of the camera. By the time he figured it out, it was already too late. Stop apologizing. Chen Zhongyi immediately rushed in front of the camera, but I was extremely sincere and earnest. No, I was wrong. This apology must be said. I'm only halfway through my speech. Don't say any more. I don't need an apology like this. I must say it. When you're beaten, you must stand tall. When you make a mistake, you must correct it. I was determined. I won't just apologize. I'll apologize for 30 consecutive days. Brothers, I will make a separate apology compilation video. Only then did Chen Zhongyi realize he had kicked an iron plate. The two immediately started fighting in the live stream. Stop suddenly! There was a loud shout from outside the door. Zhang Mingrui walked in. Seeing the two, he hurried to stop them. If there's a conflict, talk it out properly. Why are you fighting? I stopped. I was relieved to see a familiar face. Thank goodness it's Minister Zhang. What caught my attention more was that Minister Zhang was wearing a military uniform today. Behind him was a group of people, also all in military uniforms. I pointed at Chen Zhongyi, my face full of grievance. Hello, Minister. I don't want to fight. The main thing is, he's being too unreasonable. Chen Zhongyi immediately became as obedient as a new recruit, just because the ranks of the 3 newly arrived military officers were too high. Minister Zhang held the rank of Major General. The two behind him were both colonels. Zhang Mingrui spoke in a serious tone. Why are you arguing? I had a wronged expression. I want to apologize to him. He won't let me apologize. Tell me, is there any justice in this world? The 3 military officers were stunned on the spot, fighting over an apology. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingrui felt a bit more at ease. Then it's not so bad. You both have good intentions. Don't fight. Only then did I dust off my clothes. Minister Zhang, why are you here again? Zhang Mingrui didn't answer the question directly. Let me introduce you. On the left is Section Chief Z from the Linyang City Military Command. On the right is from my district, Section Chief Lee, in charge of military and local coordination. We came here this time mainly to present you with a certificate. I didn't understand what kind of certificate. Before the words were even out, suddenly the sound of gongs and drums erupted outside. A team of gong and drum players lined up in 2 rows. They stood majestically at the door. Residents came one after another to watch. They thought someone was getting married. When everyone got closer to see, they discovered several soldiers in military uniforms. They were carrying a plaque with a red background and gold letters. The large characters were clearly visible to everyone. Model Unit of Double Support Work in Ningyang City. In an instant, the whole crowd was in an uproar. Everyone understood the weight of this plaque. The problem was, they couldn't understand how this honor fell upon the head of a home appliance repair shop. The comment section exploded even more. Wow. Brother Liu has made a great contribution. A major general personally presenting a plaque. What level is this? Why is today's show so explosive? Please pay attention to the expression on that guy named Chen's face. Ha 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 ha. As for Chen Zhongyi, he was completely dumbfounded. A model unit for supporting the military. Isn't he just a lowly repairman? On what grounds? The important thing was, a second ago he was serving me a lawyer's letter. Isn't this shooting himself in the foot? Just then, the cheerful sound of gongs and drums temporarily stopped. Section Chief Z personally took the plaque. He was extremely sincere. Comrade Xiaolu, I have heard from Minister Zhang about your achievements. As a repairman, you support the army and love the people. You have made a great contribution to the cause of national defense. Through research and decision by the Linyang City Military Command, we specially award the title of Model Unit of Military Support to Shengli Home Appliance Repair Shop, the title, and at the same time, we grant you the personal rank of Reserve Major. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted on the scene. The neighbors only knew one thing. This kid really has a bright future. There are quite a few people in town who have served in the army. Some have even earned merits. But no one has ever been like me, making such a grand scene. The entire comment section rose to its feet. Oh my god, I told you Brother Liu was no ordinary person. What should we call him outside? Comrade Major. To round it up, your Brother Liu is now a king of soldiers. After this, I felt a bit unused to it. I felt that my virtue didn't match my position. Minister Zhang, there's no need. It was just fixing a vehicle. It's not about a vehicle. Mainly, your spirit is worth learning from. Besides, your professional skills are profound and unpredictable. That's exactly what the national defense needs. Jiang Mingrui smiled and waved his hand. He had his own calculations in his heart. He valued me as a person. Through this plaque presentation and rank bestowal, I was considered completely tied to the Chilean war zone. This talent who could fix a tank with his bare hands had to be secured first. But as soon as he said that, the surrounding crowd erupted. Did you hear that? Xiaolu was specially recruited because he's good at fixing vehicles. I told you Xiaolu has a knack for fixing things. What did the minister say in the second half of the sentence? He said Xiaolu is profound and unpredictable. What? Xiaolu is dating a model. Holy crap. They must have done a background check, right? Just as everyone was celebrating in front of the shop. Zhang Mingrui quietly walked up behind Chen Zhongyi. By the way, why was Lu Chen apologizing to you? It's nothing. Just a misunderstanding. Chen Zhongyi froze. His voice trembled. He never would have expected it. That the backer of a soft persimmon like me was the toughest. He didn't dare tell the truth to the minister in front of him. Don't pretend. Zhang Mingrui suddenly gave a cold smile. I know you were causing trouble for him. I also know you blocked his livestream channel. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Zhongyi turned his head in horror. His soul almost left his body. An angry general is terrifying. What was even more terrifying was Zhang Mingrui. His hand was still on his shoulder. Mind your own business. If you cause trouble for Lu Chen again, it won't be as simple as me just having a talk with you. The hairs on the back of Chen Zhongyi's neck stood on end. He froze on the spot. He had a million excuses he wanted to make, but they were all stuck in his throat. Minister, say no more. Get lost. Zhang Mingrui waved his hand as if shooing away a dog. Chen Zhongyi was also very obedient. He trudged away like a beaten dog. About 15 minutes later, the gong and drum team gradually quieted down. I returned to the shop. I felt like something was missing. Where's that guy named Chen? He left. Zhang Mingrui smiled. He asked me to congratulate you on his behalf. Somehow, I don't believe that at all. I know what kind of person Chen Zhongyi is. A dog's mouth can't grow ivory. He probably saw that I had joined the military. Got scared, so he scurried away. But that's good too. Keeping him here on a happy day would be a bit unlucky. I couldn't be bothered with this kind of side character. So I looked straight at Minister Zhang Mingrui. You didn't give me this for free, did you? Zhang Mingrui was caught off guard. What? Don't pretend. You came all this way. It can't be just to give me a plaque, right? Somehow, I don't believe that at all. Zhang Mingrui's face showed 70% surprise and 30% admiration. This kid is really smart. I do indeed have a small matter I need your help with. It's like this. I have a broken vehicle. I'd like to trouble you to fix it. Is it a war version too? I have a bit of PTSD. It's not that serious. It's just a small problem with the chassis. What car? Zhang Mingrui said concisely.
Hongqi, as soon as I heard the car's name, I immediately perked up. Where's the car? Did you bring it? Zhang Mingrui waved his hand. No, it's on the base. You can come with me to take a look. More than half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at a remote base. Not far away, a moss green helicopter was parked. Army Z-20 transport helicopter. Integrity level, 100%. Very quickly, the helicopter flew into the mountains. Another half hour passed. The view became clear again. On the ground were modern buildings. The roar of engines could be heard. This is a combat-ready base of the Chilin war zone. The vehicle that needs fixing is parked here now. My feet hadn't even steadied on the landing pad. Several soldiers saluted in unison. Each hello, minister, was crisp and powerful. All along the way, about 7 or 8 squads of soldiers continuously saluted Zhang Mingrui. He was like an emotionless nodding machine, constantly returning the salutes. Until we arrived in front of a giant open-air warehouse. The 2 iron gates were slowly pulled open. This is it. This vehicle has been broken for over a month. We've had several teams try to fix it, but to no avail. Before Zhang Mingrui could finish his introduction, I pointed at the green monster in the shadows. You call this a Hongqi? Updated. Mechanical miracle doctor, continuing from the previous episode. Zhang Mingrui had an innocent look. That's right, Hongqi 9. I looked at the information that appeared in my mind. The corner of my mouth twitched uncontrollably. Hongqi 9 area air defense missile, warhead weight 1,300 kilos. Damn it, this is a national strategic weapon, not some Hongqi H9 sedan. So I questioned Minister Zhang on the spot. You're asking me to fix a national treasure like this? This thing must be worth 20 or 30 million yuan, right? To my surprise, Zhang Mingrui waved his hand. You don't need to fix the missile, it's just a problem with the chassis. It turned out that the transport vehicle of this air defense missile system was working intermittently. The unit's mechanics company had tried multiple times to repair it but couldn't find the cause. Seeing that an urgent mission was approaching, they couldn't be short of any equipment. Therefore, Zhang Mingrui sought outside help, which was me. He immediately added, We suspect there's a problem with the hydraulic frequency modulation system, but we can't seem to fix it. Do you have a way? I asked an unrelated question. How much is this chassis worth? A little over 1 million yuan. Then it can be fixed. I was secretly happy. The repair cost is less than 10 million yuan. Fixing a chassis would be more than enough. Zhang Mingrui was stunned after hearing that. How much money would make you unable to fix it? I said nonchalantly. Over 10 million yuan. You're just bragging. Zhang Mingrui just thought I was joking. He immediately arranged the task, requesting that all manpower be deployed by me. It must be fixed as soon as possible, seeing that he was about to leave. I immediately asked another question. What kind of repair do you want? High spec or low spec? Zhang Mingrui didn't turn back. Naturally, to the best of your ability, in his eyes. What's this about high-spec and low-spec repairs for a vehicle? Utter nonsense. However, as soon as Minister Zhang left, the faces of the mechanics company's members changed, just based on a kid dragged in from civilian life. Even people from the war zone headquarters were scratching their heads over this vehicle. And he can fix it? In your dreams. At this moment, the captain of the mechanics company, Yang Hu, approached with a fake smile. Little master, what unit are you from? I walked around the truck, observing it carefully. Shengli Home Appliance Repair Shop. Yang Hu burst out laughing on the spot. Buddy, don't joke with me. I'm serious. I looked speechless. Who's joking with you? Why does no one believe the truth these days? I couldn't be bothered. My eyes were full of a desire to work. This is a multi-million yuan repair job. Model T538 Integrity level, 65%. In an instant, a schematic diagram appeared in my mind. The faulty parts were clearly marked in red: hydraulic system, horizontal folding launch racks, stabilizer bar, anti-static coating. None of them were in good condition. I frowned at Yang Hu. Did you guys just toss this vehicle around for fun? Yang Hu didn't understand what I meant. I said coldly, there are too many broken parts. Not a single module can operate independently. Look at it. Yang Hu's tone was full of sarcasm. He thought to himself that I had only been here for 10 minutes and was already claiming the vehicle was severely damaged. Do you think you're a miracle doctor who can diagnose through a thread? Besides, a doctor diagnosing through a thread at least has a thread. You don't even have a wrench, just relying on your mouth. Who would believe that? However, I directly gave an order. Get a large lifting jack over here. Prepare an oscilloscope and a military-grade OBD scanner. Also, get a resistance meter and a coil starter. I had already determined the repair plan and was ready to get started immediately, but Yang Hu didn't move an inch. What kind of joke is this? You want to dismantle components after just one look at the vehicle? Even though Minister Zhang had given the order, he didn't dare to cooperate. If it's dismantled and broken, who would bear the responsibility? He then advised me, you should at least look at the repair records, buddy. I waved my hand again. No need to look. The hydraulic frequency modulation system is off by 6.4 degrees. The folding launch rack's travel is over by 3 minutes. The horizontal stabilizer bar is broken. The resistance of the anti-static coating far exceeds the acceptable value. It must be fixed. Everyone on the scene froze. My God, a series of
Technical terms that sounded made up, but what I said wasn't much different from the repair records, even the hydraulic systems. Error was accurate to the decimal point. I spoke again, in a tone that allowed no doubt. What are you standing there for? Get the jack. Prepare the oscilloscope and military-grade OBD. Bring the resistance meter and coil starter over here. Yang Hu repeated my request without missing a single word. It seemed as if I were his superior. He had repaired not 10,000, but at least 8,000 vehicles. But he had never seen a scene like this, being able to diagnose all the problems by just walking around the vehicle a few times. It was truly divine. At this moment, he finally understood. No wonder Minister Zhang treated me like a treasure. The man was truly talented. I looked at the busy soldiers. The corner of my mouth lifted into a smile. Next, the repair work was much simpler. The problem with the chassis wasn't major. Frequency calibration plus component replacement. It could be done in a day or two. After all, it was essentially just a high-standard truck. However, the true soul of this vehicle was the missile launch system on top. When I looked at the launch unit, a blue light suddenly flashed in my mind. Detected object with good integrity. No repairs needed. Detected object has an upgrade package. Do you want to open it? I was stunned. Normally, my repair points basically can't fix the launch unit of a Hongqi 9. I didn't expect the system to have a new function. Things that aren't broken can also be upgraded. Moreover, it's not limited by points. In that case, I might as well give it a try. Open it. Request received. Searching for a suitable plan. Hongqi 9 enhanced version with integrated quantum radar. Anti-stealth. Instantly, a large amount of knowledge flooded into my mind. The original Hongqi 9's radar cross-section is about 1.8 square meters. It's very difficult to deal with stealth aircraft like the F-35, but once upgraded, the cross-section will drop sharply to 0.001. It can target all known stealth aircraft. Not only that, the enhanced version also has multi-purpose interceptor missiles and modular warheads. Air defense performance is greatly enhanced. As long as a stealth aircraft enters the detection range, it will definitely be destroyed. This upgrade requires a total of 9 million repair points. Choose to upgrade? I didn't hesitate. I said decisively, upgrade. Immediately, enormous knowledge flooded into my mind, causing my brain to lack oxygen for a moment. My body also began to tremble uncontrollably. Knowledge transfer complete, but I realized a problem. If I want to upgrade, it's not just about fixing one launch vehicle. The smallest combat unit of the Hongqi 9 is 8 vehicles, 1 radar vehicle, 1 command vehicle, 6 launch vehicles. Therefore, once upgraded, the command and radar vehicles must also be modified accordingly, so I directly stopped Yang Hu. Captain, please bring the command vehicle and the radar vehicle here. Yang Hu was stunned on the spot. Only the launch vehicle's chassis was broken. What does that have to do with the radar vehicle? However, he only hesitated for a moment before immediately complying. After all, Minister Zhang had given special instructions when he left. Moreover, the skills I had just demonstrated had completely won him over because of this. For the next 2 days, we cooperated extremely well. As per Minister Zhang's request, the vehicle had to be delivered before the exercise. This meant I only had 1 afternoon left, but I didn't think it was a big problem. All the modules had been installed. All that was left was software debugging and a road test. Debugging was simple. It could be done right at the base, but the road test was very time-consuming. It had to cover a certain distance at a specific speed to obtain durability data for the new modules. So after lunch, Yang Hu and I took the vehicle responsible for data collection. 4 other soldiers, in turn, drove the radar and command vehicles. The 3 mighty vehicles drove from the base onto the national highway. At the same time, on National Highway 401, a brand new Porsche 911 was pulling out of a gas station. Shen Yihan was in the driver's seat, paying no attention to her assistant's reminder. Boss, I think we should put up a student driver sign. Why should I? The traffic law requires it. For 1 year after getting your license, you have to display it. Shen Yihan scoffed. Tisk. I took the driving test 6 times. That adds up to a year. No need to display it. Are you kidding me? A brand new Porsche 911 with that ugly student driver sign on it. Wouldn't that be a waste of a car? As a popular beauty streamer, this car was bought with the blood, sweat, and tears of her top donating fan. She cherished it immensely. The assistant saw that she couldn't persuade her and could only shut up. However, Shen Yihan's driving skills were truly worrying. The assistant was terrified the whole way. Boss, can we slow down a bit? The traffic on the highway is very complex. I know, I'm already stepping on the brake. Shen Yihan was a bit impatient. The assistant was about to cry, but we're already going almost 80 km/h. The speed limit here is 60. I know, I told you I'm stepping on the brake. Shen Yihan was furious. If she had known, she wouldn't have brought this assistant along, nagging non-stop. She even started to suspect the car was broken. I keep stepping on the right pedal. It's not slowing down. What can I do? The assistant shouted. Boss, the one on the left is the brake. At this point, the car was still accelerating, about to reach an intersection. The assistant, with a strong will to live, suddenly jerked the steering wheel. Right at that moment, a large green truck was just passing from the opposite lane. Brake! Which one is the brake? Brake now, what is that vehicle? A loud bang. The Porsche was instantly sent flying. Luckily, it was a side collision, and the green belt acted as a cushion. The people in the car were not in life-threatening danger. Waking up from the impact of the airbag, Shen Yihan immediately got out of the car to check. The front of the Porsche was completely wrecked. In contrast, the large truck, aside from a little paint chipped off the steel plate near the tire, was completely unscathed. Seeing this scene, Shen Yihan's anger shot straight to her head. She pointed at Yang Hu and me, who had just gotten out of the vehicle, and started shouting, "How do you people drive?" My head and Yang Hu's were both buzzing. We were clearly going straight at a snail's pace of 30 km/h. Suddenly seeing the opposite lane, a yellow flash darted out. As an experienced driver, Yang Hu thought the other driver was having a seizure. He immediately slammed on the brakes. Never in a million years did he expect that the Porsche would, as if possessed, make a sudden turn and crash straight into our vehicle. But that wasn't the strangest part. The strangest part was that the first thing the other party said after getting out of the car was, asking how we were driving. Is that a question a carbon-based life form could even ask? No, miss. We were going straight. What about you guys going straight? Shen Yihan stood with her hands on her hips, aggressively. Did you hit me or not? The front of my car is all smashed in. Hearing these words, I immediately understood. I've run into big trouble. This is the modern version of a profession with the highest combat effectiveness, a little fairy, impossible to win against. Thinking of this, I immediately pulled Yang Hu's sleeve. Brother Yang, let's go first. Facts win arguments, but arguments are louder than facts. Yang Hu was stunned for half a second before he understood, then he nodded in agreement. According to regulations, for similar traffic accidents, regardless of whether the military vehicle is at fault or not, they can leave first. Afterward, the Joint Logistics Support Department will coordinate the handling. Besides, what we're driving today is no ordinary vehicle. We absolutely cannot stay here for long. Therefore, faced with Shen Yihan's curses, Yang Hu and I turned around, preparing to get back in the vehicle. However, this turn directly lit the fuse on Shen Yihan's powder keg. Who said you could leave? Looking at the woman blocking the way, I pouted. We have urgent business. Someone will contact you later. Nonsense. I already told my assistant to call the police. Nobody's leaving. I was speechless and patted the license plate behind me. Big sis, take a look at what kind of vehicle we have. So what if it's a shabby truck? I just got this 911. One of its tires is enough to buy your entire truck. My head was buzzing. That's not it. Let's not talk about how much your Porsche tire is worth for now. Open those pretty eyes of yours and take a good look. Is this an ordinary truck? Indeed, God is fair. He gave this little fairy an 8/10 for looks, but drained her of all her IQ. She really is a pretty girl. Too bad her brain isn't that great. You're not leaving? I've already called the police. I'm not just letting you guys go like this. Shen Yihan, holding her phone, cursed as she walked to the side. I leaned against the vehicle and lit a cigarette. Whatever, let's just ignore her. After all, I'm not the one obstructing military affairs. That's what I said, but she might end up in jail for this. So young, what a pity. 10 minutes later, a traffic cop drove his motorcycle to the scene. An intersection away, the police officer, veteran traffic cop Sun Guosheng, already saw the giant object. Parked at the intersection, his heart skipped a beat, for no other reason than that accidents involving the military are the most troublesome. Logically, military vehicles can leave after the scene is recorded, but now, 10 minutes have passed and the military vehicle is still here, which shows there's definitely a dispute between the two parties. By now, the intersection was surrounded by a crowd of onlookers whispering among themselves, and the scene was getting a bit chaotic. Sun Guosheng, on one hand, requested the command center to pull the surveillance footage. On the other, he inspected the damage to both parties in the accident. He reached a conclusion very quickly. The yellow Porsche was fully at fault. However, just as the traffic cop was about to ask both parties to sign the accident liability report, before he could finish his sentence, Shen Yihan, who had just quieted down, went crazy again. On what grounds am I fully responsible? My car is so badly damaged. Can't you see their vehicle is completely fine? Sun Guosheng was operating his police terminal while explaining coldly. Traffic accident liability isn't determined by vehicle damage, so they have no responsibility at all. They were driving straight normally without fault. Then why didn't they yield to me? They clearly saw I was turning left. Sun Guosheng took a deep breath. They clearly took evasive action. They fulfilled all their obligations. Then why did we still crash? One sentence directly made the traffic cop, Sun Guosheng, who had been working for nearly 20 years, freeze. Now he finally understood why they hadn't left. It turns out they ran into this kind of unreasonable person. In principle, a left-turning vehicle must yield to a vehicle going straight, not to mention their vehicle is literally carrying principles. After saying that, Sun Guosheng completely gave up on communicating with her. He turned directly to me. You guys go ahead. The liability report is done. We will discuss the compensation later. Don't let this delay your work. I nodded. As I reached out to take the accident report, unexpectedly, Shen Yihan snatched the report away. Did I say they could leave? Sun Guosheng's expression immediately turned stern. If you cause any more trouble, they have the right to sue you for obstructing military affairs. 3 years in prison. Your actions are enough to warrant severe punishment. This time, the little fairy was stunned for half a second. This clearly hit a blind spot in her knowledge. Then what about my car? Sun Guosheng was extremely impatient. File a claim with your own insurance and also compensate them for their damages. Pfft, if I have to compensate, I'll compensate. You make it sound like I can't afford it. Seeing she couldn't get the upper hand with the traffic cop, the little fairy Shen Yihan pulled out her phone. She glanced at me while dialing a number. What's so great about a beat-up truck? My 5 million third-party insurance is enough to pay you guys off for a lifetime. Sun Guosheng almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Immediately after, he looked up at me and Yang Hu. I have to say, you soldiers are really professional. Not laughing at all in a situation like this. A 5 million insurance policy is indeed high, but the problem is your 5 million is probably only enough to fix one of their wheels. At this point, Shen Yihan deliberately put her phone on speaker. Hello, I'm reporting an insurance claim. Insurance company. Hello, may I ask if there has been an accident? Are there any human casualties? No. May I ask if the traffic police have determined liability? Yes, I am fully responsible. But I don't think it's fair. May I ask what brand the other party's vehicle is? Shen Yihan glanced at us contemptuously. Some knockoff brand. I think it's a Hongqi 9. Yes, Mom. Is it the Hongqi H9 sedan? The insurance operator was very professional. He immediately thought of the most common Hongqi H9. The on-road price is only 300,000, completely within the insurance coverage. Just as he was about to start the claims process, it's not a sedan. It's a truck. A Hongqi brand truck. The operator was immediately stunned. Since when did Hongqi make trucks? At this moment, the department manager happened to walk by and took the initiative to ask, "What's wrong?" A customer said they hit a Hongqi. The manager was startled. Something that could stump an operator was definitely not an ordinary Hongqi. He immediately thought of that ridiculously expensive state banquet car. It's not the Hongqi Guoli, is it? The operator looked up with a dazed expression. No, it's the Hongqi 9. Then it's fine. The manager breathed a sigh of relief. What's there to be afraid of with a Hongqi 9? At most, it's just 30 or 40,000. But the very next second, he suddenly realized. Wait, Hongqi? What? The operator repeated 9 without the H. Instantly, that manager was completely dumbfounded. He had basic knowledge. He knew what Hongqi 9 meant. Hongqi 9, a long-range surface-to-air missile. Crashing into one of those, the best option for the insurance company is to pack up and flee overnight. What do you mean it exceeds the insurance limit? I bought 5 million. What kind of beat-up truck can't be covered? Hello? Say something. At this point, the call was disconnected. Shen Yihan looked completely bewildered. She couldn't understand how a scratch on a beat-up truck's tire could be worth 5 million, but Sun Guosheng, standing beside her, had seen through everything. This vehicle cost at least tens of millions to start. If the collision damaged any precision equipment, the repair cost would be astronomical, not to mention the damages from delaying a military operation. So, Sun Guosheng spoke up again. Stop shouting. I advise you to let them go quickly. The longer you drag this out, the less sufficient your insurance will be. Shen Yihan absolutely didn't believe it. Are you guys all ganging up to scam me? Sun Guosheng couldn't be bothered to explain. Who's scamming you? This is a Hongqi 9 air defense missile. Tens of millions for the cost isn't even enough. See that tube? Just one warhead in there is worth several of your Porsches. After saying that, he gave up trying to persuade her. He came directly to me. I guess when her mother gave birth, she threw the baby away and raised the placenta instead. I just calmly said that the problem wasn't big. All right, thanks for your cooperation. You guys go on with your work. I'll handle this. Just as Sun Guosheng finished speaking, the truck behind me suddenly let out a piercing alarm siren. Sun Guosheng tensed up completely, his face changing color. Your vehicle wasn't damaged by the crash, was it? Damn it! Yang Hu beside me instantly became tense. He ran quickly to the command vehicle. What's going on? Radar has detected an unidentified flying object. Signal analysis in progress. I frowned. As per my orders, after the vehicle left the base, the command vehicle and radar vehicle have been kept operational. This was to test coordination capabilities while on the move. But what the hell is an unidentified flying object? Yang Hu pressed. Is it a test signal? I spoke up first, my tone ice cold. No. The EF module is functioning normally. As soon as these words were out, Yang Hu froze. A normal IF reading meant the alarm was real, but this was deep inland. How could a strange frequency appear in the sky? Report, Company Commander. RC's signal analysis complete. Southwest direction, 320 kilometers. Aircraft model identified as F-35. The soldier shouted. The air in the vehicle immediately became suffocating. Company Commander, what do we do now? Yang Hu was stunned as if struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. Detecting an American stealth fighter deep inland, this was a situation he never would have imagined even in his dreams. Company Commander, we have a window of attack. What do we do now? Without waiting for Yang Hu to react, I grabbed the command radio. A special class Merit has flown to us. What else can we do? My voice wasn't loud, but it commanded the entire scene. All units, attention. Immediately enter combat status. I stared at the command terminal. Then I gave an order to the radar vehicle. Enemy aircraft target detected. F-35. 1 unit. Observation position 22078. Altitude 70. Speed 750. Flight direction 350. I gave clear commands word by word over the radio. Calculate flight trajectory immediately. Launcher vehicle, erect immediately. Amidst the loud shouts, Yang Hu finally came to his senses. No matter the situation, as long as an enemy aircraft intrudes, there is only one word: fight. Therefore, he decisively handed over command authority to me. All teams, follow Lu Chen's orders. Complete launch preparations immediately. Immediately after, he ran up to Sun Guosheng with a serious expression. Comrade officer, lock down the intersection immediately. Don't let any vehicles in or out. Sun Guosheng looked completely shocked. What are you planning to do? Military operation, cannot be disclosed. Lock it down immediately. At the same time, next to the Porsche more than 10 meters away, Li Pei Yuan looked at the wrecked car, his face grim. The manager was right. We're in big trouble this time. Not only might the Porsche be a total loss with astronomical repair costs, but what's more deadly is that military vehicle over there. Ms. Shen, I'm afraid this is bad. This car of yours will have to be reported as a total loss. Their vehicle's damages haven't even been assessed yet. 5 million probably really isn't enough. Shen Yihan immediately exploded. On what grounds? You haven't even looked at their vehicle. Li Pei Yuan took out his phone. I've already looked it up. Hunky 9. A vehicle worth 20 or 30 million. Just a scratch is enough to cause a headache. We will proceed according to the contract, but I'm afraid you'll have to bear the excess amount yourself. Shen Yihan's heart sank. How much? It's not certain until the damages are assessed. The bodywork alone could be 1 or 2 million. Shen Yihan's glass heart shattered into pieces. She hadn't been a streamer for long. It was hard enough to get a Porsche from her sugar daddy. She didn't have any savings. Now she had to pay 1 or 2 million. This was insane. Even her sugar daddy couldn't stand being drained like this. What if I can't pay? Then you might be prosecuted by the military. I give up. What kind of stupid missile is this? As soon as she heard the word prosecuted, Shen Yihan's mentality completely collapsed. A new car crashed on the first day and she still had to go to court. What terrible luck for 8 lifetimes. Just as she was going crazy, a strange loud noise suddenly came from behind. Everyone was immediately drawn to it, turning to look back in unison. They saw the truck from the accident on the other side of the intersection. Like a transformer, its cargo bed was rising vertically. At the same time, traffic cop Sun Guosheng also ran over, shouting to clear the area. Get back! Everyone. Shen Yihan's pupils contracted. What is happening? What are they doing? Launch mission. Get back instantly. Li Pei Yuan was stunned. The assistant was stunned. The crowd of onlookers was also stunned. It's just a traffic accident. It can't be that serious, right? Shen Yihan was even more confused, her mind blank. They said I'd be prosecuted. Why skip the trial? And go straight to the execution? She looked at the towering cargo bed, completely dumbfounded. It was just a small collision. Do you need to shoot me with a missile? Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Qilin War Zone headquarters, Zhangming Rui sat upright. To his right was his superior, Huang Han, and opposite them was a team of experts from the 2nd Aerospace Academy. Huang Han got straight to the point. The new generation of long-range air defense missiles must have anti-stealth capabilities. This is our only requirement. There's no room for negotiation. After hearing these words, the gray-haired academician Zhao Hengyan and his team looked at each other with troubled expressions. This was already the 18th meeting, but the scientific research level of the 2nd Aerospace Academy and the military's expectations were worlds apart. There had been very little progress. Academician Zhao Hengyan kept scratching his forehead, a look of helplessness on his face. Chief of Staff Huang, I can understand your mood, but current technology is limited. We do have anti-stealth radar, but it can't be immediately used on air defense missiles. He had explained the same problem countless times. Stealth fighters are not invincible. For example, the 38th Institute of the Electronics Group has an anti-stealth radar, codenamed JY-27. It's a meter-wave radar. It can detect stealth aircraft, because the wave-absorbing paint cannot absorb its long waves. But it has a fatal flaw. Its detection accuracy is limited. It's completely unable to provide precise guidance. To put it bluntly, this thing can only detect, it cannot guide an attack. Therefore, Chief Engineer Zhao proposed a solution. Use the JY-27 via data relay to indirectly command the anti-missile system, to directly replace the anti-missile radar with an anti-stealth radar. Will take time. We are still researching quantum radar technology. Before Chief Engineer Zhao could finish, Huang Han cut him off directly. How long? At least 3 years, at most 5 years. Huang Han immediately scoffed. Isn't this just drawing pies in the sky? But he also knew that scientific research wasn't easy. You can't force someone to do the impossible. So he chose to compromise. Fine, I don't demand speed, but it must be refined. But before the new missile project is approved, you must assist the military in coordinating well. After all, using this alternative solution is like adding a relay station. Facing a Mach-speed stealth fighter, a half-second delay means a difference of several kilometers. If we're using a substitute, then the coordination must be perfect. Also, the failure rate of the Hongqi 9 has been a bit high recently. Can that be resolved? Unexpectedly, Engineer Zhao looked troubled. Currently, a large batch of equipment is due for maintenance, so the failure rate is increasing. We are trying to arrange production capacity, but we don't just serve your war zone. Hearing this, Huang Han's face completely darkened. Difficulties again, problems again. How can this keep dragging on? Now when the army assembles, 2 or 3 vehicles break down at the slightest thing. How are we supposed to fight like this? Chief Engineer Zhao, don't give me that. If your factory doesn't have the capacity, then send people here. Our mechanics company will do it themselves. You send experts to provide guidance. We'll figure out the minor faults ourselves. Minister Zhang over there still has 7 vehicles outstanding. You should send someone over quickly. Just as he finished speaking, Zhang Mingrui suddenly raised his hand. Chief of Staff, it's 6 vehicles. Huang Han looked up. Why is one missing? I've found someone to commission to repair vehicle number 013. It's expected to be fixed today. Instantly, Huang Han was stunned. He had a deep impression of that 013 vehicle. During the last exercise, it broke down on the spot. The mechanics company fiddled with it for 3 days and couldn't figure it out. They had to send it back to the factory for an overhaul. What? The mechanics company suddenly figured it out? Zhang Mingrui tentatively replied, it wasn't the mechanics company. Not the mechanics company? Then who else in the war zone can fix it? Zhang Mingrui forced out a sentence. I found someone from the civilian sector. He had barely said half a sentence when Huang Han's iron hand slammed down on the table, his eyes wide with anger. Are you trying to reach for the heavens? You dare to let a civilian fix a missile vehicle? Where is your discipline? Zhao Hengyan was even more displeased with Zhang Mingrui's actions. Minister Zhang, you are being absurd. Not to mention discipline, that's a Hongqi 9, our most elite anti-missile system. Can a civilian even fix it? This is truly an international joke. However, Huang Han, who had intended to control his emotions, found that the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He wrapped his fingers on the table, each word like a knife. Zhang Mingrui, from now on, you are suspended from your post. If there's any problem with that vehicle, he'll see you in a military court. Understood? Hearing these words, Zhang Mingrui hurriedly explained, Chief of Staff, please listen to me. The person fixing it isn't a complete civilian. He is now a reserve officer, and his skills are very high. But Huang Han wasn't listening at all. No matter how high his skills, can he fix a Hongqi? Are you trying to fool me like I'm a Japanese devil? He was like a rampaging bull, his anger soaring, completely unstoppable. Just as Huang Han was about to curse, an orderly suddenly ran in. Chief Huang, there's a situation. A cold aura emanated from the corner of his eyes, making it hard to breathe. Can't you see him in an equipment meeting? The orderly's throat trembled, but he still summoned the courage to report. Emergency situation. We've received intelligence. A U.S. military F-35 has taken off. It is suspected to have entered our area of administration. Huang Han shot up from his chair. Come with me to the Joint Command Room. An enemy aircraft incursion. This could turn into a major incident. Huang Han, as the war zone's chief of staff, the enemy's most advanced F-35 had somehow vanished without a trace within his defense zone. As soon as Huang Han stepped into the command post, the atmosphere was already suffocatingly tense. The intelligence department immediately reported, 15 minutes ago, 3 F-35s took off from Kadena Air Base. But in the end, our side only detected 2 of them in Sector 1135. In other words, an F-35 has penetrated your airspace. Huang Han was furious. You let a 5th-generation fighter enter my airspace. After he spoke, the entire command hall fell into a dead silence. The Air Force representative then had to awkwardly stand up to explain. This aircraft most likely encountered a problem. After all, the F-35 is a valuable combat asset. It would absolutely not fly deep into territory alone. But Huang Han didn't listen to any excuses. Regardless of the reason, this aircraft has entered my airspace. This is unforgivable. I'll deal with you guys after this. The next second, Huang Han's sharp gaze swept across the room. Initiate thunder deployment. Air Force, scramble a KG-500. Deploy an additional 4 formations, 28 sorties of J-15s, to sectors 1126 and 1171. Conduct a grid search. Also, scramble 2 formations of J-20s for out-of-area fire support. Immediately after, Huang Han looked towards the Information Support Department. Order the JY-27 radar to full power. Ensure a smooth data stream. Once a signal is received, upload it immediately. You don't need my order. Shoot on sight. Huang Han still wasn't reassured. Ground forces must also keep up. Air defense, deploy 6 air defense battalions to assemble in Sector 5 and 14. If the Air Force can't find it, the enemy plane must be here. The rules of engagement remain the same. We must destroy the invading enemy. Watching Huang Han in just a few minutes. Cast a wide net across the sky. Everyone was astonished. This thinking and planning were truly flawless. However, Huang Han suddenly looked up, staring at the battlefield situation map, because this deployment was not at all perfect. The KJ-500 can detect the F-35, but its effective range is only 200 kilometers. Beyond this range, the KJ-500 becomes blind, so the Air Force can only rely on fighter jets using their naked eyes to try their luck. As for the ground radar that Huang Han deployed, there are only 2 JY-27s in this area, which is completely insufficient. Thinking of this, he gave the experts from the 2nd Aerospace Academy a meaningful look. If we had a better anti-missile system right now, I wouldn't be this worried. The experts immediately lowered their heads, full of self-reproach. Huang Han knew this wasn't their fault, but he wanted to use this opportunity to pressure them, to speed up their research and development. Just then, Huang Han's gaze returned to the large screen. Air Force, report the situation. Tianshan 1 reporting. Forward Air Command has been established. Everest, J-15 formation reports 2 enemy F-35s detected. Huang Han immediately interrupted. Ignore those 2. Your mission is to find the missing aircraft. However, the returning information made his heart sink. Roger. No sign of the missing fighter jet at present. Huang Han ordered them to continue searching, but his CPU was already running at high speed. There was no doubt. This F-35 definitely had an electromechanical failure. Even its navigation and communication systems were down. But so what? As long as it entered Huang Han's airspace, even if it was out of control, it had to be shot down. But the problem now was, where did it go? Huang Han immediately called the ground. JY-27, what's your situation? Report. Radar is on long-wave scan. No suspicious signals detected at the moment. Damn it. Huang Han couldn't help but curse. His greatest hope was the ground-based JY-27 radar, but now even they couldn't find it. The situation immediately became extremely serious. Huang Han took a pen and used Tianshan 1 and the 2. Bought radars as centers to draw 3 circles on the map. His subordinate, Zhangming Rui, understood that normally, if the missing aircraft appeared in this area, its signal would definitely be caught. But Huang Han gripped the laser pointer, his eyes ice cold. But sometimes, things don't go according to common sense. He pointed to a meridian on the map. To the east near Linyang is the sea. To the west is the capital's warning airspace. Huang Han spoke his most terrifying guess, word by word. I suspect it has passed our defense zone and entered the interior. Once it crosses this line, we'll all end up in a military court. Zhangming Rui broke out in a cold sweat. Looking at the 3 circles on the map and the small gap between them, he still wanted to deceive himself. But Huang Han was already prepared for the worst. Pointing at that deadly gap, he asked the army representative sternly, how many anti-missile units do you have left? That can reach the National Highway 401 area immediately? Report. Currently, the nearest air defense battalion is about 20 minutes from National Highway 401. Huang Han slammed his hand on the table. Too slow. 20 minutes. The F-35 could fly out of our territory by then. By that time, you might as well take off that hat on your head. Huang Han was increasingly convinced that the F-35 had followed National Highway 401 and slipped through that gap, but ironically, he had no mobile forces at his disposal. Just then, the army representative suddenly stood up. Report. There is a Hongqi unit that fell behind, currently near National Highway 401. Fell behind? Huang Han felt like he had grasped a life-saving straw. He lunged forward. That unit is designated Zhoumo 3. It's at the Yuzhong intersection, which is the edge of Sector 4, 013. Hearing this number, Zhang Mingru's expression changed. Commander, this is the vehicle that needed an overhaul that I told you about. One sentence. It made Huang Han's blood, which had just started to boil, turn cold again. He had finally found a unit, and it was a broken one. Luckily, he didn't give up. Where did you say this vehicle broke down before? Chassis. But the command vehicle and radar are both fine. Zhang Mingru's words suddenly gave him an idea. The F-35 is very likely flying at a low altitude. As long as the radar is usable, then there's a chance to catch it. Huang Han threw his pen on the desk. He personally went to the information department. Connect me to Unit 013 after a long wait of 7 seconds. An extremely unprofessional, folksy voice came through. Hello? Who is this? Huang Han didn't care much. He directly gave the order. This is Huang Han. I am listening. Stop all work immediately. Immediately open. But before he could finish, the other end of the line suddenly cut him off. Not free. A single sentence plunged the entire command hall into a deathly silence. You have to know, this is a military channel. Who would dare to interrupt the order of the number 3 figure? Huang Han suppressed his anger and stated his name again. This is Huang Han. Stop what you're doing immediately. But the other party was even more arrogant. It doesn't matter if you're the Heavenly King himself. I'm busy. He hung up. The harsh dial tone echoed throughout the hall. Everyone was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? Unit 013 dared to hang up on the Chief of Staff. Are they tired of living? Damn it, who trained these soldiers? Huang Han was completely questioning his existence. He ordered them to keep calling on the spot. Also, find me the person in charge of this unit. Dismiss him on the spot. Suddenly, someone from the radar section stood up abruptly. Chief of Staff, Sector 7, altitude 8,000 meters. An abnormal infrared signal has been detected. The range is very large. The initial assessment is that it was caused by an explosion. F-35. Huang Han's blood pressure shot straight to the top of his head. He immediately rushed to the radar station. An explosion at an altitude of 8,000 meters. He instantly understood the plane had exploded. Moreover, at this time, it absolutely couldn't be a civilian aircraft. It could only be the F-35. The next second, someone from intelligence also stood up. Report. The alarm reception center has responded. There are police in Linyang town who witnessed the plane crash. Hearing this, Huang Han was overjoyed. He immediately gave the order. Lock down the scene immediately. No one is allowed near. No photos. All department heads, come with me to the scene now. But as Huang Han boarded the helicopter, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Why did the plane explode at an altitude of 8,000 meters? He immediately turned his head to look at his staff officer. Are there any units near Linyang town? The staff officer blurted out the answer. There are no. Of our air defense or air force units nearby. Are you sure? Huang Han's brows furrowed tightly. I'm sure there's only one infantry battalion. They absolutely cannot shoot up to an altitude of 8,000 meters. Huang Han asked urgently. Then what is the nearest unit? It's Unit 013 that just disobeyed orders. As soon as he heard this code name, Huang Han's anger flared up again. Have the military police arrest Unit 013 for me first, disobeying orders on the battlefield. They must be insane. I watched the signal disappear from the radar, the corner of my mouth twitching up slightly. Yang Hu next to me was stunned, as if he'd lost his soul. Damn. Brother Liu, did we really just shoot down an F-35? I calmly patted his shoulder. Be confident. You're the one who shot it down. I looked at the feedback signal. Confirmed kill, I thought to myself. This kid's family tree will have to open a new page today. After all, you're just a mechanic. The credit should still be given to others. Although I was the one who was calm in the face of danger and devised the plan, but I value the Hongqi 9 I modified more. A combat performance of 120,000 points. It was truly dazzling. Just then, a military jeep screeched to a halt, speeding right up to us. I looked at the dust cloud and knew the main character had arrived. When two military officers appeared before us, I immediately pointed at them. Look. The people who will open a new page in your family tree have arrived. As expected, the military's efficiency is really fast. We just shot down the F-35, and the people coming to give the reward have already driven here. It has to be a special merit, right? Yang Hu also reacted. His face beaming, he gave a military salute. Greetings, sir. But the newcomers weren't smiling. Their eyes were as cold as ice. He stared at Yang Hu. You're in command of Unit 013. Yang Hu immediately puffed out his chest. Reporting, sir. I am in command. Who would have thought the two officers would look at each other? The next second, one on the left and one on the right, they flanked Yang Hu. Come with us. At this point, I was a little unhappy. This big brother here is being modest, but you can't really treat me like heir. What kind of look would it be if he got in the car alone to claim the credit? So I immediately spoke up. What about me? Unexpectedly, one of the officers turned his head to look at me. You were involved too? Yang Hu only just realized. He hurriedly explained. Of course. Brother Liu was the main force. I nodded inwardly. This kid has some conscience. As a result, the officer smirked and stared at me. So you're the mastermind. I thought it was a joke, and immediately replied, I wouldn't dare claim to be the mastermind. I just made a small contribution. The officer was expressionless. Very good. Get in the car. Just like that, the two of us got into the car together. The two officers, one on the left and one on the right, each escorted one of us. Yang Hu was ecstatic inside. He even started asking, Sir, will my family be notified about this? Immediately, the officer answered directly. Don't worry. After the investigation is confirmed, they will definitely be notified. However, he changed the subject, taking something out from behind his back. But we have to follow procedure. The family will only be notified after the trial and sentencing. Put on the handcuffs. In that instant, Yang Hu's face froze. I looked at the cold bracelets. My mind buzzed. Damn. Where's the special merit? Why are we being given these limited edition silver bracelets instead? Yang Hu looked at me innocently, completely dumbfounded. Brother Liu, is this what you meant by opening a new page in the family tree? However, the officer beside him gave a cold laugh. Opening a new page is a certainty. His gaze, sharp as a knife, swept over Yang Hu. With your crime, the family tree will disown you, putting you straight into the family's hall of shame. At the same time, over 300 kilometers away, a fierce fire in a field had just been extinguished. The smell of burning was everywhere. In the middle of the scorched area was a pile of blackened aircraft wreckage. Warzone Commander Huang Han only needed a single glance to confirm it without a doubt. That's right, it's an F-35. Immediately after, he asked, Where's the pilot? A staff officer immediately reported. A body was found 600 meters away, confirmed deceased. Very good, preserve it carefully. Huang Han was only half relieved. because a more serious problem was presenting itself. He had confirmed from multiple sources. Our Air Force and ground air defense had not carried out any launch actions. He stared at the wreckage with a grave expression. What on earth shot this plane down? At this moment, Zhang Mingrui, who was squatting by the wreckage, said with certainty, "Whoever it was, it definitely wasn't one of ours." He pointed to a piece of debris. "Chief of Staff, look. The aircraft fragment has a vertical cross-section, as if it was cut in half. This means the object that destroyed the aircraft was ring-shaped when it exploded." Zhang Mingrui continued to explain. "I confirm this is a continuous rod warhead structure. Once this type of warhead explodes, it will form a circle like a saw blade. Its destructive efficiency is extremely high compared to our existing weapons. It's countless times more powerful." At this, Huang Han's brows furrowed even tighter. In other words, the weapon that shot down the plane is even more advanced than what we have. "Yes," Zhang Mingrui added. "Furthermore, who could, at an altitude of 8,000 meters, detect and destroy a stealth aircraft?" As soon as he finished speaking, an officer ran over, reporting, "Commander, the relevant unit has been apprehended. The main person responsible has been arrested. Stop." Huang Han's eyes widened, a belly full of anger with nowhere to vent. "Just execute them on the spot." The officer jumped in shock. "Chief of Staff, we shouldn't. You know you shouldn't, so why haven't you brought them here?" Not long after, Yang Hu and I were escorted before Huang Han. The two of us, each with a pair of rose gold bracelets, looked very conspicuous. Huang Han recognized Yang Hu at a glance, becoming even angrier. "Yang Hu, how many years has this kid been in the army? Don't you know discipline?" But Yang Hu was completely bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Commander?" "What do you mean, sir?" Huang Han cursed directly. "Don't play dumb with me. You don't know what you did? What did I do?" Seeing Yang Hu getting angry, I took the initiative to speak. "Anyway, the rose gold bracelets are already on. Confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. I understand this principle." "Sir, I confess." Immediately, Huang Han's gaze shifted to me. "What do you want to confess?" I took a deep breath, my expression extremely sincere. "Company Commander Yang and I were conducting an equipment check. As a result, we weren't paying attention and had a car accident." I looked at him. My tone was calm. "Although we bear some responsibility, I don't think it's necessary to handcuff both of us." But Huang Han interrupted me immediately. "Wait. What vehicle check?" I answered truthfully. "The Hongqi 9. You also damaged my Hongqi 9? Huang Han's voice immediately jumped 8 octaves. It's one surprise after another. There are already few Hongqi 9s in the war zone, and now one is broken. Then, he stared at me. I wasn't wearing a military uniform, nor did I have the air of a soldier. He couldn't suppress his anger at all. "What do you do? Who allowed you near the Hongqi 9? Reporting. I was invited by Minister Zhang to repair the vehicle. Just then, the person squatting next to the F-35 wreckage studying it. Zhang Mingrui heard his name and he suddenly turned his head. The next second, he jumped up from the ground. "Lu Chen, why are you here?" Huang Han crossed his arms, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the two. "You two know each other?" "Yes, he's the expert I invited to fix the Hongqi 9, but..." Zhang Mingrui noticed the chief's unhappy expression. His voice grew quieter and quieter. As expected. Huang Han's eyes were full of daggers. "Does he look like an expert to you? This kid looks about the same age as his grandson. How could he be an expert?" All the troublesome matters piled up at once. A subordinate arbitrarily let an outsider fix a vehicle. As a result, the vehicle got crashed. Just then, an enemy plane intruded. The vehicle was needed urgently. Luckily, they had good fortune. The F-35 was shot down by an unknown object. Otherwise, even being hacked to pieces 10,000 times wouldn't be enough for these people. Huang Han took several deep breaths to suppress his anger. "Hey kid, unauthorized dismantling of military equipment, causing serious losses. Do you know what kind of act this is?" I rubbed my temples and thought. It's an act that gets its own page in the family tree. Huang Han was a bit stunned. What kind of logic is this? The next second, I dropped a bombshell. "I think we shot down an F-35. That should be at least a second-class merit, right? Although there was a traffic accident. But the traffic police ruled the other party was fully responsible. The vehicle isn't badly damaged either. This merit should more or less make up for it a little, right?" But this chief's face turned from black to red. His blood pressure looked very unstable. "What did you just say?" I enunciated every word. My voice echoed everywhere. I said we shot down the F-35. Within a 10-meter radius, a deathly silence fell instantly. Every word was heard very clearly, but put together, no one understood anything. Huang Han was the first to react. "What F-35? Even you're admitting defeat. Such a high-ranking chief, and you've never seen an F-35? It's Uncle Sam's fighter jet. Didn't you all know an enemy plane had intruded?" Another sentence made Huang Han freeze. "I know, but what did you use to shoot it down? Are you kidding me? A 5th-generation stealth fighter. The entire war zone searched for it all morning and couldn't find a single trace. And you shot it down? What did you use to shoot it down? A ghost?" I pointed to the Hongqi 9 in the distance. "This.
But Huang Han was completely speechless. Do you think I'm an idiot? You think I wouldn't recognize a Honky 9? Are all of our Honky 9s just for display? Did yours get a VIP upgrade? Kid. The Honky 9 can't detect an F-35. Even if it could, the firing range doesn't meet the requirements. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Before he could finish his words, Yang Hu immediately interjected. Chief of Staff, he's telling the truth. He was there for the whole process. He has the most right to speak. Here's what happened. We had just finished repairing the vehicle and took it out for a test, although we got into a car accident. But the radar detected an unidentified flying object. We analyzed the signal spectrum and confirmed it was an F-35, so we took the initiative to open fire. The entire mechanic company can testify. This time, Huang Han's CPU completely exploded. I was talking about all sorts of unbelievable things. He might not believe it, but he could not believe Yang Hu. This soldier was honest and quiet. He did what he said and got results. He never spoke nonsense. So Huang Han asked a soul-searching question, but how could a Hong Chi 9 lock onto an F-35 target? Without coordination? The next second? I puffed out my chest. With an expression of hidden merit and fame, I modified it a little. I began to explain. The original radar is an H-200 passive phased array radar. It's usable but not optimal. I upgraded the original radar to a quantum radar. The minimum radar cross-section was upgraded straight to 00.001, just enough to see the F-35. This time, as soon as my words fell, Huang Han didn't refute it anymore, because a dead memory began to attack him. He suddenly remembered the Second Aerospace Academy. Chief Engineer Zhao had said it himself. They were researching quantum radar, precisely to perfectly counter stealth aircraft. But on second thought, something wasn't right. The experts at the Second Aerospace Academy are still diligently researching. How could I have gotten ahead of them? Hey kid, what did you do for a living before? I said matter-of-factly. A repairman. Your Minister Zhang knows. Huang Han's gaze immediately shot towards Zhang Mingrui. At this moment, Minister Zhang's head was like it was attached to a motor, nodding furiously. Commander, I told you, this is a real genius, a real expert. Huang Han was speechless. The wreck of an F-35 lay on the ground. His two most trusted subordinates were vouching for him. This time, all the evidence pointed to the least likely possibility. The quantum radar had been conquered by me. That evening, the Warzone conference room. Huang Han walked through the door. His gaze was cold. I have received orders from my superiors. We must seriously investigate the responsibility for this enemy aircraft intrusion. His voice held no warmth. The F-35 took off from its base. Our radar could not monitor its entire journey. It even allowed it to break into our airspace for more than 20 minutes, without any news. This shows our air defense system has a loophole. Certain individuals have neglected their duties. In an instant, everyone lowered their heads. No one dared to breathe loudly. The higher-ups will not listen to any explanations. The air defense system must take responsibility. So, the commander of the information force stood up. Chief of Staff, I accept disciplinary action. This attitude was acceptable. Huang Han nodded in satisfaction. All air defense personnel on duty today are demoted by 1 rank. They will remain in their posts for observation. Before the end of the week, everyone must write and submit a self-criticism report. Additionally, they will be fined 3 months' allowance. The officer immediately saluted. Yes, sir. This time, the people from the information force breathed a sigh of relief. Fines and writing self-criticisms were minor matters. At least they kept their positions. But at the end of the conference room, the equipment department wasn't so lucky. The information force was, at worst, just incompetent. But the equipment department was completely derelict in its duty. Huang Han's gaze was like a sharp sword, stabbing towards the people led by Zhang Mingrui. Some comrades managed equipment chaotically, leading to ineffective deployment during wartime. Orders could not be passed down to the company level, almost causing serious consequences. He emphasized every word. The words were extremely harsh. The behavior was extremely bad. The harm was extremely terrible. Immediately. The other officers got goosebumps listening. Minister Zhang's matter this time, to put it lightly, was dereliction of duty. To put it seriously, it was disobeying orders on the battlefield. This was no longer a matter of being dismissed. It could even lead to a court-martial. Huang Han finished reading Zhang Mingrui's faults. He gave them no chance to catch their breath. Immediately after, he directly announced the disciplinary decision. After review by the war zone, it has been decided to discipline the parties concerned, Zhang Mingrui and Yang Hu, with a demerit. Other responsible individuals will receive a verbal warning. You all must deeply reflect on your mistakes. In an instant, the conference room was in an uproar. The people from the information force were full of questions. That's it? We were derelict and got fined and demoted, and we have to write self-criticisms. But Minister Zhang and the others mismanaged things, disobeyed orders on the battlefield, and only got a demerit? Is that reasonable? Immediately, someone was unconvinced. Chief of Staff, Vehicle Unit 013. Clearly hung up on you. Huang Han's gaze turned sharp. I know. You don't need to remind me, but that person was still stubborn. Then why did they only get a demerit while we were punished severely? You're being a little biased. Who would have thought Huang Han would laugh after hearing that? Then let me ask you, did that enemy plane end up crashing or not? It crashed. How did it crash?
That officer was immediately at a loss for words. A reasonable guess would be that it crashed due to a malfunction. After all, the entire war zone couldn't find a trace of the F-35, and no one in the combat forces opened fire, just as everyone was full of questions. Zhao Hengyan from the 2nd Aerospace Academy knocked and entered the conference room. Chief Huang, our preliminary verification results are in. His voice trembled. Confirmed the F-35 was shot down by a Hongqi 9. At the same time, we tested the so-called quantum radar. The RCS area is as low as 0.02. This time, Huang Han snatched the report, joy evident on his face. The experts worked overtime to verify every punctuation mark of what I said. So what Lu Chen said was true. Zhao Hongyan was deeply moved. Not only is it true, he was even being modest. That Hongqi 9 systems detection capability is about 5 to 10 years ahead of us. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Han's Adam's apple bobbed visibly. 5 to 10 years. One must know that Zhao Hongyan is the top expert in the country, using the best resources. And yet I, with just one person, have advanced our army's air defense by a generation. Phew. Zhao Hengyan's eyes were earnest, filled with infinite longing. Chief of Staff, I have a request. I hope you can hand Lu Chen over to me. I want him to work at the 2nd Aerospace Academy. A genius like him, with just a little nurturing, will be worth a heavy combined arms brigade in the future. A heavy combined arms brigade. The officers felt their scalps tingle. That's at least 20 billion. The existence of a brigade could wipe out a country. One person is worth that much? But just then, Huang Han waved his hand, saying something that petrified the entire room. Chief Engineer Zhao, you're thinking too highly of my heavy combined arms brigade. This kid, Lu Chen, even without proper nurturing, is worth at least an army group. One man, one army. This time, everyone present, including Zhao Hongyan, was stunned. The people from the information force felt confused. Chief of Staff, who is Lu Chen? Did he save the world? Huang Han slammed the documents on the table, his heart surging with emotion. This time, the F-35 was shot down. The one who shot down the F-35 was Hongqi 9 Vehicle Unit Number 013, and Lu Chen is the one who gave the Hongqi 9 its anti-stealth capability. Chief Engineer Zhao, a talent like this, I'm afraid it's not up to you and me to decide whether he stays or goes. As soon as Huang Han finished speaking, Zhao Hongyan realized, that's right, single-handedly advancing anti-missile equipment by 5 to 10 years. How could such a person stay? In a small temple like the 2nd Aerospace Academy, even someone as powerful as Huang Han, a war zone commander, wouldn't dare to make a decision lightly. So after the meeting, Huang Han went straight to his office. He dismissed everyone. Immediately after, he took out a red satellite phone from his drawer. The phone had only 2 buttons, one to hang up, one to call, and that call button only connected to a single line. The call connected. A deep voice came through, carrying a hint of displeasure. How could you not even stop one broken plane? What kind of chief of staff are you? Huang Han immediately stood at attention. Yes, sir. Chief. I will write a self-criticism. Of course you have to write a self-criticism, but not now. What's this about a Hongqi 9 shooting down a plane? Clearly. The chief on the other end had received the combat report, but he didn't believe it at all. A piece of equipment with no anti-stealth capability, shooting down an F-35. This is simply absurd. He even suspected Huang Han was trying to claim credit. Don't you pull any of that deceptive trickery? Reporting, sir. The combat report is entirely true. That Hongqi 9 has been modified. The experts from the 2nd Aerospace Academy have already verified it. The other end of the line clearly paused. What do you mean? Huang Han took a deep breath and spoke clearly. It means our army already possesses medium to long-range anti-stealth missiles. The other end suddenly went silent. After exactly 3 seconds, the chief's voice came through again, but he wasn't speaking to Huang Han. Prepare the plane immediately. I want to go to the Keelan war zone. At the same time, Shengli Home Appliance Repair Shop. I leisurely looked at the 2 soldiers who had followed me all the way from the war zone. You two, I am home now. Are you still going to follow me? Mr. Liu, the chief ordered us not to leave your side to ensure your safety. All right then. I shrugged helplessly, but inside I was complaining wildly. What danger could there be around me? The biggest danger is the 2 of you following me, making it inconvenient for me to go to the bathroom. You call it protection, but really, how is it different from house arrest? On the way, I kept thinking, this vehicle repair was really reckless. It would have been fine just to fix it. I shouldn't have taken it out to shoot down a plane. As a result, the plane was shot down. But from the war zone's reaction, it doesn't seem like a good thing. Huang Han and Zhang Minggrui still haven't shown themselves. They only sent these 2 soldiers to pass on a message, telling me to just stay home obediently. I was absent-mindedly walking in the door. 2 seconds later, I realized. I suddenly glared at the lock. Huh? Damn, why is my door open? I go on one business trip and my house gets robbed? But the next second, a middle-aged man walked out from the backyard. Who are you calling a thief? I took a closer look. It's my dad. Old man. Didn't you go to the city to look after my sister's kid? I couldn't reach you. I was so worried.
Lu Jiangguo saw I was okay and breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out I've been out of touch for the past few days. He was so worried he almost went to find my second uncle, mobilizing all the relatives to look for me. My second uncle even went to report it to the police. I got a little impatient. I'm not an elementary school student. I won't get lost. Who knew my dad would get even angrier? Even an elementary school student wouldn't do this. Couldn't reach you for 3 days. I don't even know what brand of phone you have anymore. The moment I heard my dad's tone, I knew this was bad. I didn't dare talk back. After all, I've always been the most worrying child in the Liu family. This time, suddenly losing contact and causing a fuss to the point of a police report. This time, the elders have something to talk about again. Sure enough, before dinner, my second uncle's whole family came chattering back to the small courtyard. They grabbed me and gave me a torrent of lectures, and you can only helplessly nod in agreement. Taking advantage of the crowd, my father, Lu Jiangguo, once again used it as an excuse to talk. Look at which family's kid graduates from college and runs back to the countryside, I muttered under my breath. I went to a vocational college. It's the same. Everyone else goes to the city. But you hide out here and open a repair shop. All that schooling was for nothing. I honestly shook my head. I think fixing things is pretty good. Nonsense. I've been fixing things my whole life. Don't I know if it's good or not? As he spoke, Lu Jiangguo's blood pressure soared. So he turned to my second uncle. Second uncle, find Lu Chen a proper job. My dad had mentioned this more than once. Every time my second uncle would make excuses, but today he couldn't avoid it anymore. I'm just a small section chief. How can I just arrange a position for someone? Lu Jiangguo glared. Didn't you arrange for Xiao Jun to get in? That's different. Xiao Jun has a bachelor's degree after all. That's why he could become a teacher. Just then, my cousin Lu Xianjun stood up. How about Lu Chen takes an exam to get a certificate? Our school's logistics department is still short-staffed, although it's a contract position. But it's almost a stable job now. My dad's eyebrows finally relaxed a little. Working as an electrician at a university, it sounds respectable when you tell people. It's better than opening a repair shop in town. We still have to rely on Xiao Jun. You can't count on anyone else. Lu Jiangguo made the decision himself. Lu Chen, hurry up and go get your license. Let your cousin get you a job as an electrician. Your aunt chimed in too. The university is great. High salary, little work, easy life. Like your cousin, he makes over 100,000 a year. How much can you make repairing things? Lu Xianjun added. Once you're at the university, you can even take courses to get a degree. I can find a way to help you. Instantly, I was dumbfounded. They talked as if I was really about to go work as an electrician at the university. This whole family talks like a machine gun. They spoke so relentlessly, I couldn't even breathe. This time, I finally understood why I'd rather stay in town. To redirect the firepower. I changed the subject to my cousin, Lu Xianjun. Cousin, haven't you thought about studying for a PhD or something? I shouldn't have said anything. As soon as I said it, Lu Xianjun's face filled with smugness. My master's degree is already very good. Online, I am considered a genuine high-level talent. I played along absent-mindedly. My cousin studied aerodynamics, graduated from a prestigious university, all sorts of buffs. But in reality, the top graduates go to the Academy of Sciences. The second tier go to aerospace corporations. Third tier, like him, can only teach at a university. But in the eyes of the clueless elders, my cousin is the best in the world. My second aunt's face was full of pride. Your cousin just needs a wife now. Luckily, your aunt has already started arranging blind dates for him. As soon as I heard that, my gossip-loving soul ignited. Really? Any progress? Just then, my second uncle suddenly interjected. He met a girl a few days ago. It's just that her job is a bit tough. The moment I heard that, I knew. The elders were starting to find fault. What's wrong? Is it not good? Her family are construction contractors. Not very good. I slowly typed out a row of question marks. Being a contractor isn't good enough? Then what is? My God. Give me a wife whose family are construction contractors. I'd be ready to retire on the spot and shout that I don't want to work hard anymore. To prevent the flames of war from spreading to me, I suddenly stood up and took out 2 empty bowls. My dad, Lu Jiangguo, looked confused. What are you doing? 1 bowl isn't enough. I'm getting some rice for the soldiers outside. They've had a tough time. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole family looked at me as if I were an idiot. So the 2 soldiers outside are related to our family. If I hadn't said anything, everyone would have thought they were just passers-by. Why? I said casually. Didn't you go on a business trip to repair a vehicle? Before I could finish, my cousin Lu Xianjun interrupted. Damn! A military vehicle! Hey! They are! Before I could explain, my cousin interrupted again. Don't tell me you broke it. In an instant, the family lost their appetite for dinner. Repairing a military vehicle is one thing. The important part is that after I repaired it, 2 1.8-meter-tall buzz-cut guys are standing guard at the door. You could figure out with your toes that I've caused big trouble. My dad, Lu Jiangguo, just felt his scalp go numb. Did you break their vehicle? They're guarding the door, afraid you'll run away. I looked up and thought, that's a possibility. To be honest, I don't really understand it myself. The chief let me go home, but he sent 2 big guys to follow me. As for the vehicle, they didn't mention it at all. Who knows what they're thinking? But my dad didn't know.
He was furious. You don't make any money all day, just cause trouble. How much will we have to pay? After all, the old man has been fixing cars his whole life. Military vehicles may not look like much, but their price tags are terrifyingly expensive. Even a crappy truck costs $1 million. Most importantly, you caused trouble, and you have the nerve to leave them outside. Are you stupid? Hurry up and invite them in. Ask them how much we have to pay. I just sighed. I thought to myself that they wouldn't understand even if I told them. But the old man used his authority to pressure me. There was no other choice. The whole family could only respectfully carry 2 bowls of rice out the door. However, the moment they stepped outside, they found that the number of soldiers at the door had suddenly increased. In the distance, there was even a military green off-road vehicle. Oh my God, something big has happened. My cousin Lu Xianjun glanced at the leader's shoulder and his face immediately darkened. My second aunt still didn't understand what was going on. What's wrong? The chief is here. That gray-haired person. 2 stars. The rank of general. At this point, the hearts of the Lu family turned cold. A general. That's a real high-ranking officer. And now, a gray-haired old man was standing right at their doorstep. It's over. My dad, Lu Jiango, went weak at the knees. Just how much trouble has this brat Lu Chen caused? My cousin's voice was also trembling. It's hard to say. A general has already shown up. I guess $1 million won't solve it. My dad's heart clenched. He almost had a heart attack. Over $1 million. It would take generations to pay that off. At the same time, I walked towards the old man, a bit of doubt on my face. Before I could speak, a smile appeared on the old man's face. Saw you were eating, so I didn't come in to bother you. You must be young Mr. Lu, right? I carefully tried to remember. I was sure I didn't know this old man. Mr. Lu is my father. My name is Lu Chen. Ha ha ha. The old man laughed heartily with a powerful presence. Your matter? I've already heard about it from Huang Han. Update. Mechanical God Doctor continues from the last episode. I frowned. Huang Han is that fierce old man from the military region. You have to know, everyone in the military region addresses Huang Han by his title. No one has ever dared to call him by his full name. This shows that the old man in front of me has a higher status than Huang Han. Thinking of this, I pouted helplessly. If you already know everything, then just tell me straight how you're going to deal with me. How many years in prison? Unexpectedly, the old man burst out laughing after hearing this. You won't get a few years in prison here with us. Right after, he changed the subject. But you shot down an airplane. It's hard to explain things to the US military. If this kid falls into their hands, he could be locked up for life. My father's desperate scream reached my ears. Life imprisonment. My son got a life sentence, just for breaking a car. I hadn't even reacted yet. An old man had already put me into an off-road vehicle. But my dad thought I was being taken away to be executed, his face ashen, feeling like he had wasted the last 50 years of his life. Next, in the off-road vehicle, the kind old man introduced himself. My name is Lin Xiao. You can call me uncle. I frowned. I felt that this wasn't simple. I immediately waved my hand. It doesn't matter who's uncle, but your name sounds familiar, like I've heard it somewhere. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao replied softly, That's normal. You probably heard it on the news. My mind went blank. The news, the military channel, that name with an extremely high rank. I guessed his status was high, but I didn't expect it to be sky high like this. This time, I had completely lost all confidence. A big shot from the top of the pyramid came to see me personally. Is this a blessing or a curse? I couldn't help but speak up. How exactly do you plan to deal with me? In response, Lin Xiao looked out the window and said nonchalantly, My idea is to have you go to Hacheng. Hacheng. My heart suddenly turned cold. Isn't this like being exiled to Ningguda Pagoda? Didn't I just make a small mistake? Is it so bad that I have to be exiled to the northeast to serve my sentence? Unexpectedly, after hearing my thoughts, Lin Xiao let out a laugh. This kid is truly a character. His gaze immediately sharpened. We have carefully considered your abilities. The improved Hongqi 9 for our country has strategic significance for our air defense. A talent like you, we must focus on cultivating. The electronic engineering major at Harbin Institute of Technology is top tier in the country. I want to recommend you to go there. What? Not to serve a sentence? But to go to a top university in the country for advanced studies. This reversal caught me completely off guard. Lin Xiao looked at me, his eyes full of admiration as if looking at a national treasure. He asked solemnly, How about it? Harbin Institute of Technology. Do you want to go? But I slowly shook my head. Not really. As soon as I finished speaking, the smile on Lin Xiao's face immediately froze. I refused decisively. The eyes of the driver and the secretary in the front seat almost popped out. That's Harbin Institute of Technology, the best university in the country. The chief personally arranged it, and I didn't want it. Lin Xiao found me more and more interesting. He asked directly, Why? I answered frankly. It's too far from home. Besides, I'm past the age for schooling. My learning efficiency won't keep up. This was, of course, an excuse. In my heart, I was thinking about the 1 million follower mission. As long as I complete the mission, the contribution from the reward I'd get would certainly be no less than going to school. Who would have thought? After hearing my refusal, Lin Xiao burst out laughing. Huang Han didn't lie to me. This kid is truly a strange one. I was full of question marks. Right after, Lin Xiao said something shocking. Who said you were going to Harbin Institute of Technology to study? This time I was even more stunned. Then what am I going there for? To be a gatekeeper? No. Lin Xiao's expression suddenly turned serious. I want you to go to Harbin Institute of Technology to be a teacher. What? Be a teacher? I suspected I had misheard. But Lin Xiao's next words made my heart stop. To be a visiting professor in the electronic engineering department, teaching about radar and anti-stealth, joining the Changjiang Scholars Program, receiving a high-level talent subsidy. I hope you can systematize the theory of quantum radar and train a new generation of professional talents for us. I absolutely did not expect this outcome. Becoming a professor at Harbin Institute of Technology. What kind of international joke is this? I immediately refused. I can teach the theory, but as for lecturing, forget it. I can't teach. My attitude was very firm, stating that I know my own capabilities well. But Lin Xiao didn't force me. He just said casually, all right, we'll still keep the visiting professor title for you. The benefits, too. I heard that getting paid for nothing wasn't very good. As a result, Lin Xiao directly stated the number. Over 50,000 a month in total for miscellaneous things. Thank you, Chief. My expression changed instantly. I agreed faster than anyone, mainly because the generous offer was hard to refuse. Update. Mechanical God Doctor continues from the last episode. Lin Xiao was amused by me. It's not for nothing. We'll need you in the future. You have to help. I pounded my chest. Absolutely. Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao nodded immediately. All right then, I have a small matter right now that needs your help. I was directly stunned, so it wasn't just a polite remark. There's a real task. This old fox schemes are one after another. It's impossible to guard against. Just then, the car passed through 3 security checkpoints and stopped next to a huge warehouse. In front of the hangar, a crowd of people stood. Wearing military coats, everyone had a serious expression. Huang Han and Zhang Mingrui were also among them. But after Lin Xiao got out of the car, he directly ignored everyone who greeted him and pulled me by the hand straight to the warehouse. I heard them say, "You're very good at fixing things, right?" My heart skipped a beat. I became extremely cautious. Lin Xiao smiled again. "Don't be nervous. It's just a small toy." With that said, he waved for an officer to open the warehouse door. The next second, a blast of cold air hit my face. A smell of metal and electromechanics rushed into my nose. In the center of the warehouse, under a huge military camouflage tarp, seemed to be a small hill covered. Lin Xiao strode forward, picked up a piece of metal from a table and handed it to me. "It's this little thing." I took the piece of metal and examined it carefully. This thing had an extremely light texture, but its hardness was very high. The surface had a special coating, which seemed to have been damaged after strong friction. Immediately after, lines of text suddenly appeared in my mind. Ti6L 4V alloy, mainly used for the fuselage of fighter jets. The surface is coated with ferric oxide, damage level 99%. This material is mainly used for the F-35 Lightning fighter jet. F-35. I almost rolled my eyes to the heavens. This damn old man is so sly. He opens his mouth and says a small matter. He opens his mouth and says a small toy. You call an F-35 a small toy? My temper immediately flared. You guys are going too far. Handing me a piece of iron, you want me to give you back an F-35? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao looked stunned after hearing this, but then secretly gave me a thumbs up. Now he understood what miraculous meant. Just from a single fragment, I was able to identify it as F-35 material. He directly admitted, "This kid is truly a genius. This is indeed the wreckage of an F-35. But I shook my head like a rattle drum. Can't be fixed at all. Are you kidding me? Using a fragment to fix an F-35? Then next time, will you give me a screw and ask me to fix an aircraft carrier? Besides, the unit price of an F-35 is over 100 million. It has long surpassed my repair limit." Lin Xiao asked curiously. "Aren't you able to fix anything and everything?" I was immediately a little helpless. "My dear chief, I'm a businessman. A little false advertising, that's perfectly reasonable." Lin Xiao laughed out loud. "This kid is quite humorous. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm not asking you to fix the F-35. Turns out that what was hidden under the camouflage tarp was the entire wreck of the F-35. It was shot in half by the Hongqi 9 and exploded mid-air. It was completely destroyed. Let alone you, even the original factory couldn't save it." Immediately after, Lin Xiao finally revealed his true purpose. Not even a god could save it. "I just want you to participate in the reverse engineering task force for this fighter jet." I was stunned. This wrecked thing still needs to be reverse engineered? Don't we already have a 5th-generation aircraft? We're not as poor as we used to be. The difficulty of reverse engineering this thing is simpler than building a new aircraft from scratch. But Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. What he needed was exactly this professionalism of mine. That's right, but there are some technologies we must analyze. For example, the fragment in your hand. It involves many fields like materials science, optics, and electromagnetics. If we can thoroughly analyze it, it will be a huge upgrade to our combat capabilities. This damaged F-35 is the only one in recent years of the enemy's main equipment that we've managed to acquire. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lin Xiao's gaze became incredibly sharp. Xiao Lu, you understand radar, and you understand stealth even better. Therefore, I want you to join the stealth section of the Reverse Engineering Task Force. Along with other experts, analyze the stealth performance of this aircraft as soon as possible and produce a report. We need to rely on your report to make targeted improvements to the weaknesses in our air defense. Hearing these words, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. You should have said so earlier. As long as I can restore the formula for the stealth coding of this fragment, that contribution would already be huge. So their purpose is to create a perfect hypothetical enemy, using my technology to create training targets for the Air Force. That way, if we encounter invading enemy aircraft in the future, we can fight a prepared battle against an exhausted enemy. Update. Mechanical God Doctor continues from the last episode. I immediately understood Lin Xiao was thinking, but I didn't agree so easily because I have a fatal weakness. I'm good at fixing things, but I really can't write reports. I could only refuse tactfully. Chief, have you seen my file? I'm allergic to writing. My academic performance is very poor. Even if you squeeze me dry, you won't get a single word out of me. But Lin Xiao smiled and waved towards the back. Immediately, a woman in a military uniform, an imposing Air Force uniform, ran up. Greetings, Chief. Qinshi, Section 1 Air Force Equipment Demonstration Bureau reporting. Lin Xiao waved his hand gently, directly introducing Qinshi to me. A graduate of the National University of Defense Technology, majoring in materials science, an expert in the field of electromagnetic stealth. She has even participated in the research and development of a sixth-generation aircraft. This time she will serve as the deputy team leader. You will be her colleague. I was instantly stunned. Her resume is impeccable. At such a young age, she's already developing fighter jets. Then I look at myself. At the same age, the biggest project I've participated in is Taobao's 11/11 shopping festival. I blurted out, me, working with her. What do I count for? Unexpectedly, Lin Xiao replied without thinking, you're the big boss. I was completely stunned. No, that was a rhetorical question. The next second, Lin Xiao's words struck me like lightning. Xiao Chen, get acquainted. This is Professor Lu from Harbin Institute of Technology. He will serve as the team leader for the stealth module. You two must cooperate closely and produce the report as soon as possible. Professor Lu from Harbin Institute of Technology. Who's that? Stealth team leader. It can't be me. I was still frozen in place. Qinshi had already generously extended her hand. At the same time, my family was in an uproar. My cousin, Lu Xianjun, was shamelessly calling in favors. Hello, Lao Xia? My younger cousin was taken away by the military this afternoon. Can you help me ask around? That's right. We guess it might be because he was fixing a vehicle for the military and something big went wrong. The old classmate on the other end of the line was still speculating. Is just fixing a car? It probably isn't a big deal. The worst case scenario is damaging military property. Just pay compensation. Hearing this, the Lu family immediately breathed a sigh of relief, but the next second, their hearts jumped into their throats. About how much? A few 100,000 if it's cheap, $1 million if it's expensive. Thump. The Lu family's hearts sank completely. $1 million. Selling the entire family fortune wouldn't be enough. The old friend realized he must have guessed right. He quickly said, don't panic. Which unit took your cousin away? Let me ask around for you. But my dad and Lu Xianjun couldn't answer at all. They were too scared at the time. Who would dare to ask for their unit? I only know they wore green uniforms. There was an old man. Just then, my eldest uncle suddenly interjected. I have a name. His name is Lin Xiao. Who? Lin Xiao. Lin, as in the character for forest. Xiao, as in heroic. As soon as he finished speaking, the other end of the line went silent. My dad hurriedly asked, hello? Lao Xie, are you there? As a result, the old friend's voice was filled with panic. Jiangguo, I have something to do. Just pretend you never made this call. Hanging up now. The call was abruptly ended. Lu Jiangguo was completely stunned. What's going on? He just said he would help, but he hung up as soon as he heard the name. He suddenly looked towards my eldest uncle. Eldest uncle, how do you know his name? My eldest uncle pointed to the muted TV, the news. On the screen, a group of military officials were in a meeting, and the old man sitting in the center, they would recognize him even if he were turned to ash. It was Lin Xiao, the man who took me away. Boom. My dad was instantly struck by lightning. This is the national news. Someone who can sit in the center position can't possibly have a simple identity. No wonder his old friend was so scared he hung up immediately. Thinking of this, my dad's heart turned to ash. Brother, while your wife is still young, have another child. It's over. This account of mine is basically ruined. However, just as the whole family was despairing, with a clatter, the roller door was suddenly pulled up. I slipped in from outside. Closing up so early? Lu Chen is back in an instant. The whole family rushed over, hugging and putting arms around my shoulder. I was completely bewildered. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to come home? My cousin Lu Xianjun immediately questioned me. Why on earth did Lin Xiao take you away? I was even more curious. How do you all know his name? It was on the news. I had a sudden realization. I thought to myself that the old man was indeed no ordinary person. Unexpectedly, my cousin punched me in the chest. Speak properly. What did they want you to do? I could only say briefly. It's still about the car repair from last time. They gave me a new task. As soon as I said this, my cousin's brain short-circuited. A new task? Could it be that you owe too much money and they're making you work it off? But why would a figure from the national news arrange it directly? Just as the family was bewildered, a voice suddenly called from outside. Professor Lu, you've returned home safely. Well, take our leave. The two big soldiers bid me farewell. I waved. Thanks. Be careful on your way. Instantly, my dad was stunned. My second uncle was stunned. My cousin was also stunned. The three of them looked at each other, their faces full of question marks. Besides me, there's no one else in this house. Who were they calling Professor Lu? Update. Mechanical Huatuo continues from the last episode. My cousin Lu Xianjun's CPU was about to fry. He looked at me with disbelief. The professor they mentioned couldn't be you, right? I just replied casually. They were just being polite, but Lu Xianjun didn't believe it at all. If they were being polite, they'd call you brother. Why would they call you professor? So I had to explain it briefly. They saw that I'm good at fixing things, so they found me a job at a university. As a result, this sentence directly caused everyone in the Lu family to freeze. What's going on? You not only have a job, but you're also a professor? Lu Xianjun trailed after me, questioning insistently. How can I possibly believe this? Which university? I could only give a vague answer. I forgot which one, but he didn't believe a single word. You even forgot the name? It's not some vocational college for auto repair, is it? Just then, I stopped walking. I casually uttered a few words. I think it was Harbin Institute of Technology. Harbin Institute of Technology. I nodded with utmost certainty. Yes. That's the school that asked me to go teach. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze. My cousin Lu Xianjun, a talent from the Forestry University, was completely dumbfounded. The pearl of national defense, the sword forge of the Republic. Back then, he couldn't even pass the political review for his postgraduate exam. On what grounds? Can someone like me, who couldn't even pass the exam for a bridging degree? After the shock wore off, endless emptiness and jealousy flooded Lu Xianjun's mind. What was my decade of hard study for? Seeing the shit-eating expression on my cousin's face, I couldn't help but pout. I didn't want to pour this cold water on you. It's you who insisted on asking, so I added another blow. Although they asked me to go, I said it was too far and refused. It'll probably just be a visiting professor in the future. After saying that, I turned around directly. Dad, second uncle, I'm going to bed first. I am tired. Watching my retreating back, Lu Xianjun was left with endless silence. Second uncle and dad still didn't understand. They hurriedly asked Xianjun, the professor he mentioned, is it the kind you're thinking of? Lu Xianjun didn't want to admit it, but could only nod. Lu Jiangguo was immediately thrilled. So, that Har-something University and the Forestry University, which one is better? Hearing this, second uncle was unhappy. After all, his son teaches at the Forestry University. Brother, what are you thinking? The Forestry University is a proper second-tier university. This Harbin Tech University sounds dodgy just from the name. Unexpectedly, Lu Xianjun pulled his father's hand. Dad, you don't understand anything. You just know how to shout. Lu Jiangguo was bewildered. So which school is better in the end? Lu Xianjun held back for a long time, then uttered a few words. Let's say it's a 30-70 split. Forestry University is 70. That's good too. No. Harbin Tech would give 3 punches and Forestry University would be holding its 49th day funeral. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Xianjun couldn't stay any longer. He turned and walked out. Where are you going? I'm going to check our ancestral grave. Someone must have set the weeds on fire. At the same time, I had returned to my bedroom and was sitting at my desk, holding that mysterious fragment in my left hand, looking thoughtful. I fixed quite a few things, but I've never fixed something so useless. To be blunt, it's just a piece of metal. Update. Mechanical Huatuo continues from the last episode. This fragment doesn't belong to mechanical engineering at all. It's all about materials science. I don't know anything about this stuff, so I casually tossed the fragment aside. Materials science, not even a dog would study that. I then closed my eyes and directly entered the system. A mission suddenly appeared before my eyes. Mission, gain 1 million fans. But looking at the remaining time, there were only 23 days left. Looking back, the number of fans was only 194,000. So I looked at the progress, not even 1/5 of the way there, and took a sharp breath. I was too busy helping the war zone and neglected my main task. Gaining 800,000 fans in 23 days, this is simply absurd. I knew very well that relying on the old way of fixing home appliances wouldn't work. To gain fans quickly, I had to expand my field. I had to use some unique tricks, so I decided to make car repair my main business. No sooner said than done. I entered the system store again. To fix cars, you first need the right tools.
I quickly found the blueprint packages. German cars, American cars, domestic cars. The package price is only $1,299. I bought it without hesitation. Then I moved to the equipment section. Just as I was looking, a device priced at $899 suddenly caught my eye. An analyzer. I froze on the spot. What the hell is this thing that costs $800,000? Is it made of gold? You have to know, these are repair points. 800,000 repair points is enough to buy a missile. With the mindset of just looking and not buying, I clicked on the product details page. This is an essential analysis device for every household. It can reverse analyze the properties of items without limitation. It is widely used in many fields such as mechanical engineering, material science, electronic engineering, etc. The further I scrolled down, the more captivated I became. This description is truly too tempting. It's practically the yin-yang eyes for technicians. With just one look, you can see through an object's past and present. After an internal struggle for a full minute, I gritted my teeth and spent a huge sum to buy it. After buying it, I opened my eyes again. The next second, I suddenly looked at the metal fragment on the table. Instantly, a stream of data flooded my mind. This alloy fragment is composed of an alloy, metal, and a surface coating. Analysis can yield the manufacturing method for grade 164 titanium alloy and the manufacturing method for grade 1 nanowave absorbing coating. My jaw dropped. I almost couldn't stop myself from shouting. With just a single glance, I had actually completely mastered the manufacturing process of this piece of metal. The notification sound in my head rang out right after. The host can enter the crafting section and craft it themselves. I was immediately overjoyed. This means that I have now mastered the complete manufacturing process of 64 titanium, an aerospace-grade metal that can only be used in the aerospace field. With this heaven-defying process, the price can be completely lowered. In the future, if a customer's repair is missing materials, they'll just use 64 titanium. This is so freaking awesome. Updated, mechanical huatuo continued from the previous episode. As for the remaining nanowave absorbing material, although it's not as useful as 64 titanium, it's better than nothing. I decided to make 1 or 2 batches first. What's even better is that the manufacturing process can also be used to write a thesis on the side, which happens to solve the task from my superiors. Thinking of this, I got to work immediately. For the next 3 days, aside from eating and sleeping, I was immersed in the mental space. I smelted 3 batches of 64 titanium in total. Each time was more successful than the last. Every batch met aerospace-grade standards. Even the more difficult nanowave-absorbing material, I managed to refine 5 square meters of it. At the same time, for the past few days, Kinshi had been constantly messaging me, urging me, asking when the reverse engineering work would begin. I used to make excuses before, but now there's no need, because I already know how to do it. I picked up my phone and sent a message. Deputy Chin, the day after tomorrow is an auspicious day. We can start then. 2 p.m. I went live right on time. When the live stream notification popped up on the fans' phones, the old fans were caught off guard. The chat immediately exploded. Holy crap! The missing person has returned. The streamer is out of jail. Looking at these fragrant comments, I smiled knowingly. This is the right vibe. But today, I had prepared new live stream content. I cleared my throat, my tone heavy. Brothers, I regret to inform you all that due to my personal reasons, the opportunity to repair home appliances may become less frequent in the future. As soon as these words were out, the fans were stunned. Quitting streaming? No, my source of joy is gone. Gifts in the live stream room instantly flooded the screen. I waved my hand again. Brothers, stop gifting. Spend your money wisely. Even more gifts won't change my resolve. I took a deep breath and solemnly announced, starting from today, I declare that the Shengli Home Appliance Repair Shop is officially upgrading to the Shengli Repair Workshop. The chat immediately spammed question marks like crazy. My face was full of confidence as I announced grandly, starting today, I won't just be repairing home appliances, but also accepting car repairs and other mechanical services. Specializing in repairing tanks, nuclear submarines, refurbishing and polishing reactors, and nuclear warheads. Waxing and purchasing electric vehicles, tractors, and aircraft carriers at high prices. Discounts for large quantities. Please help spread the word. Holy crap. The fans screamed. They were tricked. The top donor is crying his eyes out in the bathroom, screaming to call the police. However, they also knew that jokes are jokes, teasing is teasing. With Brother Loose Skills, it's definitely the real deal. The fans didn't care that I was joking. On the contrary, they thought I should have done this long ago. The chat was immediately filled with support. In an instant, the brothers in the chat started giving suggestions together. How to find people, how to expand influence. They gave me clear instructions. They even thought about me ringing the bell for an IPO in 5 years. They even thought about me going public. However, I don't have such big ambitions. I just want to advertise so that people know I don't just repair home appliances. Because I was too famous before, many fans wanted to meet me in real life, but they suffered because they didn't have a worn-out electric kettle. They could only give up.
Now the services are expanded. Cars, computers, phones. There's always something that suits the fans. Updated. Mechanical Huatuo continued from the previous episode. So I announced to the camera, brothers, if you have any car repair needs in the future, just come to me. As long as you have a badge in the live stream room, there will be no discounts for any of you. The fans were immediately speechless. So ruthless. Not even a single cent off, right? But everyone understood clearly. I was just joking around. After all, I am the one who single-handedly crashed the electric kettle market. My skills are top-notch, and I don't scam people. Then I offered another perk. Fans who have any mechanical problems can also consult with me online. As long as it's something I know, I will try my best to solve it. If you have a problem, just type it in the chat. As soon as I said this, the fans in the chat didn't hold back. A fan named Bazy, sleeping at the pier, immediately asked a question. I want to buy a used car, budget is 20. I'd like some advice. As soon as I saw business coming in, I immediately sat up straight. 20 yuan or 200,000? Be specific. The fan immediately replied, 200,000, of course. I immediately felt a bit jealous. You have 200,000. Is that 200,000 of yours clean money? I told him to take it back. I have a friend who got hurt. Bazy, sleeping at the pier, typed a series of question marks. Only then did I get back to the main topic. With a budget of 200,000, you can buy a new car. Who knew he would say there was no way? I can only find a used car from 96 now. I frowned. I felt that this wasn't simple. How many owners has it had? I heard him the fourth owner, but I suspect this car was used for ride-sharing before. I immediately suggested, I recommend you still take it for a test drive. But he said, forget a test drive. I'm not even allowed to touch the door handle. The fans got more confused as they listened. Is this car even legitimate? I understood immediately. Let me be blunt. This type has usually been refurbished. It looks very alluring, but in reality the engine and other parts are no good. It'll burn oil. The previous owner might even still have the spare key. Finally, I gave my advice. Listen to me. With a budget of 200,000, you can get a fine new model born in 2000. As soon as I said this, the brains of the audience in the live stream room were about to fry. Only then did they realize. What I was talking about wasn't fixing cars at all, but driving cars. The chat immediately spammed 666. Damn, my life coach, Brother Lou. You actually understood everything. So dirty. I glanced at the chat and just said casually, mind your own business, less. Amidst the cheerful laughter, a familiar rustic voice came from the door. Is little Lou there? An old man walked into my shop. I looked up. The person who came had tanned skin, a Sun Yat-sen suit that was washed until it faded. You could tell he was a neighbor from town, very simple and honest. I recognized this old man too. I immediately went to greet him. Uncle, what brings you here? Going to the market? I'm not buying chicken. The old man waved his hand, his reply off topic. I had to help him sit down on a chair. This Uncle Yang, though I call him a relative, is actually very distant. Calling him uncle is just out of respect. But he's old and a bit hard of hearing. Sometimes he hears, sometimes he doesn't. So when I communicate with him, it's always a bit difficult. Just when I didn't know what he was planning to do, Uncle Yang spoke up on his own. Little Lou, my Land Rover isn't running smoothly. Can you take a look at it for me? Updated, mechanical godly doctor, continued from the previous episode. As soon as the sentence was uttered, the live stream room immediately went dead silent. I thought it was a poor relative of mine who had come. I never expected the old man to drop such a bombshell the moment he opened his mouth. It was a direct slap to the faces of over 3,000 people in the live stream room. The comments exploded instantly. The old man drives a Land Rover too. I'm so jealous. Grandpa, I don't want to work hard anymore. I looked at the screaming comments, the viewers who were demanding to be adopted. I thought to myself that the morals of this world are really messed up. I told Uncle Yang to sit tight. Then I took the selfie stick and walked out of the shop. The so-called Land Rover was parked right in front of my door. The body was pure white, but its size was almost half that of a Range Rover. Seeing this, the viewers couldn't hold back their laughter anymore. Holy crap. A Lu Hu Xian Sheng. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wouldn't have been jealous then. Honestly, these old folks' cars are really well made nowadays. I already knew in my heart. You couldn't find a single real Range Rover in this whole town. But Xian Shengs were all over the place. Not only that, there were also Bentley Tian Luan, Bao Nan, Aston Ding Ding. As long as it was a luxury car on the market, you could definitely find a cheap replacement at the big market. There's no other reason. The elderly in the countryside need to get around, and they can't afford expensive cars. So the market for this kind of old man's fun car is huge. I just glanced at it, and the faults of this car appeared in my head. There were dozens of items in total. It wasn't surprising. For a few thousand yuan, you want a wheelbase of nearly 2 meters?
Isn't that just cutting corners on materials? The battery is cut down, the chassis is cut down, the structural parts are cut down. The car produced is just a shell that can run. So I shook my head and went back into the shop. Uncle, the car has a lot of problems. It's not easy to fix. It needs at least a major overhaul. How much will it cost? Uncle Yang immediately looked a bit troubled. I patted his shoulder again. Let's not talk about money, Uncle. Just leave the car with me. Come get it in 3 days. Take the bus home today.
The old man didn't spend much money on this car. If I really fixed it, it would be more expensive than buying a new one. Besides, his family's situation isn't good. It wouldn't be reasonable for me to charge any amount of money. More importantly, I have another purpose for fixing this car. When it came in for repair, it was a Land Rover Range Rover. What car will it be after the repair? That's no longer up to it to decide. I'm counting on this car to create a huge wave of traffic for the live stream. Then thank you, little Lou. You're such a good person. Watching Uncle Yang leave, I turned my gaze back to that Land Rover Range Rover. I fell into deep thought, but the viewers in the live stream room were moved to tears, as expected of my favorite streamer. Such a good person. Even a shady merchant like me has to cry. From now on, he'll only sell expired lunchboxes to students. Streamer, can you post the link? I want to buy it. I have to say, the manufacturing technology for old men's cars is very advanced now. The internal configuration is even on par with cheap new energy vehicles. And most of my loyal fans are students. They were drooling when they saw this car. I can't afford a Xiaomi SU7, but I can't afford this Wu SU7 of yours? Looking at the calls to post the link in the live stream room, I immediately stopped them. Students, don't even think about it, I scoffed. Do you guys think the key point of an old man's fun car is the fun part? The key point is old man, I told them. If an old man drives it, the traffic police will turn a blind eye. They're afraid that if they stop them, they'll get scammed out of 8,000, but if a young person drives it, they won't have enough license points to deduct. Don't believe me? Seeing the comments that were still stubborn, I stopped talking nonsense. I turned around and got a wrench from the shop. I'm going to live stream disassembling the car on the spot. I'll let you guys see how ridiculous this thing is. Said and done. Joking aside, my hand speed was astonishingly fast, even faster than taking off a girl's clothes. Not long after, a complete car had turned into a pile of parts. I pointed to the pile of parts and started explaining, look, just this thing alone. It's called a four-wheeled vehicle, but it's actually two electric scooters connected in parallel. No air conditioning. In the winter, it relies entirely on a heater. There's even a chimney here. I even joked that you could roast sweet potatoes in the winter. The only safety measure on the car is the words safe travels stuck on the car door. The auto industry has evolved for 100 years, and it's all condensed in this 2.5-meter box. The comments immediately burst into crazy laughter. Safe travels, my ass. Does the streamer want me to laugh to death? To inherit my debts? The old man asked you to fix the car, not dismantle it. But I pointed at that pile of parts with a serious expression. The old man's car is too damaged. It needs a major overhaul. I have to provide a repair guarantee at the trade-in level. The comments were immediately filled with question marks. Asking for a friend? What is a trade-in level repair guarantee? They didn't believe that the Lu Huxian Sheng, even if it were repaired into a flower, would still be an old man's car. But I already had a blueprint in my mind. I wasn't flustered at all. First, the old man often drives in the fields. The car's durability is the top priority. I directly stated the first plan. I plan to replace it with a sturdy set of chassis and bumpers that are highly impact resistant. The entire car will use a titanium alloy structure. I thought to myself, I just happened to have smelted a few batches of 64 titanium, a heaven-sent chassis material. It'll replace everything from the bumper to the chassis. From now on, he won't have to worry about encountering tractor-trailers in the village. As soon as I said this, the comments couldn't hold it in anymore. Does the streamer know how much titanium alloy costs? To replace the whole car? Even selling the streamer wouldn't be enough? That's aircraft material. If the streamer can make titanium alloy, he'll eat it on the spot. This is exactly the effect I wanted. I haven't seen the mukbang friend in a while. I'm writing down your ID. Next, I dropped the second bomb. The old man also has 2 granddaughters. He usually picks up the kids too, so driving comfort must be guaranteed. I cleared my throat. I plan to install 2 large, high-definition screens in the car, connect it to an intelligent voice system, and use laser radar for the entire vehicle. It will be standard equipped with a driver assistance system. The comments were 100% certain I was bluffing. They believed I could install 2 large, high-definition screens. After all, TVs aren't expensive now. But what the hell are an intelligent voice and laser radar? This broken car doesn't even have a radio, and you expect it to be intelligent? Mentally challenged is more like it. The comments were full of ridicule. Streamer, wake up. You can have anything in your dreams. Even if you can install it, does the old man know how to use it? But I didn't care at all. I directly presented the next highlight. Don't interrupt. I'm not done yet. The core of the auto industry is ultimately the engine. This car's top speed is 50 km/h. That's too slow. It takes half an hour from the old man's house to town. We have to speed it up. This time the comments didn't argue anymore. After all, the 2-wheeled electric vehicles on the road now are practically flying. The old man's 50 km/h car is indeed not worth looking at. That's right, the old man's car should have a top speed of 120. Just change the motor. Electric cars accelerate easily. The viewers slowly started offering suggestions, but I looked at these proposals and only had 2 words in my mind. Conservative. The old man has worked hard his whole life. Can't he enjoy it a little? 120 is the limit for an old man's car, not my limit.
So I directly announced the plan. Dual motor all-wheel drive, peak power 495 kW, 673 horsepower, peak torque 871 Nm. 0 to 100 acceleration must be under 3 seconds. The top speed should be at least 300, right? The range has to be 1,000 km. Add 800V fast charging. Otherwise, it's easy to get range anxiety. Instantly, countless question marks flew across the live stream room. The viewers were all dumbfounded. Is the streamer speaking Chinese? I understand every word, but when put together, I don't understand anything. I'm comparing an old man's car to a supercar. How many drinks did you have to be this drunk? Some people even started betting. If you can do it, I'll do a handstand and eat shit, plus 186. I nodded sincerely. Then let's meet on the live stream in 3 days. Everyone, remember to prepare your own ingredients. When it comes to pleasing fans, I'm a professional. However, the comments also reminded me, modifying the engine like this, going on the road will be a big problem. I'm not worried about safety. After all, the words safe travels are on the door. The main problem is the law. Uncle Yang doesn't have a driver's license. Driving this modified supercar would land him in jail for several years. Besides, if this car can reach a speed of 300, the traffic police can't possibly ignore it. I quickly opened the town map. On the national highway alone, there are 77 speed cameras. If I want the old man to drive freely, I have to make these cameras unable to take pictures. Thinking of this, my gaze suddenly shifted to a corner. There lay the coating I had just test-produced. 5 square meters of wideband nano-wave-absorbing coating. The corner of my mouth curled up. Since things have come to this, I can only give the old man a stealth cloak. I clearly felt that fixing cars was a dog's job. Who knew I'd find joy in it now? Working with screws and engine oil every day, without having to expend any emotional value. This job is just too satisfying. However, while I was enjoying myself, a message shattered the tranquility. It was from the beautiful Professor Qin Shi. She asked right away, "Professor Lu, when are we starting work?" Before I could reply, she sent 2 more messages in a row. "If we don't start right away, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to report back. If you find it troublesome, I'll start by myself first. When I get results, I'll put your name on it." This time I was a little unhappy. This girl looks beautiful, but why does she talk so harshly? I am a dignified man. How could I possibly freeload off her achievements? So I immediately replied to her, "My work is almost done. If it's convenient for you, come over to my place." Qin Shi on the other end replied immediately, "Okay, I'll come this afternoon." I didn't expect her to be so impatient. Today, I also had an appointment with Uncle Yang to pick up his car. The timing coincided perfectly. As a result, I waited all morning. No one came. Just then, my sister's Corolla parked in front of the house. "Mom, sis, why are you all here?" My mom carried a large bag of fruit and glanced at me. "Can I come visit my own family?" But things weren't that simple. After that, my second aunt and 2 aunts-in-law also flocked to the shop. As soon as I saw this scene, I felt a sense of unease. I quickly asked my sister, "What are you guys planning to do?" Who knew my sister would act like a mother hen? Aunt Liu said there's a suitable girl who just came back for summer vacation. You're lucky today. She's coming to our house for a blind date soon. A house call, no less. My face immediately darkened. What's more deadly is that they didn't just arrange a blind date. They also brought equipment for me. My sister directly threw out a shopping bag. "Go take a shower quickly. Change into this." I opened it to see. A black suit. It looked just like what a real estate agent would wear. I immediately refused. I have my own clothes. My sister looked at me with disgust. "Your greasy pants? You have a hammer. That's what you have. This is from Heelan Home. A man's wardrobe. Stop talking so much. Go take a shower. Leave a good impression on her." I was too lazy to even move. What a joke. "Do I have to shower just to meet a blind date?" I said bluntly. "Sis, I have a lot to do today. I have to meet several groups of people." But my sister wouldn't listen at all. "Even if the sky falls today, you have to get in line." My mother's eyes lit up. "You have no idea how outstanding that girl is." But I didn't want to cooperate at all. As a result, my mother resorted to family discipline, a broom. She forced me to take a shower and change clothes. When I finished blow-drying my hair and stepped out, there were 2 more people in the shop. A middle-aged woman who was the matchmaker. The other one was wearing a small floral dress, long black hair. She gave off a very marriageable vibe. This time, I understood. She was the model daughter-in-law my mother had always hoped for. The moment I appeared, the noisy room fell silent. The matchmaker was still the most perceptive. "What are you all doing? Let the 2 kids talk to each other. We're going out to sunbathe." Immediately after, a group of people rushed out. Only 2 people were left in the room. That woman slowly raised her head. The moment her eyes met mine, she immediately looked away. She clearly didn't expect that. I was much more handsome than in the photos. 1.8 meters tall, a strong build, well-proportioned features. My conditions in the blind date market were absolutely top tier. "Hello, my name is Shu Miao. Lu Chen." I was drying my hair, my mind completely elsewhere. Who knew she would directly start interrogation mode? "I am a teacher at Rongcheng No. 2 Middle School. I have a master's degree. And you?" I didn't even bother to look up. "Vocational college." As expected, Shu Miao's expression immediately darkened. She was probably thinking, handsome guys are indeed not well educated. But she hadn't given up yet. "What if my job was good?" "So what do you do for a living?" I pointed at the pile of parts filling the room.
Can't you tell? I'm a repairman. Shu Miao's brows furrowed even tighter. But I heard from the matchmaker that you seem to have a tenured position at a school. Oh, that. I was too lazy to explain. It's just an affiliation with a school in the Northeast. I thought to myself that this matchmaker was really well informed. She even knew about this. I was very clear. If I said now that I was a specially invited professor at Harbin Institute of Technology, she would definitely change her attitude immediately. But I didn't do that. I saw that her intentions were very clear. If I gave her a taste of sweetness, what kind of decency would be left? The truth was just as I thought. A vocational college degree. The repairman profession had already crossed Shu Miao's bottom line, but her bottom line was very flexible. She thought that although I was a repairman, I was also a self-employed business owner. My income must not be low. Thinking of this, Shu Miao began to state her conditions. I earn 7,000 a month now. I don't have a car or a house, but I have tenure. So what? She cleared her throat. To be honest, I hope my other half has a slightly higher income. A house and a car are a must. That way, it'll feel secure. After hearing this, I pouted. She doesn't look like much, but she sure thinks big. Just then, a cold voice came from the door, breaking the awkwardness. I turned my head to look. It was Qin Shi again. I looked at Qin Shi defending me in front of me. I couldn't help but thank her. Thanks for helping me show off. It turns out this intellectual girl's EQ is really high. Just now when she entered the door, she saw Shu Miao's ugly behavior when she was making a scene. She immediately went on a full-scale attack, directly throwing out a series of my professor titles. In an instant, she had slapped Shu Miao and that bunch of relatives' faces swollen. Qin Shi, however, was very serious. It's not showing off. I'm just stating the facts. I gave her a thumbs up. If you know how to talk, then talk some more. After that, Qin Shi began to observe my shop. So, this is where you work? I wiped the dust off a chair. I invited her to sit. It's a bit of a joke, a bit simple. Unexpectedly, Qin Shi's next sentence surprised me a little. I'm very curious. You've worked in an environment like this to become self-taught? I nodded. The conversation just ended. Qin Shi suddenly fell silent. I saw a flash of inferiority in her eyes. I didn't know she was having an internal struggle. Her academic qualifications were cultivated by the state with tens of millions in resources. As for me, a self-employed individual, I didn't cost the state a single cent, and I was even generating income for the country. In that moment, the bit of resentment in her eyes gradually dissipated. She finally understood. It wasn't that I wasn't serious. I just had my own life. Qin Shi's patience had clearly run out. So when will you have time? The matter of the microwave nano-coating can't be delayed any longer. I returned to my seat. My gaze immediately became profound. We can start now. Do you have any ideas? As soon as I finished speaking, Qin Shi immediately took out documents from her bag. It was the result of her work after many sleepless nights. I have, from a material science perspective, reverse analyzed the fragments. But right now, there are still a few difficult points I can't figure out. I took the document and glanced through it, but inwardly, I gave a silent thumbs up. I have to say, Qin Shi is an absolute genius. Her analysis was incredibly close to the final key manufacturing points. It's just a shame that being a genius is merely the entry ticket to meeting me, because I had already created the finished product long ago, so I casually tossed the document aside. This kind of thing is meaningless. Kinix's expression immediately darkened. She had painstakingly stayed up for several nights to complete this paper, and I completely negated it with just a few glances. On what grounds? She suppressed her anger and tried to reason with me. If we don't clarify these crucial steps, we'll never be able to get a complete manufacturing process. But I was completely dismissive. Inferring these few steps further is just a waste of effort. As soon as I said that, the way Qin Shi looked at me completely changed. She seemed to have understood something. Thinking I was scared off by the difficulty, giving up before even trying. The next second, she started giving me a pep talk. I know the work is very difficult, but if we succeed, then in the future, the F-35 will be like it's flying naked in our eyes. So you have to cheer up. Even if thousands stand in our way, we must still press forward. My head was buzzing. That's not it. I was just being a little dismissive. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? I thought to myself. Could it be? Is there a possibility that the reason I'm telling you to give up is because I've already solved it long ago? Those trivial problems? I never paid them any mind in the first place. But before I could even explain, suddenly Mr. Yang's friendly call came from outside the door. Little Lu. So I had to interrupt my conversation with Qin Shi. Sorry, my customer is here. Let's talk about this later. Qin Shi frowned. She couldn't understand it at all. Everything has its priorities. But I was firm, with a righteous expression. The worries of the people are the most urgent. Qin Shi was directly schooled by me. She was petrified on the spot. Someone like her, wearing a military uniform in terms of principles, actually felt like she was the naive one. While we were talking, I had already quickly set up the live stream equipment. I haven't forgotten. In the last stream, there were 18. People who promised to wash their hair doing a handstand, and 39 people who said they'd eat shit, and countless people who demanded to call me dad. Today, I must grant them their wish. The moment I started the stream, the chat room exploded. Tiegutan LV335. Holy crap. Streamer, you didn't just run away. Jutian Longyun, LV11. How should I put this? Is the Xianxing Land Rover or the old man's car cooler? Weigurenkia LV19. The streamer is just clickbaiting. You guys don't actually believe him, do you? The netizens were full of anticipation. They were all waiting to see what I could modify that car of the old man's into. As expected, quite a few people had set reminders for the stream. The moment I went live, the viewer count instantly surpassed 5,000. For me, this number could only be considered a normal day, but Qin Shi, who was next to me, was completely stunned. She stared blankly at the screen with an expression of disbelief. 5,000 people. You're an internet celebrity too? The next second, Qin Shi's face appeared in the camera frame. The chat room instantly exploded. Damn, I woke up too early. I'm seeing a goddess. No. Brother Lu, why is there a beauty here? What kind of heavenly beauty is this? Big sister, let me give you a hug. Hugging everything will only harm your body. Just then, a sharp-eyed fan spotted the key detail. 2 bars, 2 stars. Holy crap. Lieutenant Colonel? A lieutenant colonel at this age? What kind of level is this? Rocket riding level. This time, the tone of the comments completely changed. The streamer is such a beast. He won't even spare a lieutenant colonel. You damn womanizer. You're secretly having an affair behind our backs. Enjoying a peaceful life of song and dance, are we? Streamer, turn off the stream. I have a friend who's heartbroken. I was clearly just streaming early. Yet a mysterious female guest appeared in the stream. What was even more shocking was, she was wearing the insignia of 2 bars and 2 stars on her shoulder, but I had no time to pay attention to the comments. I just turned to greet Mr. Yang at the door. Uncle, the car is fixed. Mr. Yang immediately handed over a bag of freshly picked oregano. You've worked hard, little Lu. Take this home and cook it with some noodles. I thanked him and took the oregano. Then I immediately walked towards the warehouse. However, Qin Shi, who was next to me, was incredibly moved by this scene. This is the capable veteran, who is outstanding but has not forgotten his original intentions, just as the chief said. Before, she felt the chief was exaggerating a bit, now seeing with her own eyes that I fixed the car for free. And the old man only gave a bag of oregano as a thank you gift. She finally understood that the chief's words were not wrong. Thinking of this, Qin Shi in her military uniform even felt a little ashamed, but the old viewers in the stream had already started to feel sorry for the old man. Brother Lu has a sharp tongue but says the warmest words, but once the car is fixed, to be honest, the old man's bag of oregano might be a losing deal. After all, in the last episode, I made a huge promise. Who knows what kind of monstrosity I've turned the car into, amidst everyone's anticipation. I slowly drove the repaired car out. A matte gray off-road vehicle immediately filled the screen. Qin Shi was instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap, this is clearly a Land Rover Range Rover. It turns out this old man is the real tycoon pretending to be a nobody. The dark gray paint, the unique matte texture, the floating roof design, the clamshell hood. The aura of this car looks more authentic than a real Range Rover. The comments exploded. Damn, so cool. This car. I'm sure this isn't the old man's modified Xianxing, right? Brother Lu is granting the fans' wishes. Did he just buy a Range Rover and give it to the old man? At this point, Qin Shi really couldn't understand. She quickly walked over and whispered to me, You fixed this top-tier luxury car and only took a bag of oregano for it? I just waved my hand with a casual expression. Didn't fix too many parts. It was nothing. Immediately after, I turned my head and enthusiastically introduced it to Mr. Yang. My volume instantly went up by 8 degrees. Uncle, this is your car. I just repainted it for you. This color is trendy now. It's called deep gray. The old man looked at the new color with a dazed expression, but he was clearly very satisfied. But Qin Shi beside me frowned. She had seen Land Rover's deep gray color before, but they were all glossy surfaces. Definitely not with this kind of high-end wrapped texture. From a distance, it looked like a steady cement color. Up close, it was an extremely premium matte surface. The more Qin Shi looked, the more familiar it seemed. She felt like she had definitely seen this gray color somewhere before. I didn't pay attention to Qin X's suspicions. I turned directly to Mr. Yang. Uncle, the old battery wasn't good. I pointed at the car and explained. Not only would it not charge, but it could also easily self-combust. So I replaced it with a new battery for you. Now you can drive as much as you want. It's fine even if you don't charge it for 7 or 8 days. Hearing this, the old man excitedly grabbed my hand. Little Lu, you're such a good person. But then I immediately changed the subject. But uncle, you have to drive a little slower. The new battery and engine are different. The accelerator is very sensitive. You have to drive according to the speed limit. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang had a confused look on his face. There are speed limits for driving? I didn't explain much. Right after, I led Mr. Yang to the rear of the car. Uncle, this is the fuel tank opening. Remember to fill it with diesel. Mr. Yang was even more confused. It can take fuel now? I immediately explained. In case you run out of electricity, you can also run it on diesel, and diesel is cheap. This time, the comments were completely dumbfounded. Holy moly, it's even a hybrid now. Land Rover appearance. The engine of an ideal 19. Is this still an old man's car? I turned my head and continued to introduce it to Mr. Yang. Running the car on diesel isn't the main purpose. It's mainly to generate electricity. Because I installed an air conditioner in the car for you. From now on, you won't have to endure the cold or heat when picking up your granddaughter. Not only that, I also installed a refrigerator and a TV. During the busy farming season, you can drive the car to the edge of the field and rest and watch TV directly inside. With that said, I forcefully pulled open the car door. The luxurious interior was immediately revealed to everyone. The old man was stunned. Qin was also stunned. The comments exploded even more. Damn it, this isn't an old man's car. This is clearly a mobile home. Just as I was about to hand over the car keys. Wait. Qin suddenly stepped forward, directly blocking me. She didn't care about other things, but this modified car weighs at least 2 tons, and it has a homemade license plate like Electric D001. If it goes on the road, it would truly be a road killer. Qin pulled me aside. She lowered her voice. Lu Chen, this car can't be on the road. There are no safety measures at all. It's too dangerous. After hearing that, I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. You're right. Wait a second, I need to add a set of safety measures. After speaking, I turned and walked towards the counter, pulled open the drawer, and took out a brand new pair of red paper couplets. On it were 4 large gold-stamped words, Safe Travels. The next second, I took out double-sided tape and stuck the couplet directly onto the car door. Uncle, your old couplet has faded. I've replaced it with a new one for you. I dusted off my hands and announced with satisfaction. There, it's done now. The safety measures are in place. The car can now be officially handed over to you. Qin next to me was completely stunned. No, hey handsome, do you even understand human language? You call this a safety measure? At this moment, all the comments were dumbfounded. The screen was instantly flooded with a barrage of question marks. It turns out the final safety guarantee of this car relied entirely on metaphysics. However, at this moment, in the office of the Linyang traffic police captain, the atmosphere was completely different. Tan Linsheng spoke directly. How's your account doing? The higher-ups have demanded we develop our government's multimedia presence, but the official account managed by Wang Jing only has a pitiful 24,000 followers. The results are not ideal. Tan Linsheng took a file from his drawer. The higher-ups want us to implement a new round of rural traffic management. The focus is on catching unlicensed vehicles.
Agricultural vehicles, 3-wheelers, and electric cars. This is a tough nut to crack. As a major agricultural city, the number of these types of vehicles is huge. Several past crackdowns have been ineffective, but this time, Tan Linsheng had a new idea. Fines are just a means. What's important is raising the public's traffic awareness. Therefore, this management effort must start with multimedia. He looked at Wang Jung and gave an order. I will act together with the law enforcement department. Do a special live stream. Live stream while enforcing the law on camera. We must let the people see the danger with their own eyes. Hearing this, Wang Jung immediately gave a thumbs up. Captain, you're thinking the same thing as me. I was just managing the account when I suddenly saw countless private messages. Captain, there's public outcry in our area. The 2 words public outcry made Tan Linsheng's heart skip a beat. In this day and age, any negative news can explode in an instant. He took the phone with a sense of unease. On it was a screen recording that Wang Jung had prepared. Land Rover, Range Rover. This old man is doing well for himself, Tan Linsheng commented at first glance. Wang Jung clicked his tongue twice. Captain, take a closer look. Tan Linsheng suddenly leaned in. The next second, he swore directly. Crap, it does look like a Land Rover, Range Rover. But the license plate on the car is for an elderly electric scooter. Wang Jung dropped an even more shocking piece of information. It's not original, it's modified. Tan Linsheng was completely astonished. Are they crazy? Who would modify it like this? Wang Jung then dropped another bombshell. A repair shop in Linyang town modified it. According to him, it accelerates to 100 km/h in 3 seconds. Nonsense, Tan Linsheng blurted out. No matter how similar the appearance is, 100 km/h in 3 seconds. He didn't believe a single word of it. But no matter what, this issue was extremely serious. After a moment of thought, he immediately gave an order. I'm heading out with the law enforcement team immediately. Find this car, live stream on the spot, educate first, then warn, right after that. Welcome everyone to the Linyang Traffic Police live stream. Today we will be conducting a live online law enforcement operation. Wang Zheng was a veteran publicity officer. He was very natural in front of the camera. Wang Zheng quickly got to the main topic. We are on the national highway outside Linyang town. This is a mandatory route. Some citizens have reported that non-motorized vehicles often occupy the motorized vehicle lanes here. There are even illegal vehicles without license plates or permits. Today, let's all follow the camera and see what's going on. This location was determined through the system by meticulously screening through the traffic police's Skynet big data. That illegally modified car will definitely pass through here. As expected, just 2 minutes later, a gray off-road vehicle slowly entered the camera frame. Li Zhonghai was quick-witted. He immediately stood in the middle of the road to stop it. At the same time, Wang Zheng began commentating for the camera. Ahead of us, we see a very high-end off-road vehicle. It looks like a million-yuan luxury car, but this luxury car doesn't seem to have a license plate as required. The camera immediately panned to a full view of the car. In an instant, in the live stream room, the few viewers were all astonished. My God, that Land Rover is so handsome. That's not right. How can a Range Rover have a green plate? Buddy, open your eyes and look carefully. Is that a green plate? Only then did everyone see clearly. That wasn't a green plate for a new energy vehicle at all, but a fake license plate specifically for an old man's car, with the appearance of this Land Rover. The livestream viewership immediately skyrocketed. Wang Jung had never seen so much traffic in his life. He was overjoyed. The more people, the better the promotional effect. So he immediately ordered the camera to follow Li Zhonghai straight towards the car. Li Zhonghai was the captain of the law enforcement team. His professional skills were extremely strong. With just one glance, he could see that this car had multiple violations. But considering the driver was elderly, he decided to be polite first and firm later. He smiled and walked forward to greet him. Comrade driver, please step out of the car first. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yang in the car saw the traffic police and the camera and immediately perked up. He stuck his head out. Comrade, am I going to be on TV? Li Zhonghai suppressed a laugh. Sir, let's not talk about being on TV just yet. Where are you going? I'm going home. Li Zhonghai continued to ask. Where is your home? Nanhe Village. Nanhe Village is indeed to the east. But the problem is, the old man had been driving against traffic the whole time, so Li Zhonghai patiently guided him. Sir, which way should you take to go home? As a result, Mr. Yang didn't even think. National Highway 405. Li Zhonghai was speechless. No, sir, what I mean is, which road is safe for you to take? Mr. Yang's eyes were very sincere. National Highway 405 is safe. The road has fewer potholes. Li Zhonghai was about to collapse. He started pointing his hand at the oncoming lane on the opposite side.
I know you want to take National Highway 405. The important thing is how you should be driving on it. Unexpectedly, the old man looked at me like he didn't understand. Isn't it just going straight east? And then turning left at the big willow tree? You don't know Lanhe Village? Wang Jung and the cameraman behind me couldn't hold it in. The comments were laughing their heads off. Damn, National Highway 405 is safe. The traffic cop is about to collapse. I suspect the old man knows but is pretending not to. Li Zhonghai directly stated the key issue. This 00001 license plate of yours was made by the manufacturer. It's not in our system. Motor vehicles on the road must have a legal license plate. But Mr. Yang waved his hand. No need. Why not? Mr. Yang looked matter-of-fact. Because I don't have a driver's license. Li Zhonghai wanted to curse. No license plate is one thing, but he doesn't even have a driver's license. Incredible. This time he finally understood why the captain had specifically ordered them to check this old man's car. He had almost broken every possible traffic law. Li Zhonghai took a deep breath. His tone became stern. Sir, to drive a car, you need a license, registration, and a license plate. You have none of those things and you're on the road. It's too dangerous. Mr. Yang looked doubtful again. I can drive on the road. The person who sold me the car said I don't need a license to drive this car. How could you not need one? Li Zhonghai pointed at the front of the car. Your car is clearly a motor vehicle. It's a Land Rover Range Rover. Old Mr. Yang smacked his lips twice. He looked at the young man with contempt. So young. And your eyesight is worse than mine. Take a good look. This car of mine is a mobility scooter for the disabled. A Xiansheng Land Rover. A Xiansheng Land Rover. Li Zhonghai was dumbfounded. Everyone in the livestream room was dumbfounded. The wheelbase of this car is at least 3 meters just by looking at it. And you call this a mobility scooter for the disabled? It looked exactly like an old person's electric scooter, under the guise of a mobility scooter to trick the elderly, but those cars are at most just mini versions. The car in front of us is clearly a complete replica of a Land Rover Range Rover. Seeing that Li Zhonghai didn't believe him, old Mr. Yang was smug. He led the young man around to the back of the car. Right after, old Mr. Yang opened the car door and pointed at a nameplate. Guangming brand disabled mobility scooter. Model, Land Rover Range Rover. Load capacity, 10,000 kilos. Occupancy, 2 people. Li Zhonghai froze. This thing is actually a mobility scooter for the disabled? Although the exterior looked very premium, some parts of the interior were extremely cheap, especially that aluminum alloy nameplate. It looked exactly like an old person's electric scooter. Li Zhonghai couldn't help but shout, "No way, sir. Even if this isn't a Range Rover, it's not an old person's electric car either. Whose electric car has such a large smart screen?" Unexpectedly, old Mr. Yang looked proud. "It's cool, right? My grandson installed it for me." Li Zhonghai pointed to the refrigerator and the airline seat next to it. "What about this?" Old Mr. Yang replied calmly. They were all added on. In an instant, countless question marks filled the livestream screen. The crowd was baffled. "I've seen an RV for the elderly now. Oh my god, this elderly electric car manufacturer is too badass. I've seen this episode." Even Wang Jung behind Li Zhonghai and the cameraman were stunned. This car modification is truly out of this world. If it weren't illegal, it would definitely get full marks. At this time, Wang Jung immediately signaled to Li Zhonghai.
the higher-up said. This live stream is mainly for educational purposes, and what's in front of us is a vivid negative example. Elderly electric cars on the road are already a gray area, and you're driving a giant monster. Isn't this like activating your ultimate ability right in front of the traffic police? Li Zhonghai sighed. He decided to start persuading him. Sir, here's the thing. First of all, elderly electric cars are not allowed on the road, because it's too dangerous, but old Mr. Yang completely disagreed. I have a safe travels charm here, what good is that? Li Zhonghai was speechless. He could only rack his brains and continue to advise. Your car can only be driven on unopened roads. You can drive it on the national highway. If this were a young person, they would have been fined and had their car impounded long ago. But the other party was an old man, driving an elderly electric car. His road priority was maxed out. Li Zhonghai could only try to be amicable, trying not to provoke him. However, old Mr. Yang showed no mercy. I bought a car but can't go on the road. Then isn't my car useless? Li Zhonghai was anxious. You can see for yourself. There are so many cars on the road. What if you're not careful? Before he could finish his sentence, old Mr. Yang stooped back, immediately straightened up. He mustered the energy of a Yangge dancer. It's fine. My eyes aren't blurry. Even if I can't see clearly, my car can. Our car has smart driving. Smart driving. Li Zhonghai was stunned on the spot. This is getting more and more ridiculous. A mobility scooter for the disabled. An old person's electric car.
And you're telling me it has smart driving? Is that smart driving system even legitimate? Before Li Zhonghai could ask, old Mr. Yang had already gotten into the car. He shouted with great energy, Xiao Ai here, turn on smart driving mode. Okay, this operation made Li Zhonghai and his colleagues freeze. Oh sir, whose smart driving system is called Xiao Ai? Isn't this just installing a voice assistant? Li Zhonghai thought it over and immediately became furious. This manufacturer deserves to die. They have no regard for human life. Modifying the old man's car so recklessly. They install a Xiao AI and dare to trick people into thinking it's smart driving. What if the old man believes it? As soon as smart driving is turned on, his hands would leave the steering wheel. This isn't driving. This is completely testing if your fate is strong enough. Li Zhonghai was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly shouted, Sir, sir! He rushed forward to correct him. Listen to me. Your car can't possibly have smart driving. But old Mr. Yang looked contemptuous. Why not? That girl just answered me. Then he patted the car door. If you don't believe me, just watch. It drives much better than I do. Just then, that nimble female voice sounded again. Smart driving system activated. Full control has been taken. Please set the destination, main driver, old Mr. Yang ordered. Home. Okay. Li Zhonghai heard it clearly. He immediately muttered to himself. No way. Does it really have smart driving? The next second. Whoosh! A strange whirring sound suddenly rang out. It was completely different from an internal combustion engine. Li Zhonghai's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly shouted, Sir, turn it off, but he was too late to act. The driver's side door clicked shut and locked automatically. Half a second later, whoosh! A fierce gust of air immediately brushed past Li Zhonghai's cheek. Wang Zheng behind him was also stunned. Captain Li, this launch acceleration. The cameraman even rubbed his eyes with a look of disbelief. This is at least at the level of 0 to 100 in over 2 seconds. This car was like an arrow leaving a bow. It instantly disappeared at the end of the road. And Li Zhonghai was struck by lightning, speechless for a long time. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell is this old person's electric car? Li Zhonghai clearly saw it. Before the old man sped off, his hands were indeed off the steering wheel. Could it be that this car really has fully autonomous driving? Time seemed to stand still. It wasn't until half a minute later that the cameraman softly asked a question. Officers, the old man isn't coming back, is he? Hey, damn it! Only then did Li Zhonghai realize. He suddenly woke up. We've been tricked. This old man looked dazed, but he was actually craftier than anyone. What autonomous driving demonstration? This was clearly to escape and avoid being fined. Li Zhonghai immediately picked up the walkie-talkie. Hello, is this the dispatch center? Immediately mobilize nearby police forces. Intercept a green electric car. Plate D001. A gray, elderly electric car. Just a few minutes later, at an intersection 8 kilometers away, the two best motorcycle cops were in position. At this moment, they were leaning against their Chunfeng 250 large displacement bikes and chatting, with disdainful expressions, telling us motorcycle cops to intercept an old person's electric car. Can that piece of junk fly? Unexpectedly, as soon as they finished speaking, a terrifying roar echoed from the distance. This sound wasn't an engine. It was more like the sonic boom of a fighter jet tearing through the air. The next second, they looked up and their pupils immediately contracted. They only saw the old man's car. A monster shaped exactly like a Land Rover Range Rover was hurtling towards them at 150 km/h. Oh my god, this car is crazy. Officer Huang Hao was completely dumbfounded. Driving at 150 km/h on this bumpy national highway, wouldn't the car fly like a horse? There was no time to think. The veteran officer Luo Yan roared, Get on the bike, so! The two motorcycles immediately started. The police lights flashed. They desperately gave chase, but they quickly despaired. They twisted the throttle until it smoked, but could only barely follow behind the old man's car, eating dust. What made them even more dejected was that this giant monster sped along the national highway, cornering and changing directions, yet the car's body was as steady as Mount Tai, incredibly elegant. Is this even a human-driven car? A storm brewed in Luoyan's heart. In the blink of an eye, a 3-kilometer chase had passed, but just then the old man's pupils contracted because he saw that they were about to enter a crowded area. If he rushed through at his current speed, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the police had a countermeasure. The veteran officer Luo Yan was decisive. Little Huang, I am leaving the national highway for the dirt road. This time, Wang Hao understood immediately. He immediately changed direction and rushed onto the dirt road. He had to get ahead of the car to set up a roadblock. At this time, they had no idea that inside the car, old Mr. Yang was actually feeling a little joyful. The race-grade safety system has been modified.
The seat protects you securely. It's both fast and stable. Aside from a little nausea, there's really nothing to complain about. He was even thinking, in the future, he could even let go of the handlebars when picking up his grandchild. Just then, the system issued a cold warning. Pedestrian detected ahead. The automatic obstacle avoidance system is taking over. Old man Yang finally saw the traffic police in the middle of the road. He was immediately terrified. Girl, slow down. But the system I designed didn't react at all. It didn't slow down in the slightest. Seeing the monster-like vehicle rushing towards him, Huang Hao in the middle of the road was terrified. Stop the car. Stop the car now. The next second, he let out a desperate cry of, damn it. The old man's car didn't slow down at all. The front of the car tilted slightly, an extreme drift. It roared past, skimming the narrow, hard shoulder. Huang Hao was covered in a cold sweat, frozen on the spot. Damn it, taking a corner over a highway drainage ditch. Who taught you to drive like that? A few seconds later, Layan rushed over. Where's the car? Huang Hao pointed into the distance. His voice trembled. It turned onto the highway. That guy is a maniac. This time, Layan was completely furious. He picked up his walkie-talkie, yelling at the command center. What's wrong with the command center? Did you only send 2 people to chase this lunatic? The command center was also stunned. What do you mean? You can't catch up to that elderly electric scooter? Layan cursed angrily. Catch my ass! It's faster than a high-speed train. An elderly electric scooter? If that thing had wings, it would be an airplane. Layan could only report helplessly. The suspect's vehicle has entered the G32 towards Pingshui Lake, requesting an intercept on the highway. Hearing this news, the command center was thrown into chaos, a vehicle that even the motorcycle police can't catch. If something happens, no one can bear the responsibility. Therefore, Director Kaio personally took command. A special task force was formed. He pointed at the map. His eyes were cold. The next exit is the Qingshan toll station 20 kilometers away. Order the Qingshan toll station to stop it at all costs. If necessary, use spike strips directly. The order was quickly issued. The atmosphere in the entire command room was extremely tense. But 5 minutes passed. The command room was dead silent. The Qingshan toll station gave no response. Cao Hanyuan was completely bewildered. What's going on? Why is there no news yet? The operator said with a trembling voice. It took 7 minutes from Layan's report until our deployment. Is it possible that the car passed through long ago? As soon as he finished speaking, the entire command room fell silent, covering 20 kilometers in 7 minutes. This means its speed reached 200 km/h. How is that possible? That's an off-road vehicle. But now, no matter how absurd it was, Seo Hanyuan had to believe it. Turn on the cameras. Turn on the cameras now. Everyone immediately gathered around the surveillance monitor. Unexpectedly, after a moment, the operator suddenly looked up. Report, there are no surveillance cameras on this section of the road, only speed cameras. That's fine. I want to see where it went. You should know. These 4 cameras are all radar speed cameras. They automatically take a picture if the speed exceeds 120 km/h. According to the recent calculation, this car will 100% be photographed. Well, did you get a picture? As a result, the operator turned on the surveillance monitor and shook his head with a shocked expression. Nothing. There's nothing at all. That's right. Nothing at all. At this moment, the hall fell into a dead silence. Why? It's impossible for a radar speed camera not to take a picture. Unless. Just then, Kao Hanyuan's phone suddenly rang. On the other end of the line was Captain Li's roar. Have you caught the car yet? Deal with it severely. Kao Hanyuan's throat moved with difficulty. Captain Li, we couldn't catch it. What do you mean you couldn't catch it? Didn't that car get on the highway? Captain Li was completely confused. The highway is a closed road. Getting on it is like walking into a trap. How could you not catch it? Kao Hanyuan weakly explained. We've lost the target. The speed cameras didn't capture anything either. I suspect. Li Zhonghai's anger immediately flared up. Suspect what? Don't stammer. I suspect this car might be stealthy. The cameras can't capture it at all. As soon as these words were said, Li Zhonghai exploded. Kyle Hanyuan could only try to explain. This car most likely absorbed the electromagnetic waves emitted by the radar. The other end of the line went completely silent. A few seconds later came Lee Zhonghai's incredulous roar. You explain to me what stealth means. Isn't that technology for fighter jets? An elderly electric scooter. What does it have? Kyle Hanyuan sighed. That's why it's so strange. The car is definitely lost. Let's start the investigation with the person. Meanwhile, I was in a completely new place, in the repair shop, having just ended the live stream. I looked at Qin Shi beside me apologetically. I'm sorry, Professor Qin. The fans in my live stream room aren't very well spoken, and their character isn't very high either. Qin Shi had live streamed with me for a whole session. At this point, she had no energy left to complain. She just wanted an answer. So she picked up that report again, her own research report. Her burning gaze was fixed on me. Professor Liu. Qin Shi's eyes were locked on me. So you think there's a problem with my report? Why did you say my reverse engineering analysis of the stealth material was meaningless? I was stunned when I heard that. I didn't expect this Professor Qin to hold such a grudge. She still remembered something I said half a day ago, so I reached out and took the report. But I was too lazy to open it. I tossed it straight onto the table. It's really not necessary. But whenever Qin Shi talked about work, that seriousness would immediately appear. Give me a reason. Because I've already successfully prototyped it. As soon as I finished speaking, I turned and walked towards the shelves. I took a piece of black scrap material from the second shelf. Take a look at this. Does it look like the skin of an F-35? Qin Shi's mind was buzzing. What do you mean successfully prototyped? She was still in the early stages of analyzing its physical properties, and I had already successfully prototyped it. Professor Liu, you're not kidding, are you? I shook my head. My tone was unprecedentedly serious. I never joke about work. You take this piece of material to the National Defense University for testing. The RCS is lower than 0.002. Disbelief was written all over Qin Shi's face. No matter how brilliant you are, you can't possibly. But before she could finish speaking, suddenly, a piercing siren echoed through the streets. A police car abruptly stopped in front of my shop. In an instant, 4 police officers entered the shop. The leader's electric gaze locked onto me. Are you Lu Chen? I pursed my lips. Am I or am I not? Cut the crap. Come with us. Detention room, 4th floor, Linyang City Bureau. Li Zhonghai pointed to the middle-aged man beside him. This is the captain of the Linyang City Traffic Police, Qin Linsheng. I am Li Zhonghai, from the law enforcement team, and that is Captain Yang Sung of the city's criminal police team. Your actions in this case are heinous. The circumstances are severe. We will treat this as a model case. I obediently sat on the opposite side. The first time is strange, the second time is familiar. I've been interrogated by the military region before. I was very calm inside. I was even in the mood to be sarcastic. To be honest, the chairs at the military region are much softer than the ones at the city bureau. Just then, wham! Li Zhonghai slammed the case file on the table. I hope you know what's good for you. Start talking. I looked up. Talk about what? Electric D0001. The driver, Yang Hu. Ring a bell? Li Zhonghai's face was stone cold, putting on a full display of authority. After all, 2 leaders were sitting beside him. This tough job was something only he could do. Who would have thought that upon hearing this, I would start rambling on? Yang Hu. First time hearing that name. But I do remember the elderly electric scooter you mentioned. That belongs to my granduncle. What about it? Is that car too cool? I kept beating around the bush, my expression unchanged, making Li Zhonghai secretly feel that something was wrong. This kid's psychological fortitude, his anti-interrogation awareness is too strong. To deal with this kind of daredevil, you have to crush him with evidence. Stop playing games. Yang Hu drove the piece of junk you modified, driving dangerously on the national highway. He almost caused a catastrophe, and yet you're sitting here looking indifferent. I immediately put on a surprised look. Is my granduncle okay? If something had happened, you would have been handcuffed long ago, Li Zhonghai emphasized. Why did you? Updated. Hua Tuo Mechanics continued from the previous episode. I immediately put on a look of confidence and slowly explained. Because that old man doesn't have it easy. A lonely old man, taking care of a pair of left-behind children. He had a hard time saving up to buy the car. I modified it to make it a little more comfortable. Consider it my contribution to a harmonious society. The 3 leaders opposite were immediately stunned. In just a moment of inattention, I had already elevated my own status. With such a silver tongue, why not take the civil service exam, insisting on illegally modifying cars, seeing that I was no ordinary person? Qin Linsheng coughed twice and decided to take matters into his own hands. Young man, our police officers saw it with their own eyes. The car you modified was traveling far beyond the safe speed limit. Have you considered what would happen if it crashed? But I raised my head with an innocent look. Crash into what? Guardrails or other cars? Qin Linsheng started playing good cop. His expression was gentle, but his words were as sharp as a knife. Your car is so fast. What if it crashes into a tractor trailer? Wouldn't your whole village have to attend a funeral? I just waved my hand lightly. It's not that serious. How is it not that serious? After all, it's an elderly electric scooter. Crashing at over 100 km/h, wouldn't it be smashed to pieces? Yet I just calmly said a few words. No way. Against a tractor-trailer, it's a 7-3 matchup. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders opposite immediately scoffed. What a joke. In front of a tractor-trailer, all beings are equal. Lee Jung-hai had an even worse attitude. A 7-3 matchup? Do you think your piece of junk is made of titanium alloy? Who would have thought my eyes would suddenly light up? How did you know? Were you peeking at me modifying the car? The main frame and the chassis of that electric scooter were specially reinforced. Never mind a tractor-trailer, even if it crashed into a tank, it would only scrape off a little paint. Stubbornly obstinate. Seeing this situation, Qin Linsheng could no longer continue playing good cop. Since you're using sophistry, then I'll debate with you. The car you modified had an average speed of at least 150 km/h. How do you explain that? But I didn't see it as a big deal. No explanation. I just shrugged. The three people opposite were immediately stunned. Right after, I asked a question back. Do you have any evidence? Just this one sentence left Lee Jung-hai and Qin Linsheng speechless. It was definitely speeding. But in terms of black and white evidence, there really was none. For no other reason then, to this day. Not a single camera has captured a record of that car's speed. This was the problem. Qin Linsheng finally asked the most crucial point. Why couldn't our radar pick up that car? I put on a sincere and earnest expression. I really want to tell you, but your ranks aren't high enough. Lee Zhonghai suddenly flared up. Who do you think you are? This is our Captain Qin, the head of the traffic police. I shrugged again. It's really not me being difficult. It wouldn't matter who came. I can't say. At this point, the three leaders were completely out of options. A tough investigation was asking for trouble. Qin Linsheng stood up, helplessly spreading his hands. Then I'm out of ideas. We'll transfer this case to the criminal investigation team to be investigated as a crime of endangering public safety. As for your car, it will be temporarily confiscated. Updated. Huatuo mechanics, continued from the previous episode. But I laughed. It's not that I won't cooperate. I'm just thinking of you guys. The less you know, the better it is for you. How about this? Can I make a phone call? Lee Zhonghai glanced at me. What do you want to do? I'm calling someone? Lee Zhonghai couldn't help but sneer. Call someone? Are you kidding? He refused outright. The case must follow criminal procedure. Everything will be done by the book. That does not include letting you call someone. While speaking, the three leaders walked out one by one. Before closing the door, Lee Zhonghai left a vicious parting shot. Besides, given the details of your case, it's useless no matter who you call. Bam! The door slammed shut. Outside the door, Qin Linsheng frowned deeply, feeling extremely frustrated. He originally wanted to rectify a chaotic situation. Who knew he'd end up with such a tough nut to crack? He looked at Captain Yang beside him, his voice heavy. Captain Yang, I'm handing this over to you. Handle it strictly. Yang Sheng immediately saluted. Understood, but Li Zhonghai was still hesitant. What about the car and the driver involved? Qin Linsheng sighed softly. Just educate the driver a little. Give him a fine and let him go. He's an old man. It's not appropriate to punish him severely. As for that car, hand it over to the technical department for analysis. Focus on studying why the cameras couldn't capture it. Just then, Li Zhonghai suddenly thought of something. During the arrest, an officer told us not to act rashly. Should we contact her? It turned out that Li Zhonghai had personally led the team to arrest me. At the scene, a female lieutenant colonel kept trying to stop them, saying they had no authority. It wasn't until Li Zhonghai showed the paperwork that she let them take me away, but she warned them not to do anything reckless and to wait for instructions. After hearing this, the corner of Qin Linsheng's mouth curled up. No wonder this kid is so defiant. It turns out he has backup. But he didn't care. Don't worry about this detail. No one can protect him. He's definitely going to prison. However, none of them knew that. Thousands of miles away, at the 906 Supermaterials Research Institute, a researcher held a report and hurriedly placed it on the desk of leader Zhao Mingao. Zhao Mingao, a big shot from the Academy of Sciences, director of the Key Laboratory for Supermaterials, and also the director of Design Office No. 7 of the Shenfei Group. He looked at the report, both excited and nervous. He didn't even dare to open it. He could only look at his subordinate. What are the results? The subordinate silently shook his head. Not optimistic. The latest batch of material has a reflective cross-section of 0.004. Just one sentence, and the office immediately sank into a dead silence. Design Office No. 7 is mainly responsible for the stealth module of the new generation fighter jet. The higher-ups have made high demands, unprecedented demands for stealth performance. Therefore, Zhao Mingao's task is to research and develop a top-tier stealth material that surpasses even the J-20, but that's easier said than done. It's as hard as reaching the heavens. He buried his face in his hands, extremely exhausted. Let's start over. We focus too much on durability, so the RCS data isn't up to par. It seems we have to find that balance. This was the sad truth learned after countless failures. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. The researcher was completely disheartened. Director, we've already failed 16 times. Could this be a false proposition? If you want durability and cost effectiveness, then the stealth performance will definitely decrease. But Zhao Minggao suddenly shook his head. No. I've heard that the Americans already have adaptive self-healing technology. I can say America is bad, but I can't say they're unskilled. After all, that's the 100-year crown of the aviation industry. Their technological reserves far surpass ours, although there's no concrete evidence. Zhao Minggao had long heard whispers in academic circles. The adaptive wave-absorbing coating developed by the US can automatically repair itself, significantly reducing wear and tear, thus high durability and naturally high cost effectiveness. And this technology, the US, has already equipped it, without any reduction in RCS performance. Zhao Minggao immediately gave himself a shot of adrenaline. If the US can do it, so can we. If our own research hits a dead end, then we can only follow the US across the river. But how do we follow? A glint appeared in Zhao Minggao's eyes. I heard the Kailan military region shot down an F-35. My best student is Qin Shi. She is in the task force deciphering that technology. The only hope was placed on this student of his. Zhao Minggao immediately decided, temporarily seal our project. Wait for news from Qin Shi's side. Updated. Huatuo mechanics. Continued from the previous episode. Yes, the researcher replied obediently. Then he pulled another paper from the file. Director, there's one more thing. The Linyang City Bureau is requesting technical support from us. Should we send someone? Zhao Minggao was stunned. The Linyang City Bureau? Technical support? You should know, this is the Super Materials Center, the highest level in the country. The researchers inside are all the best of the best. What kind of criminal case would require them? Isn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Besides, what could it possibly have to do with super materials? But the official document was stamped, so they had to go. Zhao Minggao planned to just go through the motions. He'd send an intern researcher from the institute, just to say they'd responded. The researcher immediately nodded. Yes, we happen to have 2 doctoral candidates, who were just assigned from the Academy of Sciences. Okay, send them, Zhao Minggao asked casually. Didn't you ask specifically what it was about? But the researcher's answer left him completely baffled. I asked. They said it's about a speed radar. Zhao Minggao was full of question marks. What the hell? We're a super materials research institute, not an optical signal research institute. Why would they come to us about a radar issue? The researcher also explained vaguely. They said there's a speeding case. The radar couldn't capture an image of the car. Zhao Minggao's heart skipped a beat. He understood the basic principles of radar. Electromagnetic waves are emitted, reflected, and returned. Domestic traffic police use K-band speed radars, which is top-tier equipment in the civilian sector. How could it not be seen? Unless... Zhao Minggao suddenly thought of a possibility. You mean that speeding car might be absorbing electromagnetic waves? The researcher nodded vigorously. That's right. They suspect there's a problem with the car's film wrap. My God. Zhao Minggao's scalp immediately tingled. What kind of car wrap could deceive a K-band radar? He couldn't sit still any longer. Don't send the interns. He stood up abruptly, decisively. Book a flight for me today. I'll go myself. At the same time, the Kailan Military Region's Chief of Staff, Huang Han, received a consultation document from the 906 Institute and was also extremely puzzled. He turned to look at Zhang Mingrui beside him. Minister Zhang, is Qin Shi in our military region? That's right. The chief arranged for her to decipher the technology of that F-35. Is there a problem? Huang Han waved his hand. The 906 Institute wants Professor Qin to return and help. They said the research on stealth coding for the main fighter jet has hit a major bottleneck. Hearing this, Zhang Mingrui couldn't help but frown deeply. He knew very well. The research and development of the new generation main fighter jet. All other modules were progressing smoothly. Only the stealth coding, for which the 906 Institute was responsible, was constantly plagued by bad news. Updated. Huatuo mechanics, continued from the previous episode, and their key player, Qin Shi, was transferred to the Kailan military region. Manpower was extremely limited, so it was reasonable for the 906 Institute to ask for her back. But Zhang Mingrui knew very well, Qin Shi couldn't possibly go back. She was personally appointed by the great chief, and had to stay in Linyang to coordinate the work. So, he directly told Huang Han, stall as long as you can, we absolutely cannot let her go. Huang Han understood. He immediately called his aide to prepare a response for the 906 Institute. Before he could finish, the aide suddenly looked up. Did you say Professor Qin Shi? Yes. What is it? She just arrived at the military region and is preparing to report to you. Speak of the devil, Huang Han immediately said. Let her in. However, as soon as Qin Shi entered the office, she didn't mention returning at all. Her first sentence made Huang Han and Zhang Mingrui's hearts jump. Chief of Staff, there's a problem. What's wrong? Qin Shi was extremely anxious. Lu Chen has been taken into custody by the police. I couldn't stop them. The two chiefs heard that Lu Chen had been arrested, but there wasn't a hint of panic on their faces. Zhang Mingrui even asked calmly, arrested again? Why? Qin Shi was stunned. What do you mean, again? Zhang Mingrui explained familiarly. This kid loves to frantically test the boundaries of the rules. You ask him to fix a model, he restores a tank. You ask him to fix a chassis, he casually shoots down an F-35. Tell me, who else would you arrest? Zhang Mingrui didn't rush to ask further. What is it for this time? Probably illegal car modification again. I'm not sure either. Hearing this, Huang Han and Zhang Mingrui looked at each other and smiled. Makes sense. If you said he committed a crime, they wouldn't believe it. But if you said it was illegal car modification, that's perfectly normal. Seeing the two chiefs so nonchalant, Qin Shi couldn't sit still any longer. Stop smiling, you two. She immediately dropped a bombshell. He's the leader of the technology deciphering team. Before he was arrested, he seemed to have already made a breakthrough. As soon as these words were said, the smiles vanished from the two leaders' faces. This is a top priority matter personally overseen by Chief Lin. Huang Han was decisive. I must go there myself. He immediately gave an order. Aide Yang informed the security bureau to go to the police station and protect him. Also, prepare a car. I will personally go and get him out. That afternoon, Huang Han quickly brought Qin Shi to Linyang City. The distance wasn't far. They arrived at the gate of the city bureau in just over an hour. But as soon as they got out of the car, Qin Shi was stunned. She saw an elderly man in a jacket, a work coat, and blurted out, "Teacher." The person who had arrived was none other than her teacher, Zhao Minggao. Qin Shi hurried forward. "Teacher, why are you in Linyang?" Updated. Huatuo mechanics, continued from the previous episode. Zhao Minggao had been looking tired. Seeing his favorite student, his eyes immediately lit up. "I'm here for technical support. Why are you here?" "I'm on official business." Of course, Qin Shi couldn't say she was there to rescue someone. So, she could only turn to introduce Huang Han to her teacher. This is the chief of staff of the Kailin military region, Huang Han. Unexpectedly, Zhao Minggao friendly extended his hand. "You know, before I left from the north, I even sent an official document to Chief of Staff Huang." Huang Han's expression immediately became a bit awkward. He had originally wanted to keep Qin Shi. He didn't expect the man himself to chase her all the way to Linyang. Now face to face, it was really hard to explain. Huang Han's eyes darted around, and he decisively pushed the responsibility onto Qin Shi. "Xiao Qin, your teacher wants to transfer you back. I hadn't decided yet." "Now this is great. Everyone involved is here. You decide for yourself." However, Qin Shi didn't hesitate at all, refusing on the spot. "Teacher, I can go back." "Why?" Zhao Minggao was full of confusion. "You should know that the 906 Institute is currently facing a critical moment and is in dire need of personnel. Moreover, the scientific research conditions at the 906 Institute have talent if you want talent, have equipment if you want equipment. They are much better than in Linyang. Under normal circumstances, there should be no hesitation." But Qin Shi looked troubled. "I know, but right now I'm working on technology deciphering verification. I absolutely cannot leave," Zhao Minggao immediately retorted. "Then bring your task force to the 906 Institute. In his opinion, that F-35 isn't real estate. Why can't it be moved?" But Qin Shi still shook her head. "It's not my call. I'm not the one in charge." "What?" Zhao Minggao's face was full of astonishment. He looked towards Huang Han with a hint of blame. His most prized student, the nation's top scholar in the field of supermaterials, was not the head of the project. Initially, the Kailin military region had borrowed Qin Shi like a guest of honor, but in the end, they made her a deputy. Zhao Minggao immediately became sarcastic. "Huh, does the Kailin military region have someone more capable than Qin Shi?" As soon as these words were said, Qin Shi couldn't answer directly, but Huang Han could see what she was thinking. She didn't want to go. If the person involved doesn't want to go, then it's easy to resolve. He immediately stepped in to mediate. "Old Zhao, let's discuss these things later. You came to Linyang on business, and we also have business. How about we take care of our main tasks first?" At this moment, Li Zhonghai and Qin Linsheng were anxiously waiting for the technical department's conclusion to convict me. However, Captain Yang of the technical department helplessly shook his head. Everyone in their department had racked their brains, but still couldn't figure out how my car managed to evade the cameras. Without evidence, they couldn't prosecute me. This time, Li Zhonghai and Qin Linsheng's frowns deepened, but just then, Yang Sheng changed the subject. "But we have invited technical support." He turned his head and asked his assistant, Xiao Li, "When will the support arrive?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Li led 3 people over. "Captain, they're here. The technical support has arrived." Yang Chong immediately greeted them with a smile, as if he had seen his savior. But the moment he extended his hand, his smile immediately froze. He stared intently at the badge on the other person's uniform. National security, an economic case. Why would it alarm the people from the National Security Bureau? The nature of this is completely different. Before they could react, 3 more people emerged from around the corner. 1 old, 1 young, 1 woman. 2 were in military uniforms, 1 in civilian clothes. The elderly man in the lead had a powerful aura. He introduced himself directly. "Huang Han, Kailin military region." His gaze was as sharp as lightning. He only asked one question. "Is Lu Chen with you?" Tan Linsheng was stunned on the spot. He subconsciously answered yes. However, Huang Han's next sentence scared the soul out of him. "He is involved in national defense secrets. From now on, his case is handed over to national security." Tan Linsheng didn't dare to object. He nodded repeatedly.
Compared to the military rank of the person in front of him, he was just a little brother. But he couldn't help but ask one more question. This is just a normal case of illegal car modification. Why would it alarm you, sir? Unexpectedly, Huang Han completely ignored him. He walked straight down the corridor. The three of them, Tanlin Sheng's group, immediately froze awkwardly in place. Only then did they understand what was called cold and arrogant. But they also immediately realized I was definitely not an ordinary person. Just as they were whispering and guessing whether I was some foreign power. Huang Han suddenly roared, "Are you done chatting? If you're done, come over here and open the door." Yang Chong cursed 10,000 times in his heart, but could only grin sheepishly and run to open the door. But Huang Han looked up at the sign on the door, his expression immediately darkened several shades. Temporary detention room. He suddenly turned around, his aura exploding, staring at Yang Chong. "Who gave you permission to lock him up in here?" This interrogation terrified Yang Chong to the core. He originally thought that locking me in the temporary detention room without handcuffs, a better environment, was a form of leniency. But it turned out that this soft-heartedness instead became ironclad proof that he was not serious about his work. Yang Chong immediately bowed his head in apology. "We were not serious in our work. I'm sorry. You'll have someone move him to a prison cell now." He hadn't even finished his sentence. Huang Han of the Kailin military region's eyes were about to pop out. "Still putting him in a cell? Are you crazy? This bunch of people really don't want their jobs anymore." Lu Chen is a specialized scientist personally appointed by Chief Lin. When Chief Lin left, he said if even a single leg hair fell off him, I would have to answer to him. This bunch is really trying to get me killed. But Yang Chong was still there trying to explain, saying the evidence was insufficient, that putting him in a cell was inappropriate. Huang Han cursed him angrily to his face. "I think it's your brain that's inappropriate." Seeing the atmosphere getting more and more tense, the elderly man named Zhao Minggao stepped up to mediate. First, he comforted Huang Han. Then he turned to the people from the city bureau. After some introductions, Zhao Minggao proposed a plan. "You just follow your procedures. Just pretend we don't exist. We will observe. Is that okay?" The three people from the city bureau finally breathed a sigh of relief. The next second, the door to the temporary detention room was opened. I was sitting slumped over. Yang Chong was the first to shout at me. "Sit up straight, your case has alarmed the higher-ups." But before he could finish, Huang Han saw my somewhat haggard face, and his anger flared up instantly. He said one sentence to Yang Chong, "Be a bit more serious." Yang Chong thought he was talking to me. He immediately repeated it, borrowing the tiger's might. "Did you hear that? He told you to be a bit more serious." As a result, Huang Han pointed straight at his nose and roared, "I told you to be a bit more serious." Seeing my tired appearance after being locked up all day, Huang Han's heart was filled with pain. This is the hero who shot down the F-35, the initiator of the military region's collective second-class merit, locking someone up without evidence. This is completely outrageous. So Huang Han's face darkened. His tone was stern. "I won't use my authority to bully people either. You just follow your procedures. I'll observe. But if there's any part that doesn't follow the rules, don't blame me for turning ruthless." With an order, Li Zhonghai, the person in charge of my entire case, asked first. He got straight to the point. "We have sufficient evidence. The problem with your vehicle is the wrap. You modified the car wrap. This is providing convenience for illegal activities." As soon as these words were spoken, before I could even open my mouth,
Huang Han, Xiao Minggao, and another expert frowned at the same time. Hold on. How is applying a car wrap illegal? Although Huang Han knew of the crime, providing convenience for illegal activities, he couldn't figure it out. It's just applying a car wrap. Is it necessary to go this far? Faced with the leader's question, Li Zhonghai immediately explained, "Chief, you wouldn't know. This kid applied a wrap to the electric vehicle, making it impossible for our cameras to capture the vehicle." "What do you mean couldn't capture?" As soon as he said this, the three big shots looked at each other. Others might not understand, but the three of them were top experts. Two of them researched electromagnetic signals, and one was an operational commander. This kind of speed camera, as long as a car passes by, it will 100% get a reading. However, Huang Han still asked tensely for confirmation. "Are you sure the cameras aren't broken?" Li Zhonghai was decisive. "Absolutely not broken. 4 cameras, none of them got a reading." Zhao Minggao immediately interjected. "Is it possible the waveband isn't sufficient?" But Tan Linsheng shook his head firmly. "Impossible. Those 4 cameras are all the latest models using the K-band." As soon as he said this, Zhao Minggao's mean buzzed. K-band. That's top tier for civilian use, even approaching military grade. How could such equipment possibly fail? Old Zao's mind instantly went blank. Why couldn't it get a reading? At this moment, Yang Chong finally revealed the reason for inviting them. "Our city bureau invited you here precisely to help investigate this matter." Zhao Minggao was silent. Analyzing from a technical perspective, there's only one possibility. He suddenly looked up at me. "Young man, can your electric vehicle turn invisible?" After hearing that, I shook my head like a rattle drum. "You must be old, so your eyes are failing."
An electric car that can turn invisible? Could the traffic police even catch me then? Huang Han coughed, glancing at me. Speak properly. Are we talking about that kind of invisible? Then, he gave me a reassuring dose. No one here can touch you. Just tell the truth. Hearing this promise, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone backing you up really feels different. So I confessed. All right, I'll tell the truth. I simply juiced up the electric car. Li Zhonghai next to me couldn't hold it in anymore. He dropped a bombshell directly. Let me tell you this, sir. Our mobile police's motorcycle has a top speed of 250 km/h. It goes from 0 to 100 in 3.1 seconds. The result was that the mobile police couldn't even see his electric car's taillights. Huang Han was instantly dumbfounded. What the hell? A motorcycle can't catch up to an electric car? He immediately turned his head and stared at me. Lu Chen? But I wasn't panicked at all. I even followed his lead. Right? It's precisely because my electric car is fast that I thought, the old farmer has it tough. What if he gets caught and fined? Zhao Minggao was stunned. So, I replied as if it were obvious, so I thought of applying a car wrap for him. Then, I spread my hands, my face full of innocence. The traffic police can't track him. The old man won't get fined either. Everyone's happy. Makes perfect sense, right? As soon as I finished, everyone present was speechless. This divine logic was a fatal blow. However, Zhao Minggao was a top expert. He had already smelled something earth-shattering. His eyes burned as he looked at me. The car wrap you mentioned, could it be that it can absorb electromagnetic signals? It absorbs a little bit, I stammered. But Zhao Minggao pressed step by step. How much can it absorb? Is the reflectivity below 0.4? He directly gave a stealth threshold. I said vaguely, yes. There, old Zhao, not giving up, asked again, 0.2? I thought for a moment. Probably yes. His voice had started to tremble. 0.1? The next second, I gave a terrifying number. I guess it's probably below 0.002. In an instant, minds of the three big shots, Huang, Zhao, and Qin, buzzed loudly. They were about to explode. 0.002. What kind of concept is this? It's even stronger than any current stealth aircraft. No wonder the K-band radar couldn't find it. With this thing of yours, even if you brought all the radars in the world, they'd all become blind here. Zhao Minggao completely lost his mind. Applying a stealth wrap to an electric car. What on earth were you thinking? Just based on this 0.002 number, 1 square meter of the material is already sky-high in price. And you dared to put it on an electric car, he almost shouted. Aren't you just being outrageously wasteful? But I understood his concern and shook my head. This car wrap isn't as fragile as you think. Then I said, I've tested its resistance to extreme high and low temperatures. It also has a certain degree of salt and alkali resistance. Even if it gets damaged, it can still self-repair. With a pause, Zhao Minggao couldn't catch his breath. He almost fainted on the spot. Good heavens, not only does it have god-defying stealth performance, but its durability is also maxed out. The self-repair function was the top research topic at their 906 Institute for 2 years, and it turned out I had solved it on an electric car. Thinking of this, Zhao Minggao couldn't sit still any longer. He immediately stood up and rushed out. Huang Han hurriedly asked, Old Zhao, where are you going? He roared without turning back. I want to see that car wrap with my own eyes. Ah, pff, that stealth material. The room was dead silent. Although Li Zhonghai and Tan Linsheng next to them didn't understand, they felt this was a sure thing, because I had admitted with my own mouth that I applied the wrap to evade the cameras. The evidence is conclusive. Tan Linsheng immediately hardened his stance. Chief, the subjective intent is very clear. This is knowingly breaking the law, providing convenience for illegal activities. Sir, how should this be handled? However, Huang Han immediately stated his position. Handle it? It must be handled. He suddenly turned his head to look at Qin Shi. Professor Qin, go make a call to the chief. Qin Shi was stunned. What did you say, sir? A golden glint flashed in Huang Han's eyes. Just say Lu Chen has made a breakthrough here. Tell Chief Lin to send a team over. Li Zhonghai and Tan Linsheng looked at each other on the spot. What the hell? I told you to handle it, not to form a special task force to handle it to death. Isn't this just a case of illegal car modification? However, Huang Han suddenly turned his head and slapped me hard on the shoulder. You kid, you've brought me glory. Don't worry, this year the Science and Technology Progress Award will definitely have your name on it. This time, Tan Linsheng and Li Zhonghai beside them were completely dumbfounded. What is this situation? Instead of making a mistake, he's getting an award? In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. In the courtyard of the city bureau, Zhao Minggao was on the phone, excitedly informing everyone in his network, while I stood not far away, smoking with Huang Han. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next time you save someone, can you be more direct? That was scary as hell. For a moment, I really thought I was done for. Unexpectedly, Huang Han glanced at me. It's true you've achieved great merit, but what you did was also completely outrageous. He looked at me with a teasing expression.
The traffic police said you provided convenience for illegal activities. That was them being very polite. If I were them, I'd have had you shot by a firing squad. Heh. You wouldn't have the heart. Then, I asked probingly, so I'm fine now, right? In your dreams. Huang Han's expression turned serious again. Chief Lin personally ordered it. You and Dr. Qin are to report to the capital immediately. It turned out that within 2 short hours, the entire academic world had completely exploded. From the Academy of Sciences down to the research institutes, everyone was discussing my earth-shattering discovery. Chief Lin was even more overjoyed. Not only did he specifically ask to see me, he even wanted to send people to transport that electric car away. At this moment, Zhao Minggao hung up the phone. He walked over quickly with an excited expression. Chief Huang, Professor Liu, the test results are out. Many of our military's main radars against this material show absolutely no reflective signal. Huang Han suddenly raised his eyebrows. Including the JY-27? Zhao Minggao nodded vigorously. That's right. Even long-wave radar can't detect it. You must know, long-wave radar is the natural enemy of stealth aircraft. And now my discovery completely fills this critical weakness. Old Zeos' voice trembled with excitement. This batch of material, regardless of performance or durability, I dare say it's definitely the best in the world. Once it's mass-produced, our Air Force will be invincible. Just as he was about to continue his praise, Qin ran over quickly and interrupted him. Teacher, Chief Huang, the helicopter is here. We have to go. Huang Han patted my shoulder, urging, let's go. Keep your wits about you. You're representing the face of our Qilin military region. I nodded. Then, I walked side by side with Qin Shi towards the rooftop helipad. At the same time, in the 4th-floor office, Li Zhonghai and Tanlin Sheng were staring blankly out the window. The city bureau's helipad had never been used since its completion, but who would have thought that the first time it was used, a military helicopter would be landing? My God, isn't that a Z-20? Li Zhonghai's eyes widened. Tanlin Sheng heard an even more terrifying sound. He pointed to the sky in horror. Not just that, listen to that sound, it's fighter jets. In an instant, several people looked up at the same time. They looked to the front left and discovered 2 J-15s appearing and disappearing as they tore through the sky, leaving 2 white contrails. A helicopter coming to pick someone up is one thing, but there are even fighter jets for escort. This time, Li Zhonghai and Tanlin Sheng's minds were about to smoke. What kind of deity is this Lu Chen? At this moment, Yang Chong rushed in. You two, the provincial department has an instruction. Li Zhonghai's and Tanlin Sheng's hearts immediately started pounding. Yang Chong took a deep breath, his voice laced with fear. The provincial department requires us to follow all the instructions of Chief of Staff Huang Han. Then, he dropped even more shocking news. Lu Chen's case, including that car and Old Man Yang, all files are to be sealed. S-level encryption. Hearing this, Tanlin Sheng let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. As long as we're not blamed. Unexpectedly, Yang Chong shook his head helplessly. Why wouldn't there be criticism? The provincial department chewed us out harshly. They said we almost ruined the fate of the nation. At the same time, the internet completely exploded. Linyang traffic police live-streamed the pursuit. The footage went viral on the Yinlang platform at the speed of light. The traffic police department had to admit defeat. When they did proper promotional content, the views were pitiful. Who knew that an accidental event would make them a huge hit? But the higher-ups repeatedly issued orders. This incident must be encrypted. Erase the influence. This time, it was the grassroots cyber police who suffered, because this matter had turned into an internet festival with tens of millions of views. The keyword old man's racing electric car was firmly occupying the #1 spot on the trending list. Holy crap. Woke up too early. My eyes are playing tricks on me. I'm seeing airplanes on the highway. What brand is this old man's electric car? Begging for a link. And at this time, I was all the way in the capital. I was lying on the hotel bed, feeling completely drained. Endless reports to write. Non-stop meetings. More tiring than plowing 3 acres of land. Suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the limited time challenge. Reached 1 million followers across all platforms. I was stunned on the spot. What's this situation? I haven't streamed these past few days. Did someone buy the wrong traffic? I picked up my phone, and the next second I was shocked by the scene before me. New followers 9999 plus, comments 9999 plus, likes 9999 plus. All the numbers on the notification icons had maxed out. I'm sure these are all real people. Because in the comments section, the curses were getting harsher and harsher. Luckily, my mentality is strong enough. After reading 2 sentences, I was completely immune. Only now did I understand. Because of the old man's racing electric car incident, I had passively become famous. Half were screaming to find me to modify their cars. The other half were cursing me for being a stumbling block to traffic safety. Seeing this, I decisively turned off my phone. I thought to myself, notoriety is also a form of fame. What more could I ask for? So I immediately returned to the system. Reward received, Intelligent CNC Machine Tool System. Description. This device can perform high-precision mechanical processing of complex shapes. Woohoo! The fatigue in my body instantly vanished. I couldn't believe it. The mission was completed so quickly.
As expected, the harder you work, the luckier you get. I knew well, with this machine tool, no component could ever trouble me again. As long as I have the blueprints, I can produce anything. Repair points for blueprints, blueprints for making components. This is truly a perfect perpetual motion machine. Awesome. I feel that my reputation of being able to fix anything is now completely solidified. Immediately after, I went to the system's homepage, but when I saw the repair points, I frowned. Current repair points? 2.93 million. This number is a bit low. During this time, I was only focused on reverse engineering the stealth material. I didn't accumulate many points. Combined with previous consumption, I've nearly squandered my fortune. But it's not a big problem. I am confident. With the machine tool, the speed of accumulating repair points will be incomparable to before. Receive, I ordered. In an instant, a massive amount of information like a flash flood poured into my head, but this time the data seemed too large. I felt my brain working frantically. The CPU was about to spark. The next second, my breathing became rapid, and my heart rate suddenly accelerated. I felt as if the oxygen in the air was sucked out in an instant. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that I went limp in front of the computer, feeling completely drained. Everything seemed tasteless. I silently resolved, I must train my body. Otherwise, next time I exchange for something else, I might really die right inside the system space. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. What are you groaning about? Qinshi had entered the room at some point. She looked at me with a suspicious expression. She noticed my face was abnormally flushed, covered in beads of sweat, and I looked dazed. Qinshi immediately became suspicious, her gaze turning strange. What are you doing? Rewarding yourself? I immediately shook my head frantically. Nonsense. Am I the type of person to just casually reward myself? But Qinshi didn't believe it at all. She came forward to feel my forehead. Then she checked my pulse. She couldn't understand. I was alone in the room, neither exercising nor agitated. Why was my condition so strange? Are you sick? She was a little worried. Let's go to the hospital. No. I refused flatly. I couldn't tell her that I had just installed a machine tool in my head. What if I was dragged to the hospital? How embarrassing would that be? Thinking of this, I made a decision. I decided to shut her up completely. That's right. You found me out. I was indeed rewarding myself. As soon as these words were spoken, Qinshi suddenly lowered her head. A blush immediately spread from her neck to her ears. The next second, she shyly turned halfway away. The chief told me to have you go to his office tomorrow. It's important. Okay, I got it. The next day, Chief of the Ministry of Defense, Director Xie from the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense is here. As soon as the secretary finished speaking, Lin Xiao waved him in. The person who arrived was a middle-aged scholar wearing glasses. He was the head of the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, Xiejian Lin. After shaking hands with Lin Xiao, he immediately took out a folder, but Lin Xiao waved his hand. No need for the report. Just tell me verbally how the stealth material progress is going. Hearing this, Xiejian Lin blurted out 4 words. Extremely promising. He said excitedly that from yesterday until now, the entire supermaterials community has been thunderstruck. Even the aviation industry has been blown to smithereens. Because this technical document that Lu Chen submitted is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. First, in terms of materials science, it can dynamically adjust, self-adapt, and optimize. Second, in terms of energetics, it can efficiently convert electromagnetic energy into thermal energy. Its core performance surpasses all previous materials. What's even more astonishing is the durability. The maintenance frequency of the latest domestic technology is 15 days, but Lu Chen's material has soared to 27 days, nearly double. Xie Jianlin took a deep breath. He felt this was no longer simple reverse engineering. It's not at all like learning from the Eagle faction across the river. Although it was reverse engineering the F-35's coding, the result this time is that the student has surpassed the master. He came to an ironclad conclusion. I can responsibly say that this type of material has superior performance to the one used on the F-35. After hearing this, Lin Xiao couldn't help it anymore. He burst out laughing on the spot. That's more like it, he never expected. That Lu Chen's ability would be this strong. He said frankly, originally, I let him do this project, just because I felt he was a diamond in the rough. I wanted him to learn something during the reverse engineering process, so I sent the academic-minded Qinshi to assist him. The result is that he directly learned everything the Eagle faction had. The features of the coding he created all surpass those of the captured F-35. If the theory has no problems, your Science and Technology Commission must find a way to implement it, Lin Xiao decided. Xie Jianlin immediately puffed out his chest. Rest assured, sir, the North and South aviation corporations have already begun to act. The 2 chairmen have made up their minds. The stealth capability of the new generation of fighter jets will definitely be #1 in the world. Lin Xiao was very satisfied with this attitude, but in his heart, he understood better than anyone else. All of this rapid acceleration is not because of the Science and Technology Commission, nor is it because of the 906 Institute. This is entirely the extraordinary merit of Lu Chen alone. So he changed the subject. I am confident about the project. I called you over for a more important topic. Xie Jianlin looked at Lin Xiao's somber eyes and immediately guessed something. Lu Chen. That's right. Where does his position ultimately lie? Lin Xiao admitted. At first, he was too conservative, giving him a professorship title, a team leader title, but without much real power. It was because he felt that Lu Chen's theoretical foundation wasn't solid enough. But now it seems he drove the quantum radar project, and he made the breakthrough on the stealth material project. Lin Xiao spoke word by word, firmly. His personal position should be placed at a strategic level. Hearing this, Xie Jianlin was suddenly shocked. You mean to have him serve as the chief designer of a major project? The 4 words strategic level position carry enough weight to crush anyone. It means not being tied to a specific piece of equipment, but having to grasp the overall situation. For example, the entire research and development of fighter jets, the entire configuration of tanks. Each project has a starting budget in the tens of billions. Moreover, it lays the foundation for a military branch, main combat force for the next 5 to 10 years. Xie Jianlin immediately stated his position. A genius like him is completely qualified to be a chief designer. We can even break all conventional rules for him. After all, a position that can lay the foundation for a military branch, main combat force for the next 5-10 years, is usually only held by top scholars, over 50 years old. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Then he posed a more difficult problem. So what do you think? Which project would be more suitable to assign him to? Xie Jianlin fell into deep thought. Because the abilities he has demonstrated are truly too comprehensive. Ground-based missile defense, he has quantum radar, Air Force fighter jets, he has wave-absorbing materials. Even in the early days, he even restored a battle tank by himself. He's truly a mobile hexagonal warrior of the national defense industry. Xie Jianlin came up with a groundbreaking idea. I think for a genius like him, we shouldn't set any limits. Let him choose for himself. As soon as these words were spoken, Lin Xiao was immediately enlightened. That's right, a genius has no limits. Why should we measure him by the standards of ordinary people? He made a decision on the spot. Old Z, compile all the major projects we have, let him choose for himself. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao immediately pressed the buzzer on his desk. Secretary, let Lu Chen and Qin Shi in. 3 minutes later, Qin Shi and I walked into the meeting room. Lin Xiao waved for the 2 of us to sit down, but his gaze was focused on me. Previously, having you teach at Harbin Institute of Technology was my mistake. This arrangement was very inappropriate. As soon as I heard this, my heart bloomed. Right. I nodded my head vigorously. It's completely inappropriate. Just revoke my teaching position. As long as I keep the benefits, it's fine. I immediately pushed my luck. Chief, what a brilliant idea. I'm really not cut out for teaching. Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction, seemingly very appreciative of my self-awareness. Therefore, I'm preparing for you to go to the Academy of Sciences as a reserve academician. I wanted to curse. I clearly kept saying that I was unworthy of the position, that I was completely unqualified to be a teacher. Who would have thought that Chief Lin would turn the tables on me and arrange for me to go to the Academy of Sciences? But the person more shocked than me was Qin Shi beside me. Her eyebrows trembled, her face filled with disbelief. The Academy of Sciences, that's the lifetime dream of countless scientific researchers. Even someone as capable as her had never dared to dream of that position. But I'm only in my 20s and I'm already a reserve academician. This means that for the rest of my life, even if I just lie around waiting for seniority, I could still become an academician in my old age and be draped with the national flag after death. Thinking of this, Qin heart was filled with both bitterness and joy. Just then, Chief Lin saw through my intentions. He directly cut off my retreat. Don't refuse anymore. The matter of the Academy of Sciences is settled. I'll handle the procedures. Before I could speak, Director Z beside him suddenly stood up. Currently, there are several projects that have been clearly approved by the state, but the position of project leader is still vacant. He spoke very directly. All business. The first is your old profession of repairing fighter jets. I had a million questions in my head. That's not right, leader. My old profession was repairing TVs. But Chief Lin paid no attention at all. He gestured for Director Z to continue. Director Z then explained, if you go, you can't be the main person in charge. You could probably only be a deputy chief designer. Hearing this, Qin X's mouth twitched beside me. Only be a deputy chief designer. That's a national weapon worth hundreds of billions. Listening to this tone, it's like making me a deputy chief designer is an injustice to me. Who knew? Before Qin Shi could process it, I firmly said I wouldn't go. Chief Lin seemed to have expected my answer, but he still couldn't help but ask. Why? I directly threw out a phrase. Better to be the head of a tiger than the tail of a mouse. I felt so damn smart. I both rejected their good intentions and showed off at the same time. But only I knew the real reason. A single fighter jet costs 700 or 800 million. I can't afford to repair it at all. If I go, I won't get any repair points, and I might even cause more trouble for them. Occupying a position without doing anything is not right. Hearing my answer, not only was Chief Lin not angry, but he was genuinely happy. Director Z beside him laughed heartily, and then offered the second option. You go to the #1 Northern Air Base and take the position of Chief Designer, responsible for the research and development of Project Number 4, which is the new generation main battle tank R&D project. Chief Lin immediately nodded, feeling that this was very suitable for me. You have achievements in the field of combat vehicles. I suggest you consider it seriously. As soon as he said this, Qin Shi beside me was practically suffocating. Project Number 4. This is the top priority of the 5-year plan. Qin Shi mustered up the courage to speak. Lu Chen, I also recommend you go to the airbase. I don't accept your suggestions. I refused immediately. What a joke. I only have a little over 2 million repair points in my pocket. How could I possibly afford to repair a tank? But if Chief Lin and Director Z didn't arrange a position for me today, they definitely wouldn't let it go. So I took the initiative to ask, are there any cheaper major projects? Lin Xiao laughed after hearing this. He said, are you afraid of taking responsibility? I immediately explained, I just want to start with something small first. After all, I am still young. Xie Jianlin suddenly said, if we loosen the restrictions a bit, it's not like there aren't any projects. Lin Xiao suddenly looked up. There are? What is it? We are promoting a project for domestically produced firefighting equipment. Within 5 years, we must replace all of it. Gradually replacing firefighting equipment with domestic products. This is also a major project specially approved by the higher-ups to solve the problem of being suppressed. Currently, nearly half of the specialized equipment for firefighting in the country is imported, especially large fire trucks, most of which are made in Germany. This is not just a civil project, but also a strategic key point. Although it doesn't attract as much attention as tanks and planes, its level of urgency is no less than that of major military projects. Hearing this, Lin Xiao pouted. Old Z, this little scheme of yours can be heard all the way across the Pacific Ocean. The talent I just discovered, and you're already trying to snatch him from me. Xie Jianlin just smiled benignly and kicked the ball directly to me. It's all for the construction of the country. Lu Chen, what do you say? I agreed immediately. I will follow Director Z's arrangement. Firefighting equipment is good. This is practically tailor-made for me. The whole system has both cheap and expensive items. My 2 million plus repair points can finally be put to use. Thinking of this, I consciously moved a little closer to Xie Jianlin and seriously expressed my attitude. Projects aren't high or low. As long as it can build up the country, I have no problem with it. In the room, Qin Shi watched my departing figure, her eyes immediately filled with disappointment. A few days later, before I was about to leave, a Grand Joint Award and commendation ceremony was held. The Kailan military region, for shooting down the F-35, received a first-class collective merit. Yang Hu of the Maintenance and Repair Company even went on stage to receive the first-class collective merit. The applause from the audience was thunderous, but Yang Hu on stage was looking left and right, his face filled with guilt, because everyone in the Maintenance and Repair Company knew that without me, it would have been impossible to shoot down that F-35. 95% of this credit belongs to me. As a result, in the commendation, my name was not mentioned at all. He didn't even see a shadow of me at the scene. After getting off the stage, Chief of Staff Huang Han noticed something unusual about me. Yang Hu sighed. Chief of Staff, this merit doesn't have much to do with him. Without my brother Lu, you could strangle me and I still couldn't have shot it down. Huang Han just patted his shoulder, not saying much. Just as everyone thought the ceremony was about to end, Commander Lin Xiao walked onto the stage again and took out a document folder wrapped in red velvet. I will now read the final commendation announcement. A certain comrade in our army has shown extremely outstanding performance in 2 projects, making outstanding contributions to the country, the army, and the people. Immediately after, Lin Xiao announced the final decision, to award that comrade the honorary title of Air and Land Guardian. In addition, a house will be awarded, along with 10 million yuan in cash, and lifetime benefits. Before the words were even finished, a commotion erupted in the Grand Hall. Everyone gasped. To receive an honorary title while still alive during peacetime is almost an impossible task. Yang Hu was stunned. My goodness, Chief of Staff, who on earth is this comrade? Although Huang Han guessed it was me due to confidentiality regulations, he could only shake his head. It's not clear. Yang Hu was still clicking his tongue in admiration. He thought receiving a first-class merit was already impressive enough. He never expected there would always be a higher mountain. At the same time the commendation ceremony ended, a red-headed document from the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense was quietly being sent to the desks of fire departments at all levels across the country. At this moment, in the Linyang City Fire Department, Captain Qian Wei was having a headache over this matter. Section Chief Wu, have you seen the document from the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense? Wu Xianghua from the Equipment Department nodded repeatedly. I've seen it. Resolutely implement it. Don't just shout slogans. How do we implement it? Qian Wei frowned. To implement it, we must prioritize domestic manufacturers during bidding. But this is too difficult. The team is in dire need of equipment for large-scale chemical and forest fires.
There are few domestic options, and they are not cost-effective. This order really goes against market laws. But Wu Xianghua believed the matter wasn't that simple. You can't make bricks without straw. The higher-ups are asking us to buy more. They will surely also coordinate the R&D on the equipment side. As he spoke, he took out a red-headed document. It stated that the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense had formed a special working group, which included a team of experts that, within 3 days, would come to the Linyang Brigade for an inspection. Looking at the document's title, Qian Wei immediately became serious. This was a document signed and issued by the Commission of Science, Technology, and Industry for National Defense, the highest-level document he had ever seen in his career. Qian Wei felt something was off. Wait a minute. He called Wu Xianghua back. Why would the experts choose our small brigade? Wu Xianghua also looked confused. Normally, the inspection should be at the provincial-level general brigade. Linyang is a prefecture-level city brigade, the second lowest rank from the bottom. Thinking of this, Qian Wei's heart suddenly pounded. Could it be that they think our brigade has a problem? At the same time, at the main gate of the Linyang City Fire Department, my guard Shen Bao and I walked straight into the station. The firefighter on duty saw me and greeted me enthusiastically.
Brother Lu, you're here. It just so happens our pump is broken again. Seeing me get along so well with the firefighters, Shen Bao looked incredulous. He whispered in my ear, "Sir, did you know them before?" I nodded. Yeah, I used to fix things for them. Before that, they rescued me once. Very quickly, the firefighters brought over the broken pump. I only needed one glance to see the problem. The coil is burnt out. I can fix it with a screwdriver. In less than 3 minutes, I had disassembled the pump. Just as I was about to remove the coil, an unhappy voice sounded. Who let you do repairs here? Captain Qian Wei appeared. Repairing it is not a problem, but you can't do it here. The higher-ups are coming for an inspection. Let's go inside. I'm very fast. But Qian Wei was still adamant. Young man, please understand, we have to put on a show. I really had no other choice but to show my hand. All right then. I'll stop pretending. I am that leader. Qian Wei looked speechless, thinking to himself, if you're the leader, then I'm Qin Shi Huang. Shen Bao quickly stepped forward to explain. This is Professor Lu Chen. You must have received the notice. Qian Wei froze on the spot. The notice was very clear. Reserve Academician of the Academy of Sciences, Professor Lu Chen from Harbin Institute of Technology is coming. But the young man in front of him was also named Lu Chen. How could there be such a young academician? Seeing Qian Wei's confused look, I acted very naturally. It's all right. Wait for me to finish fixing this pump. After speaking, I squatted down, quickly removed the damaged coil, adjusted it, and installed it back into the pump. I finished repairing the pump, then turned to look at Qian Wei. Captain Qian, you've received the notice, right? Qian Wei immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, sir. We will fully cooperate with your work. I waved my hand. No need to be so tense. I just came to understand the situation with your equipment. If we want to promote domestic production, we must first understand the details at the grassroots level. I decided to start with the small equipment, so I followed Qian Wei to the equipment warehouse. Professor Lu. This is the equipment we are most equipped with, our mini fire extinguisher device. Qian Wei pointed to a type of portable fire extinguisher and introduced it. The main component is clean gas. At the same time, a line of text appeared in my mind. Disposable hexafluoropropane fire extinguisher. High-efficiency mini firefighting device. Contains 2 kg of hexafluoropropane gas. 100% integrity. I was a little curious. Why is this the most equipped device? Logically, the mainstay of a fire department should be the fire hose, Qian Wei explained. Because this type of device is single-use, its firefighting efficiency is high, and it's more stable than a water pump. At this moment, Shen Bao couldn't help but interject. Is that so? Are there fires that water can extinguish? Qian Wei nodded. Like chemical fires, forest fires. The temperature is extremely high. Water evaporates as soon as it makes contact. We can only rely on isolating the air to extinguish the fire. I suddenly asked. So for such large fires, is your equipment sufficient? To be honest, it's not enough. Qian Wei sighed, a look of helplessness on his face. To deal with large fires, we have to use specialized fire trucks, and these vehicles all have to be imported. The higher-ups are now asking us to promote domestic production, but you can't make bricks without straw. Qian Wei became more agitated as he spoke. I'm just a prefecture-level city brigade. The entire brigade only has one large piece of equipment. If something really happened, we can only rely on firefighters carrying extinguishers, using their own bodies to hold the line. Hearing these words, my heart was deeply moved. Before coming here, I only saw this project as a cushy job, but now I'm determined to do it well. I have the industrial mother machine in my hands. Creating a top-tier fire truck is not a problem, but that's just a drop in the ocean. The focus of this project is industrialization, mass production. How to make the entire industry quickly, overcome the bottleneck is the key. My gaze fell once again on the pile of portable fire extinguishers. There's a bottleneck moving forward, so what about going in reverse? Captain Qian, what were the 3 elements you mentioned for extinguishing a fire? Qian Wei blurted out. Combustible material, oxygen, and heat. I continued to ask.
Our main method now is to block oxygen. That's right. Drastically reducing the oxygen content in a fire is the most effective. My consciousness immediately entered the system space. I quickly sifted through it, and soon a blueprint appeared before my eyes. Thermobaric bomb description. Through the effects of high temperature, high pressure, and oxygen deprivation, it creates a large-scale lethal weapon. Price, 43999. Seeing this, the corner of my mouth curled up slightly. A dry powder fire extinguisher can isolate oxygen. A thermobaric bomb can too. The basic logic is exactly the same. Moreover, this thing isn't expensive. It's only 1/10 the price of a high-end fire truck. If I modify it a bit, the firefighting effect will surely not be bad. Thinking of this, I returned to reality. Captain Kian. I understand the situation. I'll go back and do some research. When the time comes, I might need you to provide a testing site.
Kian Wei agreed immediately. No problem. What are we testing? I said casually. A new type of domestically produced firefighting equipment. Kian Wei became even more excited. That's great. Are there any requirements for the site? I looked up and thought for a moment, then said something that left him stunned. Make it spacious and not in a populated area. It would be best if it's an uninhabited area for several tens of kilometers. Kian Wei was instantly stunned. Providing a site is no problem. But what the hell is an uninhabited area for? What on earth are you planning to test? The director gave me an almost impossible task, asking me to single-handedly solve the localization of all firefighting equipment. From fire extinguishers to fireboats, the scope is ridiculously wide. I was completely lost. Where should I start? So I decided to start with the smallest fire extinguishing bomb. Who knew that as soon as I got home and entered the system, a new term appeared: free upgrade analysis. This time my heart skipped a beat. Could it be a new module? I immediately chose to view it. Immediately, a completely new page appeared in my mind. On the left were the materials I had in reality, on the right were the blueprints in the system. I had an immediate premonition. Isn't this a fusion skill? Thinking of this, I immediately placed the fire extinguishing bomb on the workbench. As a result, the system indicated that new materials were needed. I casually grabbed a piece of scrap steel pipe and threw it in. Next, I added the industrial mother machine I had just received. Galvanized steel pipe plus fire extinguishing bomb plus industrial mother machine. The next second, the system refreshed frantically. Unexpectedly, it generated a gold tier plan. I opened it without hesitation. Immediately, 5 large words made me ecstatic. Shoulder-fired firefighting cannon. A piece of scrap steel pipe plus a fire extinguishing bomb became a firefighting cannon. Even better, I suddenly thought of a wicked move. The military has phased out many old-style shoulder-fired cannons. I just need to paint them orange and then replace the warhead with my specially made firefighting round. Isn't this a ready-made localized replacement product? However, I didn't fuse it right away. Even a scrap steel pipe can produce a gold-tier plan. So what if I used a better material? I made up my mind. I immediately exchanged for a blueprint of a Type 91 grenade launcher. When I combined the grenade launcher and the fire extinguishing bomb, the system refreshed again. This time, 2 gold-tier plans appeared. I chose the gold-tier plan without hesitation. The next second, the words individual grenade firefighting gun appeared. Low cost, instant fire suppression. But I didn't fuse it immediately, because I immediately understood. As long as the fire extinguishing bomb is the main component, the practicality will surely be extremely high. The key is what the fusion carrier is. A piece of steel pipe, a grenade launcher, can all greatly enhance firefighting efficiency. So what if the carrier was a bit bigger? So I directly aimed for the big item in the system, the Type 59 tank. I immediately dragged it onto the workbench. Fire extinguishing bomb plus Type 59 tank plus industrial mother machine. The result was that the system reported failure again. Incompatible materials. I immediately had a hunch. That's right. Since I'm using a tank, how can a small fire extinguishing bomb be enough? I have to use a large caliber one. I immediately switched to a 6 kg dry powder fire extinguisher. Dry powder fire extinguisher plus Type 59 tank plus industrial mother machine. The next second, the system generated a purple tier plan. Purple is the highest tier. Tracked electromagnetic armored fire truck. All-terrain, explosion-proof, and can launch giant warheads. I didn't hesitate and shouted, "Exchange!" So what if the high-end fire truck chassis is being throttled? I have so many Type 59 tanks, they're practically scrap metal. This time I was completely hooked. I removed the tank and directly put in a Hongqi 9 missile vehicle. Fire extinguishing bomb plus Hongqi 9 missile vehicle plus industrial mother machine. This time, the system lagged for a full 15 seconds. Immediately after, a color I had never seen before appeared. Black. In total, 1 black tier plan was generated. I suddenly widened my eyes. Intercontinental firefighting launch vehicle. This thing can actually alter the weather and cause artificial rain. I was dumbfounded. Isn't this a weather weapon? The system even rarely issued a warning advising me to exchange with caution, but I didn't listen. The more the system advised against it, the more I wanted to try. The next day, I went straight to the Keelan military region. As soon as Huang Han saw me, he beamed. Academician Liu. Your arrival has truly graced my humble abode. I burst out laughing after hearing that. Are you trying to disgust me? Unexpectedly, Huang Han looked serious. It's mainly because of your current rank here. I waved my hand. Let's get straight to the point. No matter how high my rank is, I'm still me. Besides, I have a favor to ask today. Hearing this, Huang Han actually breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes lit up, and asked me directly, did the higher-ups give you a new task? I nodded. Yeah, the project is about to be established, but I've hit a small bottleneck. Is there anything you need help with? Just say the word. I won't refuse. Huang Han patted his chest in assurance. With him being so straightforward, I felt more confident. So I became bolder and stated my purpose directly. I'm currently working on an application project. To put it bluntly, it's modification. Huang Han nodded after hearing this.
Isn't that your specialty? Speaking of modification, is there anyone in this world better at modifying things than you? I immediately shot him a glare, suspecting he might be insulting me. But I had no proof. But what he said wasn't wrong. The higher-ups put me in charge of a modification project. They really know how to pick the right person. I got straight to the point. Modification still requires an equipment base. But I'm quite weak in this aspect, so I want to borrow some equipment from you to do some research. If the military region is generous, could you lend me a few Type 59 tanks? Okay. Huang Han nodded without a second thought. We have plenty of Type 59 tanks. I saw him agree so quickly and thought I had asked for too little. I immediately asked for more. I also need some individual equipment, for example, howitzers. The old models are fine. No problem. Then I also want a drone. Huang Han raised his hand to stop me. Just make a list later and give it to Zhang Mingrui. I will approve everything on the list. He was so generous, I was actually a little stunned. But on second thought, he knows my importance now. The entire country received the message from the Hailu satellite channel. He wouldn't dare make things difficult for me. Besides, the things I create, the ultimate beneficiary is still their Keelan military region. Just then, Huang Han suddenly leaned in secretively. He lowered his voice and asked me, I can give you the stuff, but you have to give me a little hint. What exactly is the project this time? I pretended to be troubled. This. How should I put it? He saw my attitude and thought it was a major confidential project. He immediately changed his approach. I won't make you break regulations. Just give me a general idea. I nodded and answered seriously. It's probably just a civilian project. I shouldn't have said anything. Huang Han's expression changed instantly. He stopped asking. Who would believe it's a civilian project? A civilian project that needs so many tanks and howitzers? This time, I had completely piqued his curiosity. As we were speaking, Zhang Mingrui was ordered into the office. Seeing this, Huang Han didn't ask anymore. He pointed directly at me and ordered Zhang Mingrui. Minister Zhang, take Academician Lu for a walk. He has a project that needs our support. Let him see what he specifically needs. You arrange the logistics to send it to him. Finally, write me a slip, and he'll sign it. Zhang Mingrui saw me and couldn't hide the smile on his face. He immediately saluted. Yes, sir. As I was about to leave with him, Huang Han suddenly called me back. Lu Chen, wait! I turned back. What is it? I only saw him take a book from his drawer and hand it over with a serious expression. Although you are an academician, I still have to say one more thing. You must read more books. I took the book, half believing, half doubting. As a result, when I looked closely, criminal law. I was stunned on the spot. Huang Han nodded seriously again. That's right. I can control other people's research principles, but your research principle is criminal law. I've already bailed you out twice. I don't want to do it a third time. I held that criminal law book, cursing inwardly. On the way to the equipment management office, the more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. I turned my head and asked Zhang Mingrui, tell me, is Chief of Staff Huang indirectly insulting me? Other people read books on high-energy particle physics, aerodynamics. He tells me to read more books and ends up stuffing a copy of criminal law into my hands. After hearing this, Zhang Mingrui burst out laughing. This is the chief's concern for you. Not long after, we arrived at the equipment management office. The person in charge, Li Dongping, saw Zhang Mingrui and respectfully greeted him. Hello, Minister Zhang. Zhang Mingrui waved his hand. Mr. Li, no need to be so polite. Who knew that Li Dongping would give a meaningful smile? Chief, what brings you to my place today? Zhang Mingrui glared. What's the matter? Can I come if there's nothing to do? As soon as Li Dongping heard this, he started complaining. Minister Zhang, don't play that game anymore. Last time you took a Hongqi 9 from me. As a result, you got the credit, while I was almost cursed to death by the chief of staff. He became more agitated as he spoke, pointing at his own nose. I sent out a Hongqi 9 and got back a Hongqi 90,000. You guys get rewarded and commended. I never get any of the good stuff, but I'm always there for the beatings. Zhang Mingrui immediately looked embarrassed. He quickly pointed at me and said, Don't worry, this time I have the chief of staff's orders. Then, he solemnly introduced me to Li Dongping. Let me introduce you. This is an academician. He has a project and needs to borrow some equipment from us. Hearing this, Li Dongping was completely stunned. His eyes scanned me up and down. His eyes were filled with astonishment. My goodness, an academician. At your age, you're already an academician?
He quickly greeted me with a military salute. "Greetings, Academician Liu." Seeing him suddenly become so amiable and friendly, I, on the other hand, felt a little guilty. After all, I was here to borrow things. Moreover, the kind of borrowing where you don't return. So I timidly extended my hand. "Sorry to bother you, Department Head Li. I really need it for the project." Li Dongping waved his hands repeatedly. "You're being too polite. It's our duty to do everything we can to support scientific research." Zhang Mingrui also nodded in satisfaction. "You see, our department headless principles are still very high. Lu Chen, don't be so polite anymore. Since Chief of Staff Huang has given the order, and Li Dongping is being so cooperative, then I could only silently apologize in my heart." Then I looked up and asked, "Department Head Li, do you have a notebook?" Li Dongping was stunned for 2 seconds. He blurted out, "A laptop? I really don't have one here. Computers belong to the Information Support Warfare Department." I quickly shook my head. "I don't need a computer, the paper kind of notebook." Li Dongping slapped his forehead. "Ahem. I misunderstood. I have plenty of those. How many do you need?" I smiled. "I just need one. What I mean is, you can start taking notes now." Li Dongping confidently waved his hand again. "My memory is still good. Just tell me what you need. I can remember it." "All right, in that case, fine." So I started placing my order. I need a 105mm howitzer, 2 Type 91 grenade launchers, 2 high-speed multiple rocket launchers. At first, Li Dongping was still concentrating on memorizing, but halfway through, his expression gradually became indescribable. Until I finished reading a long list, he was completely frozen. "You might as well just say you want one of every type of land weapon. The things I mentioned are all primary equipment, from personal gear to air defense. It pretty much covers all branches of the army." But I shook my head. "I need helicopters too." Li Dongping completely lost his composure. "This isn't borrowing equipment. It's clearly a pickup order, and a well-prepared one at that." It was as if I was reading from his inventory list. Seeing his tightly furrowed brows, I suddenly asked, "What's wrong? Is there any difficulty?" Chief of Staff Huang clearly agreed to let me choose freely. "Your Kylin military region can't go back on its word, can it?" Zhang Mingrui also spoke up from the side. "Department Head Li, just give him what's on Academician Loose list. After all, he is contributing to national defense development." Li Dongping sighed softly. He could only compromise. "All right then, I'll prepare it. Some of them have to be transferred from other areas. Give me some time." I saw my plot had succeeded. The corner of my mouth lifted. "Okay, right after that." Li Dongping asked a key question. "So, what should be written on the warehouse issue slip?" "That's indeed a problem. It can't be in my personal name." I thought for a moment. Then I spoke. "Then put it under our project team's name." "What name?" Li Dongping asked again. "What exactly is your project?" I cleared my throat and spelled out the project name word by word. "The General Project Office for Domestically Produced Firefighting Equipment Replacement." The moment these words were spoken, the atmosphere instantly froze. Zhang Mingrui and Li Dongping were petrified on the spot. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. "Hey buddy, are you serious? You're asking for the equipment of an entire combined arms battalion, and you're telling me it's for firefighting. This firepower is enough to wipe out a small country. Is your firefighting project even legitimate? How big can a fire be, that it requires an entire combined arms battalion to put it out?" A few days later, Huang Han finished his military affairs and walked out of his office with a relaxed expression. He happened to run into Department Head Xiang from the Operations and Training Department. He waved his hand. "Department Head Xiang, come take a walk with me around the barracks. These past few days have been all about equipment. I haven't checked on the training situation at all. Has the troops' discipline been good lately?" Xiang Tianyun from the Operations and Training Department immediately saluted. "We have always paid close attention to this matter. Please inspect the troops, sir." Huang Han glanced at his watch. It was exactly 12 noon. His gaze turned to the far west. Then he asked directly, "Which unit is guarding the western base this month?" Department Head Xiang didn't even need to think. He blurted out, "7th Brigade, 3rd Battalion, the ace of aces." Huang Han was interested. "Then let's go. You'll inspect this ace unit. The 7th Brigade, 3rd Battalion is the elite of the Kylin military region, a fully staffed, heavy equipment combined arms brigade, costing tens of billions, the kind of brigade that can destroy a nation. The equipment is top-notch. Combat readiness must also keep up." As they approached the barracks, Huang Han looked at his watch. He suddenly lowered his voice and said, "Sound the emergency assembly call." Xiang Tianyun reflexively tried to stop him. "They just finished high-intensity training this morning. How about we let them have a good meal first?" Huang Han glared at him. "Benevolence doesn't command troops. When war really breaks out, no one will give them time to eat. Sound it." Xiang Tianyun said no more. He could only obey the order. "Yes, sir." Huang Han had personally ordered before. Upon receiving a combat readiness order, personnel and vehicles must be assembled within 3 minutes. He started his stopwatch while staring intently at the barracks. In just 1 minute and 47 seconds, the 3rd Battalion's commander ran up to him and reported loudly, "Reporting, Chief of Staff, the 7th Brigade, 3rd Battalion has assembled, awaiting your instructions." The soldiers were in neat formation, their spirits high. Their tactical gear was in perfect order. Huang Han nodded. Not bad. Keep it up. Overall, he was very satisfied, but as he walked around to the back of the formation, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Commander of the 3rd Battalion. How many people are in your battalion? The 3rd Battalion commander reported. Reporting, sir. Authorized strength 989, present 953. Huang Han frowned slightly. The number of personnel is about right, minus the guards and those on leave. Basically, everyone is present, but he pointed at the vehicle formation behind the ranks. His tone turned cold. The men are all here. Where's your equipment? I have made it clear before. An emergency assembly doesn't just mean the men have to be present. The vehicles must also be fully prepared. I estimate that not even half of your battalion's vehicles are here. The advantage of a heavy combined arms battalion. Hearing this, the 3rd Battalion commander looked aggrieved. Sir, these are all the vehicles I have. Huang Han scowled. Nonsense. You're a heavy combined arms battalion. You should have at least 200 vehicles. Count them and see if it's enough. I think you're asking for trouble. The Chief of Staff's anger flared up. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. If it were a normal day, the 3rd Battalion commander would have backed down long ago. But today, he stubbornly explained, half of our battalion's vehicles have been requisitioned by the Equipment Management Department. Huang Han was immediately stunned. Requisitioning the equipment of half a combined arms battalion. How come I don't know about this? The more he thought, the angrier he got. His anger raged. Guard, tell Zhang Mingrui to run over here for me. A few minutes later, Zhang Mingrui arrived, panting and rushing. He hadn't even finished speaking when Huang Han roared, "Stand at attention for me!" That overwhelming pressure immediately wiped the smile off Zhang Mingrui's face. What's wrong, Chief of Staff? What else could it be? Huang Han stared at him. Then he pointed at the unit in front of them. Look at the fine mess you've made. My elite heavy combined arms battalion has now turned into an infantry unit. Even if you had a plan for equipment maintenance rotation, you can't just tow away the equipment of half a battalion. To his surprise, Zhang Mingrui looked bewildered. Reporting, Chief of Staff, we haven't had any large-scale equipment maintenance rotation plans recently. This time it was Huang Han's turn to stare wide-eyed. No equipment rotation plan? His voice trembled with anger. Then where are my tanks? Where are my cannons? Where did they go? No plan. Could the equipment of half a battalion just vanish into thin air? Unexpectedly, seeing the Chief of Staff's attitude, Zhang Mingrui was actually unhappy too. Chief of Staff, you can't just turn your back on an old acquaintance. Huang Han was full of questions. He was about to lose his temper, but Zhang Mingrui's next sentence made his face darken. Didn't you say to fully cooperate with Lu Chen's work? I lent all the equipment to Lu Chen. What? Huang Han's mind went blank. I did say to fully cooperate with Lu Chen, but he's a scientific researcher. He's not going to war. On what grounds did he take away the equipment of half my battalion? What does he need so many tanks and artillery for? Isn't he doing scientific research? He's not planning to liberate Tokyo, is he? Zhang Mingrui spread his hands again, looking innocent. I don't know. I only know that the project is a firefighting project. What the hell kind of firefighting project? Huang Han's blood pressure shot up. He suddenly turned his head, looking at those empty parking spots. Tanks, self-propelled rocket launchers, anti-aircraft missiles, drones. Whose family uses these things for firefighting? At this point, he didn't dare to think any further, so he immediately gave an order. 3rd Battalion Commander, run to the command headquarters and report to the higher-ups. Right after that, he grabbed Zhang Mingrui by the collar. You're coming with me to get the equipment back from Lu Chen, that Lu Chen fellow. You give him a Hongqi car, and he dares to shoot down an F-35 for me. Now he has the heavy equipment of half a battalion in his hands. God knows what kind of heaven-defying trouble he could cause. I was clearly trying to save the whole city, so I asked the fire department for a test site. Just then, in the fire department office, Wu Xianghua ran in happily. He shouted to their captain, "Captain, it's done. I've contacted the test site academician Lu needs." But Captain Qianwei asked blankly, "What site?" He had completely forgotten the big favor I had asked of him. Right after that, Wu Xianghua quickly reminded him, "It's academician Lu's test site." Only then did Qianwei slap his forehead. He said his memory was bad, but in reality he didn't care about my matter at all. In his opinion, my world-shaking ideas were completely unrealistic, fundamentally unreliable. So he didn't pay any attention to it. He just handed the matter directly to Wu Xianghua, but Wu Xianghua took it very seriously. He immediately reported, "There's an abandoned mine in Linyang town. The place is huge, and the surrounding area is desolate. It's especially suitable for academician Lu's requirements." Unexpectedly, it went in one of Qianwei's ears and out the other. He waved his hand dismissively. "Then just let academician Lu know." Just as my matter was tossed to the back of his mind, there was a sudden knock on the office door. A young man named Chen Zi walked in holding a tablet. When Qianwei saw him, his expression immediately darkened. He took out his phone and opened the Linyang Fire Department's homepage. "Xiao Chen, your recent work results have been too mediocre. You only have 12,000 fans." Qianwei's voice was full of dissatisfaction. "A few days ago, I went to a meeting in the city. I heard their traffic police team has over 800,000 fans. We're both city-level units. The gap for our fire department is just too big." Chen Zi wanted to retort but held back. His heart was full of curses. The traffic police got famous by live streaming catching elderly people's electric scooters. They catch all sorts of weird social incidents to get popular. Where would our fire department find stunts like that? But he didn't dare to talk back, so he could only propose a new plan. Captain, I think besides making videos, we could also do collaborative live streams. Collaborate with celebrities. Educate them on fire safety knowledge. Maybe we can attract some of their fans over. Qian Wei thought it sounded feasible. After all, the core of firefighting work is public education. But the next second, he said something shocking. All right then, I heard Jay Cho recently joined this platform. Why don't you try to connect with him? Chenzi froze on the spot. He pointed at his own nose. Jay Cho? Qian Wei had a matter-of-fact expression. That's right. That singer. Have him help us with more promotions. Don't overload electricity in the summer. Chenzi was completely speechless. He walked out of the office. His spirit was crushed. I've lived this long and I've never even managed to get a concert ticket. Who the hell am I? Asking me to invite Jay Cho for a collaboration. That's impossible. There must be one or two celebrities in Linyang, someone from the same hometown. Connecting probably won't be too hard. I'm such a genius. So Chenzi immediately pulled out a list of celebrities from Linyang. The one at the top of the list was Shengli Auto Repair Shop with 1.02 million fans. At the same time, I was starting a live stream after a long time. I've been missing for a long time recently because I was busy with the project. My private messages in the background were about to explode. I said to the camera, your streamer has been swamped with work lately, but I still went live amidst my busy schedule. I guess you can say I'm spoiling my fans. As a result, the netizens in the live stream room immediately exploded. Have you ever seen a streamer who doesn't go live for a whole week? The streamer's getting delusional. Once you hit 1 million fans, you start getting lazy, right? Whoever has time, go unfollow the streamer. The streamer's finally back. I almost called the police. Seeing that these fans were quite loyal, I had 50,000 viewers as soon as I went live. I was very happy. Faced with threats of unfollowing, I was very calm. Whoever wants to unfollow, hurry up. When there are fewer people later, it'll show everyone a new trick. The chat immediately went wild. Awesome. What are you modifying this time? 10,000 people writing in blood. We want to see the elderly person's electric scooter airplane. I immediately let out a small cough. No modifications today. Let's relax a bit. Do some collaborations. Actually, right before going live, I received a private message. It was from the Linyang Fire Department, hoping for a collaboration. As soon as I saw it was an official account, I agreed without a second thought. But the Linyang Fire Department isn't online yet, and the viewership in my live stream hasn't peaked yet, so I decided to do some random collaborations to please the fans. At this moment, the system notification sound went off. Beep. Streamer Shengli Auto Repair Shop is starting a random collaboration. The screen connected. A streamer named Nuan who doesn't like cilantro appeared on the screen. She looked at the number of viewers in my live stream. Her eyes lit up, as if she'd seen a piece of a Porsche. Big brother, what kind of streamer are you? I was instantly speechless. Big brother. Calling me uncle would be more acceptable. This voice changer plus that plastic surgery face. What bad luck. So I raised my hand and started signing. Abba, 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 abba. Unexpectedly, she still wouldn't let go. Big bro. Want to play around? Before she could finish her sentence, I had already disconnected. The live stream room was instantly filled with 666. I can doubt Brother Lu's character. I can't doubt Brother Lu's taste. That sister has lost the traffic code. Connecting with guys like Hu Bao would create better content. Seeing these compliments, I actually felt a little unaccustomed. Why have these guys' mouths suddenly stopped being so foul? I clicked connect again. The next second, a gorgeous 1010 girl appeared on the screen. This time I hit the jackpot. The comments in the livestream room were spammed with 666 once again, for no other reason. The girl named Xiao A Long on the other side truly had top-tier assets. Being beautiful was one thing, but more importantly, her heart was very big. I immediately put on my most handsome face and spoke in a deep, charming voice. Hey, little sister, want a PK? In an instant. The female fans and the streamer in the opposite livestream room were all captivated by me. Oh my god, this guy is kinda handsome. Play with him. We want to see you beat him. Xiao Yilong glanced at my popularity and immediately lost all her confidence. Oh my god, nearly 40,000 people. This is a real big shot streamer. She was a little nervous. Big brother, my side doesn't have any big spenders? I immediately comforted her. It's okay, my side is full of poor households. No big spenders, then you have to go easy on me. I puffed out my chest and assured her. Don't worry. The big spenders in my live stream spend less money than a dog. As soon as I finished speaking, the PK began. As a result, my live stream room was filled with question marks. Looking down on us? The streamer is really good at judging people. If you don't have money, just step back a bit. I still have 2 lollipops. Right after that, favorite falling snowflake gifted a lollipop. I was also stunned. I was being humble, but they really didn't send any gifts. A live stream room with over 40,000 people was actually getting crushed by the 40 people on the other side. Finally, I couldn't help but question them. Hey, you guys, if you don't have money, why are you watching live streams? This time, the comments were stunned by what I said. Luckily, my live stream room still had a nuclear weapon. My questioning made him unable to sit still. Why the girl in the short skirt gifted a spaceship? Why the girl in the short skirt gifted a sound wave? No. 1. Why the girl in the short skirt gifted a Porsche star? 6. Time's up. I easily won. Xiao Long had a gloomy face. Big brother, you're too much. You clearly said you didn't have big spenders, I said nonchalantly. No need to be polite. Consider it a lesson from me. The world is a dangerous place. Believing everything will only harm yourself. Then I asked, so what's the punishment? What kind of streamer are you? With looks like these, a dance wouldn't be too much to ask, right? Unexpectedly, Xiao Long raised her microphone. All right, I admit defeat. If it's a punishment, I can let you listen to my heartbeat. I was stunned, but the live stream room immediately exploded. Yes, 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 let's do this. Love to hear it, want to hear it, not just listen. The camera has to point there too. I pouted. Who told me to spoil my fans? All right then, let's hear your heartbeat. I'll let you off easy this time. Xiao Long obediently nodded. Then she pressed the microphone tightly against her left chest. The clear thumping sound came through. The old perverts in my live stream room couldn't take it. The comments were spammed like crazy. I must be sick. Getting a reaction just from listening to a heartbeat. Look at the streamer's gaze. It's about to turn into silk threads. Streamer, control yourself. She's letting you listen to her heartbeat, not letting you see her heartbeat. The comments were all holding their breath, focused. So was I. I wasn't just holding my breath and focusing. My eyes were also staring intently at her. Suddenly, I slowly spoke. Little sister, your first heart sound is split. There's regurgitation in your aortic, bicuspid, and tricuspid valves. Also a right bundle branch block. I advise you to go to the hospital for a checkup. Hearing me say this, the comments were immediately filled with question marks. We told you to listen to the heartbeat, not to diagnose an illness. You're mechanical Huatuo, not the real Huatuo. Absolutely no one believed what I said. Everyone thought I was putting on a show, but at this moment, Xiao Long on the other side was completely stunned. She then took out a medical record from off camera. You're amazing. A few days ago, I had chest pain. The test results were almost the same as what you said. Are you a doctor? This time, the trolls in my live stream room were completely dumbfounded. No way. Is this real or fake? Did you two plan this beforehand? He's called Mechanical Huatuo, and now he's become the real Huatuo. Wait a minute. You said you can fix anything? You can even fix people? I looked at the screen full of 666, just acting nonchalant. Actually, since the day the system awakened, I've had this function. I can distinguish some illnesses through listening and observation. I just rarely use it. I smiled at the camera. Anything can be fixed. I'm not kidding with you guys. Next, I waved at Xiao Long. Little sister, I'm done showing off. I'm out. After saying that, I disconnected, hiding my accomplishments and fame. After this maneuver, the live stream viewership immediately jumped to over 50,000. Thinking the time was about right, I started searching for an account on my phone, piquing everyone's curiosity. You guys came here today. Besides the female streamer, I've also prepared a mysterious guest for you. The atmosphere was immediately heightened. All 50,000 trolls were hooked by me. After all, the bombshell female streamer collaboration was already awesome enough. So the mysterious guest must be extremely exciting. However, amidst everyone's anticipation, a small line of text appeared in the live stream room. Mianyang Fire Department has entered the live stream room. A man in uniform, a blue firefighter's uniform, appeared on the screen. The netizens in my live stream room were instantly deflated. If you're not taking your clothes off, I'm not watching. Host, change the channel. We want to see pretty girls. Holy crap. He's connected with the authorities. Streamer, you're screwed. The audience in the live stream room didn't understand what was happening. Even the firefighter Chen Zi on the other side was a bit surprised, but he quickly pretended to be calm and introduced himself. Hello, Brother Lu. Hello, everyone in the live stream room. I'm a firefighter from Linyang. It's a great honor to connect with you, Brother Lu. Today, I mainly want to give Brother Lu a little quiz. There will be a prize for answering all the questions correctly. Seeing the wiggling stuffed bear in his hand, the live stream room finally reacted. So it's a fire safety knowledge promotion. The comments finally quieted down again. But I was already prepared in my heart. When the Linyang Fire Department contacted me, I already understood the procedure. Since we're from the same hometown, I should help however I can. Besides, I had also prepared a big gift for them. So I immediately accepted the challenge. I accept your challenge. A corner of Chen Zi's mouth lifted. Please listen to the first question, Brother Lu. Suppose the items piled up on your staircase catch fire. What would you do? I didn't even think. Just blurted out. Find a fire extinguisher to put it out. Wrong. He immediately cut me off. You shouldn't be piling miscellaneous items on the stairs in the first place. The comments also started frantically spamming question marks. The entertainment effect immediately peaked. This firefighter is good. What a great trap. Ha ha ha. The streamer's expression is killing me. Chenzi continued to ask, suppose. Brother Lu, your oil pan catches fire. Do you use hot water or cold water to put it out? I didn't answer hastily, but thought for half a second. I immediately realized this question had a trap, so I did the opposite. Hot water is wrong. You should use a lid for a burning oil pan. No way. So everything you say is a trap.
This time I get it. Don't be fooled by this clean-shaven firefighter. He has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. So I declared directly. All right. So this is how you want to play, huh? I figured out the pattern. Bring on the questions. But then Chenzi asked, excuse me, if there's a gas leak in the house, what number should you call immediately? I blurted out, 11? Wait, I put on a wise and cunning expression. The next second, an idea struck me. You're setting a trap. If there's a gas leak at home, you shouldn't make a phone call. The comments were instantly stunned, followed by a screen full of 666. That's my brother Lou. His mind reacts so quickly. Amazing. If it were me, I'd probably get trolled to death by the firefighter. Seeing the lively discussion in the comments, Chenzi was also very excited, so he pressed his advantage. He took out a fire blanket from the side. Brother Lou, suppose you only have one fire blanket in your house. Would you keep the fire blanket in the bedroom or the kitchen? I was just about to say kitchen, but I immediately stopped myself. Not good. This kid opposite me is very cunning. If I answer with common sense, hell, play the anti-common sense game with me. The important thing is, I don't know where this thing should be kept either. In that case, I have to turn the tables. I'll buy one for every room. Is that answer correct? Chenzi was a bit flustered. After half a second of silence, he tried to say, what if we suppose we only have one? You don't want your house to look so messy. I cut him off bluntly. Little brother, don't say so much. Just tell me, is it illegal for me to buy a dozen? Then it's not illegal. Chenzi gave a helpless, bitter smile. But he still didn't give up. He composed himself. Well, you can afford it. There are many brothers in our live stream room who can only afford to buy one. In that case, where should it be kept? I quickly seized the opening and asked back, are you implying that the brothers in our live stream room are all poor? Chenzi panicked at that moment. I didn't mean that. Listen to me. I sneered, and immediately interrupted. You're really good at judging people. The brothers in our live stream room are indeed all poor. Wait a minute. Why are you roasting us while answering the question? Don't say any more, Brother Lou. It hurts too much. Seeing Chenzi's panic, I immediately stepped in to smooth things over. How about this? Let's assume the brothers in the live stream room are all poor and can only buy one fire blanket. Then can I gift them one? A house usually has two, one in the bedroom, one in the kitchen. Is this answer standard? This time, it was Chenzi's turn to be completely bewildered, and my live stream room was laughing so hard they spat out their food. The firefighter has met his match. Gifting one is also an option?
This is even better than watching pretty girls. Look at the comments flooding in. Chenzi's heart was also in turmoil. He knew this live stream was a complete success. Bro, I give up. Chenzi finally admitted defeat. Then he'll announce the correct answer right away. If you only have one fire blanket at home, you should keep it in an easily accessible place. Your scheme has succeeded. I immediately continued. You see, I thought so too. But then he continued. Bro, I have one last question. May I ask, how many colors do fire extinguishers come in? This is a giveaway question. Of course, I know fire extinguishers come in many colors. Red, yellow, green. Chenzi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. You've done your research. Correct answer. But before he could finish, I suddenly interrupted him. There's also camouflage. Chenzi was stunned on the spot. Then he laughed and said, Bro, fire extinguishers don't come in camouflage. Just then, I reached under the table. The next second, I pulled out a huge object, a portable individual shoulder-fired fire extinguisher. I shouldered the RPG-like thing, staring straight at the camera. See if it's camouflage or not. Answer me. Look into my eyes. This time the live stream chat was completely stunned. There really is a camouflage fire extinguisher. Is this a fire extinguisher? This design looks a bit familiar. The person more stunned than the comment section was firefighter Chenzi. He was a walking encyclopedia of firefighting. What kind of fire extinguisher hadn't he seen? But the thing in my hands, he had never even heard of it. Bro, is this thing of yours a fire extinguisher? Why does it look a bit like an RPG? This is a fire extinguisher. I swear on the lifelong happiness of my top donor. Next, I began to introduce my latest work. This fire extinguisher has a range of 2 kilometers. One warhead can carry 2 kilograms of dry powder. After detonating, it can cover an area of 5 square meters. As soon as I finished speaking, the live comments exploded. 6666. That's my brother Lou. So you've been setting up the firefighter this whole time. If there's no camouflage fire extinguisher, just make one yourself, right? The old fans all get it. I never make empty promises. Every parameter I mention is real. But Chenzi didn't believe it, thinking I was just putting on a show for effect. He smiled. Bro, I know you do crafts, but you can't just weld a model together and try to fool me. This is a serious live stream. What if the audience actually believes it? I had already expected this reaction from him. After all, this thing just passed its test successfully. It's normal that no one believes it, so I put on a serious face. I'm not kidding you. The effectiveness of this fire extinguisher far exceeds similar products. How about this? I'll demonstrate it for you. After saying that, I carried the launcher directly out of the shop. At the same time, I set up the live stream camera to ensure the effectiveness of the test. I even carried out from the shop an iron barrel filled with gasoline and blankets.
Chen Zi, on the other end of the camera, saw this scene. His heart tightened. "Oh my God," he immediately said. "You have to be careful. Gasoline fires aren't easy to put out." I just calmly told him, "Don't worry, this isn't the first or second time I've set things on fire." Right after, I set up the fire point. I backed up a full 20 meters. I explained to the camera, "Space is limited. I can't simulate a 2-kilometer range. Right now, I am 20 meters from the fire point. I'll give you all a little demonstration." Chen Zi, watching the screen, clearly didn't believe it either. He thought that blankets plus gasoline couldn't be handled by a normal fire extinguisher, let alone with me standing 20 meters away. So he was still trying to persuade me, "Bro, we're live, just stop." My attitude was firm. If we weren't live, I wouldn't even be demonstrating this for you. Don't you want to gain more followers? This fire extinguisher of mine, for the first time, is making its debut in your live stream. I guarantee you'll gain followers. With that said, I directly shouldered the fire extinguisher and activated the aiming device. I locked onto the fire point. The next second, my mouth began the countdown. 1 round loaded, ready. 3, 2, 1. Fire instantly. A warhead, trailing a streak of fire, shot out with a roar. It exploded over the fire point. Boom, a loud explosion. A massive cloud of white powder immediately enveloped everything. The sky looked like it was snowing flour, and the large fire that had been burning fiercely a second ago was now completely buried. At this moment, everyone was shocked, speechless. This power is insane, crazy. This firing method. You call this a fire extinguisher? Just tell me if the fire is out or not. Right at this moment, a comment scrolled by. This fire extinguisher is really powerful. But I have a question. Where's the oil drum? As soon as this was said, all the viewers looked closely. They saw that the oil drum that originally held the flammable materials had now turned into a pile of shattered iron scraps. Wait a minute. You call this thing a household fire extinguisher? The fire is out, but the house is gone too. I saw the livestream chat unanimously demanding a product link. I was completely dumbfounded. This was clearly a fire safety awareness session. How did it turn into a sales live stream? But the audience was clamoring to buy the fire extinguisher. This was something I couldn't figure out. Before, when firefighters came to people's homes to raise awareness, persuading them to buy a fire extinguisher was harder than climbing to heaven. And now look at this. They're all yelling, "Streamer, hurry up!" But is what you guys want to buy a normal fire extinguisher? The firefighter Chen Zi next to me was also in shock. He stared intently at the fire extinguisher in my hands. He had seen projectile-type fire extinguishers before, but a 20-meter range was the absolute maximum. This thing could shoot up to 2 km. This isn't a fire extinguisher. This is a firefighting sniper rifle. Immediately after, Chen Zi subconsciously began to imagine, if grassroots fire departments could be equipped with this device, what major fires would they have to fear? Firefighters wouldn't need to get close to the fire scene at all, and there would be no casualties. Thinking of this, he was immediately moved. He had to report this to his superiors after the live stream ended. But just as Chen Zi was making his calculations, I looked at the comments and spoke with interest. "Don't be hasty. This is just a prototype. If it performs well, he'll find a partner for mass production." I even made a solemn promise. When the time comes, he'll definitely make sure every brother in our live stream chat gets one. Hearing this, Chen Zi panicked and hurriedly tried to stop me. "Bro, absolutely not," he shouted, still terrified. "We can't have one for everyone. This thing has flaws. It's fine for professionals to be equipped with it, but you're planning to give the live stream chat 50,000 brothers each an RPG. People who don't know any better would think you're about to launch an expedition to the Middle East." Flaws. Who would have thought that after hearing this I would quietly nod? Little brother, you truly are a professional. You actually saw through it. I frankly admitted. This shoulder-fired fire extinguisher does indeed have a fatal flaw. Not only is it laborious to reload and its destructive power is strong, but its sustainability is very weak. It's fine against small fires, but against a slightly larger fire, it's completely useless. However, just when Chen Zi thought he had persuaded me, I changed the subject. To be honest, it does have flaws, and they aren't easy to solve. Fortunately, I don't just have one trick up my sleeve, I said as I walked back inside. So I also prepared another type, a rapid fire extinguisher for everyone to broaden their horizons. As soon as I finished speaking, I suddenly pulled the second model out from the storage. The next second, a device larger than the shoulder-fired fire extinguisher, twice its size, immediately appeared on screen. A rotary barrel structure, a waist belt, a drum magazine. Seeing this, the comments immediately exploded. "Gatling, oh my god, is this real? It better be a model. Otherwise, the whole country won't be able to sleep tonight." The live stream viewers were completely dumbfounded. Good heavens, the Gatling gun in my hand and the one they saw in the movies were no different. The comments immediately refreshed. I knew the streamer had skills, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of skill. The only thing holding Brother Liu back isn't technology, but the criminal code. At Officer Wang, stop sleeping. We've got a situation. However, I paid no attention to the intense comments. Instead, I focused on introducing my second product. This is called a wide-area rapid-fire extinguisher. I padded the huge drum magazine. One load holds 24 rounds. Although the warheads are smaller, they use chemical extinguishing agents, higher efficiency, faster firing rate.
I even said that this thing is suitable for use in community fire stations. At this moment, the firefighter Chenzi next to me had a head full of question marks. Gatling. I may be uneducated, but I've played Crossfire. What decent person's fire extinguisher is the same type as the Terminator's? You said this should be equipped in community fire stations. Is your community in Syria? He finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Stop joking around. This model of yours is really cool. But to say it's a fire extinguisher. Before he could finish his sentence, I had already carried the device outside. I knew you wouldn't believe it, I said without turning back. Don't watch the commercial, watch the effect. After saying that, I pulled out from the shop. A scrap lithium battery. I even told the live stream chat. I'm sure all you pyromaniacs know, lithium battery fires are extremely difficult to extinguish. So this time, I'll light one up. A scrap battery for everyone to see. As soon as these words were spoken, Chenzi went numb. The comments were filled with even more question marks. Yeah, we agreed to do a fire safety awareness session. Why does the streamer keep starting fires? Absolutely epic, 666. The scrap batteries at Brother Lou's place, if connected, could circle the earth. The next second, I really did light the scrap battery on fire. The flames shot up to the sky. Chenzi, seeing his persuasion was ineffective, could only frantically speak to the camera to cover himself. Brothers, the streamer's actions are very dangerous. Absolutely do not imitate. Once a battery fire spreads, you must stay away from the fire source, and call the fire department immediately. But right at this moment, I suddenly added another sentence. You can also keep it in the trunk of your car, a backup Gatling fire extinguisher. No sooner said than done. I squeezed the trigger hard. The drum magazine immediately began to spin at high speed. Shell casings were frantically ejected one by one. Muzzle flash continuously erupted. The warheads, bathed in firelight, drew a fatal arc through the air, aiming straight for the fire point. The entire magazine was emptied. I placed the launcher on the ground and turned around stylishly. A real man never looks back at an explosion. This scene was like something out of a war blockbuster, deeply engraved in everyone's mind. Holy crap, is this something I can watch for free? No way. Even when putting out a fire, you managed to be so flashy. But soon after, someone noticed something unusual. What's the point of being handsome? The fire isn't out. They only saw me smile again. I held up 3 fingers. Let the bullets fly for a bit. 3, 2, 1. I waved my hand forcefully. Out. In just half a second, the battery, which had been erupting in blue flames, was instantly extinguished. Immediately after, only wisps of white smoke drifted out. From that moment on, firefighting became an art form. The firefighter Chenzi beside me was completely paralyzed. Why? Why do you look so cool even when putting out a fire? More importantly, this fire extinguisher was too powerful. One magazine to extinguish a fire from a distance, and it was the most difficult type of battery fire. Under normal circumstances, this kind of fire would require at least 4 or 5 people, continuously cooling it for several minutes before it could be extinguished. But now, things were different. The performance of this device was simply heaven-defying. Continuously firing extinguishing rounds suppressed the fire to the maximum extent. The delayed detonation chemical powder further caused the battery surface to immediately lose its oxidizing conditions, which is why it was extinguished instantly. This effectiveness far surpassed any handheld fire extinguisher on the market. The comment section was also completely won over. Damn, it's really a Gatling fire extinguisher. Aren't battery fires supposed to be the hardest to deal with? But it's no match for the power in Brother Lou's hands. I don't understand firefighting, but that scene was too cool. I'm buying it. Post the link. I'm begging you, streamer. The livestream viewership instantly surpassed 70,000. Just then, I slowly walked out from the smoke and dust. My handsome face appeared before the camera. I looked at the comments and let out a light laugh. Let me see. So many people want one? Do you guys even have electric cars to be asking for it? Chenzi couldn't take it anymore. Bro, is this a matter of having a car or not? I raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Little brother, are you not satisfied with the performance? Or should I fire another magazine? Don't. Chenzi directly dropped to his knees and begged. Bro, no more demonstrations. Let's end the live stream. If we don't, this really won't end well. 70,000 people watching a sexy streamer commit arson online. The impact is too great. However, I wasn't satisfied yet. Why end the stream? I'm on a roll. Chenzi was about to cry. I know you're on a roll, but your small workshop is too dangerous, he hurriedly proposed. How about this? Tomorrow we'll schedule a time to visit you. His thinking was very clear. These 2 devices were explosively effective. They had to be in the hands of professionals. They absolutely could not be sold in the shopping cart. Hearing this, I also found it reasonable. The remaining big items really did need a professional venue. I immediately spoke up. All right, you want to deal with me offline? Let's meet west of town. There's an abandoned mine. The place is spacious, easy to operate in. Chenzi was stunned. Bro, I'm scheduling a talk, not a showdown. He sighed. Fine, whatever you say. See you tomorrow. Just don't stream anymore today, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Chenzi's figure hurriedly disappeared from the live stream, leaving only the dumbfounded audience. Watching Chenzi hastily end the stream, comments immediately exploded. 60666. The firefighters want to deal with you offline. To be honest, if your little workshop gets inspected, even your underwear will be confiscated. Damn, with so many people, you're trending now. Not only that, you're on the recommended homepage. You see him as soon as you open it. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed. Screenshots were being shared wildly in group chats. At the same time, after ending the stream, Chenzi ran all the way and burst into Captain Qianwei's office. Captain? Before he could speak, Qianwei was already beaming. I just got news that our Linyang Fire Department is trending. Is that so? This sentence made Chenzi freeze. Even Captain Qian, who's as slow as a turtle with internet trends, knew. Just how viral must it have gone online? Chenzi could only nod vaguely. Trending is good, isn't it? Doesn't that mean we have fans now? This kind of trending is on fire in the literal sense. Qianwei's face was full of question marks. Chenzi organized his words, only to find it was impossible to describe. He couldn't just say, he pulled out an RPG to put out a fire. And when that wasn't enough, he switched to a Gatling gun. The more he tried to explain, the more vague it became. In short, sir, you'll know if you come with me to meet him tomorrow. He has 2 pieces of equipment. I think they could be useful for our team. Qianwei listened, confused. But when he heard the meeting location, he reluctantly agreed. Because tomorrow, he really had to go to Linyang Town for work. It was on the way. He also wanted to see what kind of surreal kid helped the Linyang Fire Department gain 46,000 fans overnight. The next morning, Shen Bao brought a few comrades and rushed over. Academician Lu. I found the men for you. They're all multi-talented. They know how to fire cannons, drive cars, and can even operate missiles. After hearing this, I pouted. Why do you speak so crudely? You could have just said they have solid military skills. Shen Bao was speechless on the spot. I looked at these healthy young men. Although they were in plain clothes, their spirits were high. That was enough. Today, I've arranged for the fire department to watch a test. I need people. So I led the group, and we headed imposingly towards the mine. During that time, I took the opportunity to start a live stream. Shen Bao, hold this for me. Your job today is to be the cameraman. Shen Bao took the device and couldn't help but complain. Bro, you're really addicted to live streaming. We're doing serious work. And you still have to stream? But I had a good reason. I promised the audience yesterday. Besides, it's a way to help out the Linyang Fire Department. Don't they want to gain more followers? Shen Bao suppressed his complaint and took the camera. However, the next second, he looked at the number of people in the live stream and cried out in surprise. 100,000 good heavens, because yesterday's display was too explosive. People were already waiting in the live stream chat early on. I looked at the soaring viewership, also a bit surprised. These jokers heard I was about to be dealt with by the firefighters and all set alarms to watch. I pretended to introduce to the camera. I see sharp-eyed viewers have noticed. Not only do we have a team today, but we're also using a professional camera. Shen Bao instinctively took the initiative to say a few words. So what did you stream with before? A phone? What else? The image quality was poor, and the battery life was also poor. The comment section immediately smelled something fishy. This kid took a sponsorship, didn't he? This is clearly a verbal ad. If Brother Lu got a sponsorship, then everyone here is responsible. Shen Bao was also an expert internet surfer. He immediately understood. He played along and asked, Brother Lu, so where's your old device? Everyone thought I was about to drop a link for the old product. Who knew I would casually say one thing? I gave it to my dad. The comments were stunned on the spot, immediately followed by thunderous laughter. No. Ha ha ha. That's Brother Lu for you. He's a pro at being surreal. I think I've discovered a treasure of a streamer. With just a few sentences, the atmosphere in the live stream reached its peak. The convoy had also arrived at the mine. By now, the people from the fire department were waiting impatiently. Qianwei looked at his watch. Have you actually made an appointment or not? Wu Xianghua also complained along. Why do we have to wait for an internet celebrity? Don't we have more important things to do today? Chenzi hurriedly reassured them. Leaders, please trust me. This trip won't be a waste. Qianwei sighed. I'll give you 5 more minutes. Section Chief Wu and I still have to meet an important leader. As soon as he finished speaking, I walked up to them. Captain Qian, Section Chief Wu, you're early. The next second, Qianwei and Wu Xianghua saw me and immediately greeted me. You're the one who's early, sir. Instantly, the comments in Chenzi's face were filled with question marks. Chenzi's face was full of astonishment. Captain, you two know each other? Qianwei nodded. That's right. Didn't I tell you we had to meet an important leader? I immediately made a hushing gesture. Shh. Be humble. Then I turned to look at Chenzi with a faint smile. Little brother, you're the one who wants to deal with me, right? This time, it was Qianwei and Wu Shenghua's turn to be stunned. You two know each other too? Chenzi's mind was about to explode. That's right. This is the internet celebrity I was talking about. Qianwei and Wu Xianghua were both speechless. It turned out we were all here to meet the same person. The live stream chat completely exploded. The fire department leaders are here. Is it my illusion? Why do the leaders seem so humble? Wait, he just called Brother Lu a leader. Did I hear that wrong? If you said Brother Lu was a soldier, I believe it. A leader. I remained very calm, pointing to the camera behind me. I usually do some live streams to record my life as a side gig. You two don't mind being on camera, do you? Qianwei repeatedly waved his hands. Of course not, no problem at all. The important thing is the content of your live stream, sir. I looked at Chenzi seriously. Spreading fire safety knowledge. This young man contacted me. The two of us have great chemistry on our joint stream. After hearing this, Chenzi's whole body went numb. You call that spreading fire safety knowledge? That was clearly a large-scale villainous arson case. Just as Chenzi was about to speak, I beat him to it. It's mainly about spreading knowledge, about fire extinguishers and common fire situations. As soon as Captain Kian heard this, he was full of praise. He even turned directly to the camera and started interacting. Seeing his proficient manner, I couldn't help but admire him inwardly, truly worthy of a big boss. But just then, Section Chief Wu beside him was more concerned about the project test. He asked directly, "Brother Lu, is the fire extinguisher ready?" "It's ready." I nodded, waving towards the distance. Then, I pretended to begin the introduction. Today, it'll show everyone a large-scale professional piece of equipment. What you are seeing now is the Type 85 towed fire extinguisher. Good heavens! Everyone's eyes went wide. They looked at the middle of the empty field. Where's the fire extinguisher? Forget a fire extinguisher. There was clearly only a pickup truck there. Just as everyone thought they had misheard, I leisurely walked up, went around to the back of the truck. The next second, a twin-barreled cannon suddenly appeared. In that instant, the comments completely exploded. Damn, yesterday it was guns. Today he's escalated straight to cannons. Captain Qian and Section Chief Wu were even more dumbfounded. Without any preparation, they stared at the twin-barreled cannon before them, completely stunned, especially Qianwei. He had been discharged from the artillery corps. He spoke with a tremor in his voice. "Brother Lu, you call this a fire extinguisher? Isn't this our army's Type 85 cannon?" Hearing this, I nodded repeatedly. Captain Qian really knows his stuff. This fire extinguisher was indeed developed on the Type 85 platform, from a cannon, but I've modified it. I confidently declared that I had added an infrared sight to it. As I spoke, I pressed the cannon switch. A beam of light shot out instantly. Qianwei immediately understood. This was a large red dot sight. But a big question mark appeared in his mind. He couldn't figure it out. Using a cannon to extinguish fires was a genius idea. "But what's with your guidance system?" I answered seriously. "To aim accurately, of course." Qianwei was about to go crazy. "I know it's for aiming accurately. This is firefighting. Why does it need to be so precise?" I pondered for a moment and slowly said one sentence. "I'm afraid the fire will run away." The entire audience was instantly petrified. The comments were filled with question marks and ha ha ha. "Holy crap, afraid the fire will run away. Fire, come here, let's have a sniper duel. I've got a cannon." Just as Qianwei was speechless, Section Chief Wu beside him had already quietly reached out to touch the back of this cannon. For men, this kind of machine that could make loud noises held a fatal attraction. Section Chief Wu was the head of the fire equipment section, even more so for him. For years he had been researching how to extinguish fires more effectively, especially long-range firefighting, so he couldn't wait to find out the parameters of this cannon. "Brother Lu, how far can this cannon shoot?" Before I could answer, Captain Qian beside him cut in with the answer. "Type 85 twin-barreled anti-aircraft cannon, maximum range 26 kilometers, maximum altitude 22 kilometers, effective altitude 20,000 meters. These numbers seem to be engraved in his DNA. After hearing this, I couldn't help but applaud. "Impressive, Captain Qian. You know the parameters of my fire extinguisher so well." Captain Qian was immediately speechless, but he immediately grasped the key point in my words. "Brother Lu, do you mean that after modification into a fire extinguisher, its parameters haven't been reduced? For firefighting purposes, 20,000-meter range was completely unnecessary." But I nodded. "Not only not reduced, but even enhanced. I've reinforced both the warhead and the rifling. Both the altitude and firing rate have been improved." Hearing this, Captain Qian sucked in a cold breath. Good heavens. A firefighting cannon with a range of over 20,000 meters. What kind of fire can this thing of yours even extinguish? The Type 85 is used to shoot down planes. The more he thought about it, the less he understood. "Brother Lu, I can understand firing extinguishing shells with a cannon, but this is an anti-aircraft cannon. Whose fire is flying in the sky? The trajectory of an anti-aircraft cannon is a straight line. It can only shoot upwards. It's completely useless for firefighting." However, when I heard this, I crossed my arms and looked at him silently. The sky indeed can't catch fire. But who said an anti-aircraft cannon can only shoot at the sky? As soon as I finished speaking, I waved my hand. The twin-barreled cannon immediately made a creaking sound. The next second, the cannon barrels, from their upward-angled position, gradually shifted to an angle parallel with the ground. At this very moment, Qianwei's face was instantly filled with horror. "No way. Where's the safety pin? Where's the safety pin on this cannon of yours?" Anti-aircraft cannons all have a safety pin. It restricts the barrel to only aim upwards. But once it's removed, the barrel can be lowered. The comment section was also in a complete uproar. Lowering an AA gun's barrel gets you a court-martial. Question for those who don't know: what's a safety pin? Let's put it this way. Without the safety pin, within its range, all living things are equal. Faced with Qianwei's questioning, I spoke righteously. I removed the safety pin. If I didn't, how could I aim? I patted his shoulder. Captain Qian, don't be so tense. Lowering an A gun's barrel leads to a court-martial. That's because you're using high-explosive warheads. Ours is different. This is a specialized firefighting warhead. Qianwei thought it over carefully. It seemed to make sense. Although it made sense, Qianwei still found it too surreal. I directly took a warhead down from the truck. It's fine. Watch my demonstration. After the demonstration, you won't find it surreal anymore. With that said, I handed the firefighting warhead to the soldier. Then I personally led 2 men to prepare the torches. But Qianwei looked at the blazing fire and his brow immediately furrowed. Brother Lu, there's something not right about this fire of yours. A normal flame has 3 layers, but this fire seems to only have 1 layer. I immediately gave a thumbs up. Captain Qian has a sharp eye. To better test the reliability of the fire extinguisher, I used a special flammable substance. It's much harder to extinguish. Qianwei's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. What flammable substance? I softly spoke 2 words, white phosphorus. As soon as I finished speaking, the large bodies of the 3 firefighters shuddered. White phosphorus. This thing's ignition point is only 40 degrees. It can ignite with just a little friction. Moreover, it's extremely difficult to extinguish. As long as it's exposed to oxygen, it will reignite. This is the type of fire that gives firefighters the biggest headaches. Chen Zi looked at the raging fire in the distance. Then he recalled my performance from yesterday. He was completely in awe. Brother Lu, where did you get so much white phosphorus? It's too dangerous. I just casually spread my hands. I, a professional amateur in fire safety. It's reasonable to have some white phosphorus at home, right? This time, Qianwei seemed to have completely understood. This kid is truly something else. Target ready, gunner ready, artillery ready, awaiting orders. At this moment, all the highly disciplined soldiers reported in one by one. I nodded in satisfaction and took out the walkie-talkie. I'd like to ask the fire department leaders to step back a bit. All other non-essential personnel, please evacuate to 1 kilometer away. This command left Qianwei and the others full of questions. Are you serious? You're using artillery to put out a fire? The power is indeed great. But is it really necessary to evacuate 1 kilometer away? You're using fire-extinguishing shells, aren't you? However, before Qianwei could voice his doubts, I had already picked up the walkie-talkie. I held the infrared device. I centered the distant fire point on the screen. Bearing 254, elevation 7, indirect fire, artillery calibrated, load 1 round, prepare. A series of professional artillery terms came out of my mouth, looking at my calm demeanor commanding from the front line. Qianwei was stunned. This wasn't firefighting at all. The person in front of him was clearly an artillery battalion commander. Wu Xianghua next to him asked, confused, Captain, what's indirect fire? Qianwei just shook his head blankly. I don't know either. However, without waiting for Qianwei to understand, I loudly gave the order to fire, with one command. The artillery shell shot out like a thunderbolt. The entire artillery position was instantly engulfed in a great fire. The immense sound wave was still terrifying from a kilometer away, but Qianwei didn't have time to cover his ears. His eyes were glued to the shell, just a second before it was fired. As a former artilleryman, he had keenly noticed the firing angle was too high. It wasn't aimed correctly at all. The shell would fly into the air 10 meters above the blaze. The margin of error is too large. After all that work with infrared and guidance, it turns out you aimed so poorly. How is this any different from firing blindly? Sure enough, when he looked up again, the shell was exactly where he predicted. It reached an altitude of exactly 10 meters above the blaze. Boom! A loud explosion. A small mushroom cloud suddenly rose up. Immediately after, the shockwave around the mushroom cloud spread out madly in all directions in a circle. Everyone at the scene felt that terrifying blast of air. The expressions on their faces were passively distorted. Damn! Qianwei was knocked to the ground by the shockwave. He unconsciously shouted, "What the hell is this? This isn't a fire-extinguishing shell. What the hell? This is clearly a nuclear bomb." The moment it exploded, the entire ground shook. Another mushroom cloud, another earthquake. And you said this warhead wasn't powerful. Qianwei scrambled up and roared at me, "Brother Lu, this isn't right. This blast alone is enough to cause a small earthquake." But I said with absolute certainty, "That's right. This is a fire-extinguishing shell." Qianwei was about to go crazy. "No, it's not. The important thing is you shot high. It didn't put out the fire, as expected. The shell's impact point was above the target. Although the shockwave was huge, it didn't completely extinguish the flames. The white phosphorus fire on the target was still burning." I remained confident. I calmly stated my catchphrase, "Let the bullets fly for a while longer." Suddenly, everyone at the scene felt it. The surrounding air was moving, rushing towards the explosion point. In an instant, countless air currents converged into a strong wind. It blew towards the fire from all directions. In this howling wind, that stubborn flame quietly went out. Qianwei showed an expression of disbelief. "What the hell?" I turned the tables, asking a professional question. "Captain Qian, you're a professional in the field of firefighting. You must know the basic principles of extinguishing a fire, right?" Qianwei came back to his senses. He asked loudly in return, I know it's about eliminating the oxidizing condition, but what the hell was with your mushroom cloud and shockwave? Of course he knew the principles of firefighting, cooling, removing flammable material, isolating oxygen, but he couldn't understand my fire-extinguishing shell at all. Only then did I begin to explain. This shell of mine contains high-energy fuel. Inside, there's a timed detonator. When the shell reaches the designated position, it first detonates on a small scale. This allows the fuel and air to mix evenly. Immediately after, the timed detonator activates. The fuel-air mixture explodes instantly. Chenzi was confused listening to this. He raised his hand and asked, what does this have to do with firefighting? Isn't it just an explosion? I pouted helplessly and explained in detail once more. Does a fuel-air explosion require oxygen? Chenzi nodded. So I burned the fuel-air mixture to create an explosion. Did that consume the oxygen in the air? Chenzi nodded again. I clapped my hands. So I used up all the oxygen. So does the fire have any oxygen left? Ah, holy crap. That's right. Chenzi was instantly enlightened. It all made sense. Using a fuel-air mixture to consume all the oxygen in the surrounding air. This leaves the main fire with no oxygen to use. And so, the fire naturally goes out. Chenzi recalled the scene from just now. That's exactly what happened. The first explosion, the fire didn't go out. The second explosion, the surrounding oxygen was depleted, creating a vacuum. The flame was instantly extinguished. Only then did the surrounding air rush into the vacuum area, creating a strong wind. My God. Brother Lu, you truly are the world's #1 genius. Chenzi couldn't help but start applauding. Lousy fire extinguishers spray powder or water to isolate oxygen. A good fire extinguisher directly eliminates the oxygen. He excitedly praised me to the heavens. Brother Lu, your method is too amazing. You should patent it. But at that moment, Qianwei pulled him back. You don't know anything. All you do is make a racket. Chenzi was stunned. What's wrong? Isn't this method effective? Qianwei said profoundly. It's true that no one has used it in the firefighting field, but it's not the first time. Instantaneous fuel-air explosion. Consuming oxygen. Qianwei said word by word, then suddenly looked at me. Is it possible? It's called a thermobaric bomb. You're using a thermobaric bomb to put out a fire. My God, what were you thinking? Qianwei was completely enlightened. Isn't this damn thing a thermobaric bomb? A near-nuclear weapon? Even a regular army has to think twice before using it, and you're using it to put out a fire. I, however, put on a serious face and recorded the data, looking satisfied. Just tell me if it works or not. It works. You're too damn good. I thought Qianwei was complimenting me, so I smugly explained. That was a training round just now. The explosive charge was only 1/10 of a live round. If we used a live round, the blast area could exceed 1 kilometer. I even said something vicious. There's no fire. That one mushroom cloud can't extinguish. Qianwei absolutely couldn't take it anymore. Is that something a human should say? One shell is fired, and it's true there's no fire within a 1 kilometer radius. But what about all the other living things within that kilometer? The core of a thermobaric bomb is 2,500 degrees. After putting out the fire, not even a blade of grass would be left. At this moment, the live stream chat room was also completely terrified. Crap, what did I just see? A civilian thermobaric bomb test. Not only was the fire extinguished, that place was just physically extinguished at this point. The middle of the mine pit had been scorched black. The fuel drum containing the white phosphorus had also been melted into molten iron by the high temperature. Qianwei stepped forward, measuring the blast radius with his steps. Brother Lu, what's the blast radius of this training round of yours? I answered casually. About 200 meters. Qianwei frowned. That's not right. I paced it out to be at least 400 meters, I said confidently. Then that's right. My blast radius is 200 meters, with a 200-meter margin of error, totaling 400 meters. This one sentence left Qianwei completely speechless. Are you even from Earth? Who calculates margin of error like that? He couldn't help but complain. Couldn't you just say the blast radius is 400 meters? I looked back at him. See? You're not happy when I say 400 meters. Of course Qianwei wasn't happy. I detonated a 400-meter thermobaric bomb. It even caused an earthquake. He had to report this to his superiors immediately. Who would have thought that testing a fire-extinguishing shell would result in a mushroom cloud and then an earthquake, if he didn't report it right away? His superiors would think they were doing nuclear research, so with a worried heart, Qianwei called the Emergency Management Bureau. But the voice on the other end of the line was even more urgent than Qianwei's. Hello, Captain Qian. There's been a major explosion in Linyang Town, your jurisdiction. We can't rule out a weapons-grade explosion. I've already notified the military to head over. You should also activate contingency plans. Maintain order on site. Don't act rashly. Before the other person could finish, Qianwei cut him off directly. Director, please calm down. Next, he said something earth-shattering. That explosion was because we were testing a fire extinguisher. The other end of the line immediately went silent. 5 seconds later, an angry roar came through the receiver. What kind of fire extinguisher could cause such a commotion? The Seismological Bureau has already sounded the alarm, you know? Minister Zhang blurted out on the spot. Damn,
Huang Han, however, breathed a sigh of relief. It's only 1.5 on the Richter scale. A small matter, but the next second, the guard's words made him feel as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. The Emergency Management Department has requested our military region to mobilize. A 1.5 magnitude earthquake requires mobilizing the military region? Huang Han was full of doubt. The guard's voice was also trembling. Because the focal depth is 0. Depth 0. This means it was a man-made earthquake. Immediately after. An even more terrifying word came from the guard's mouth. Considering that in Linyang Town, there may be the existence of a weapon of mass destruction. Instantly, the blood in Huang Han's veins ran cold. A weapon of mass destruction. Linyang Town. He could figure it out with his toenails. This wasn't a weapon at all. The one who caused this was definitely you, Lu Chen. He exploded on the spot, roaring at Minister Zhang. Did you give him the warheads? The terrified Minister Zhang quickly denied it. Not a single round was given. The two of them immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Conventional munitions couldn't cause this kind of commotion. What on earth is he doing? Building a nuclear bomb by hand? Sound the sirens. Full speed ahead. Huang Han was completely anxious. If they were late, it would be too late for anything. At the same time, at the mine pit I created, Director Wang from the Emergency Management Department led a large group of people who hurried to the scene. Chemical defense soldiers and fire brigades were all dispatched. The scale was no different from a rescue mission, but what they heard from Qianwei's mouth were 2 words. Fire extinguisher. Director Wang almost thought he misheard. You call this a fire extinguisher? With this level of commotion, people would believe it if you said an industrial park exploded, but Qianwei was so excited he was filled with admiration. He frantically introduced my new idea to the director. Director Brother Lu uses a thermobaric bomb to extinguish fires. It has provided us with a new option. First, its coverage is wide. Second, its firefighting efficiency is extremely high. There's no risk of reignition. Most importantly, it can be fired accurately from a distance. The more Qianwei spoke, the more excited he became. He recalled the fire that had devoured countless comrades at the port, that feeling of helpless pain. However, my idea of using a thermobaric bomb to fight fires precisely solves all the difficult problems. Just imagine, if we had this equipment back then, 5 shots could have extinguished the fire at a port area. But after hearing this, Director Wang of the fire department immediately scolded him. Are you kidding me? Using this to fight an industrial fire? After you put it out, not even grass will grow. Is that land still needed? But while saying that, he stepped forward and caressed the artillery barrel. His expression changed again. But if this thing were used for an oil field fire, it would definitely be a powerful weapon. Immediately after, his eyes swept over the crowd. Which one of you is Lu Chen? I stepped forward blankly. Yes. Director Wang's eyes lit up. He painted a bright future for me right on the spot. There's no problem with the direction of this cannon of yours. It's just that the destructive power is too great. As long as you can improve it, I'm willing to give you a chance. I'll recommend you to be an engineer at a specialized firefighting equipment factory. Just then, a green off-road vehicle roared over. It stopped right in front of everyone. The car door opened. When they saw the insignia on Huang Han's shoulder, the entire scene froze. Director Wang was even more stunned. He had called for backup, yes, but he never expected to summon such a big shot. However, Huang Han didn't even glance at them. He walked straight towards me. The moment he arrived, he asked bluntly, Lu Chen? Oh, Lu Chen, what are you doing? I looked innocent. I pointed to Director Wang beside me. Nothing much. Director Wang said he wanted to promote me. Director Wang hurried to salute, about to introduce himself. Who would have thought Huang Han would just glance over, his tone full of contempt? Promote him? That look seemed to say, who the hell do you think you are? Director Wang instantly turned to stone. Huang Han's next words were like a sledgehammer blow. You don't have the authority. Even I don't have that authority. Besides, this kid can't be promoted any higher online either. Boom. The entire scene fell silent. Huang Han paid no more attention to the local personnel. He turned his head and stared at me. I heard you're causing man-made earthquakes here? I repeatedly waved my hands. Don't slander me. This is legitimate scientific research to ensure the people's livelihood. Huang Han laughed out of anger. Your scientific research is legitimate? Then where's my equipment? Shouldn't you return it to me? I had long expected him to come, so I immediately nodded. Then I turned and pointed at Director Wang with an innocent look on my face. Director Wang is preparing to requisition this equipment for the fire department. You two can sort it out yourselves. As soon as I finished speaking, the whole scene fell silent. Huang Han was stunned. My artillery equipment. You're requisitioning it for the fire department? What's this? Does the emergency management department have combat duties now? But Director Wang was even more baffled than him. He didn't understand why the chief of staff of the Kailan military region was so respectful to a young man like me. Chief of staff, if you've been kidnapped, sir. Blink. Then after some mutual explanations, Huang Han finally understood the situation. He looked at the extremely familiar 85mm cannon. His eyes were full of disbelief.
This thing can be used for firefighting? I immediately nodded. Of course. They just finished discussing it. They said it's especially suitable for oil field fires. Director Wang also hurriedly stepped up to explain. This method of consuming the oxidant has a miraculous effect in controlling large oil field fires. Huang Han understood at once. He now realized he most likely wasn't getting this thing back, but it wasn't a big deal. After all, the 85mm cannon was old equipment. It has already been decommissioned in the army. This was equivalent to directly finding a new path. For this batch of decommissioned equipment, Huang Han changed the subject, pointing out a fatal flaw. I understand the reasoning. The principle is to use an artillery piece to fire an extinguishing shell, right? Isn't the noise you make fighting fires with this thing a bit too loud? His words hit the nail on the head. The leaders from the fire department immediately fell silent. They were so excited just now, they completely forgot about this. The last shot even alarmed the Seismological Bureau. It was indeed unsuitable. But right then, I perked up my ears. An opportunity has arrived. I quickly stood up. Sir, who says there isn't a quieter version? When I was working on the project, I'd already thought of this problem. So I also made a long version. Long range, high altitude, silent fire extinguisher. I looked at everyone and slowly dangled the bait. Want to take a look? One sentence directly piqued the curiosity of the leaders to the extreme. Qian Wei was the first to react. How does a silent cannon stay silent? Is it like a sniper rifle? Hearing this, I gave a thumbs up and smiled mysteriously. Captain Qian, you guessed correctly. This version has extremely high precision and high silence. It's practically a long-range sniper rifle. I immediately gave an order. I shouted at Shen Bao. Shen Bao, bring it over. The guard immediately took action. He drove a pickup truck over, towing a massive object. The thing was even bigger than the 85mm cannon. I pointed at it and declared proudly, Gentlemen, please take a look. The personal long-range silent firefighting cannon. Immediately, 3 question marks appeared above everyone's heads. You call this a sniper rifle? Huang Han shook his head repeatedly. Lu Chen, do you have some misunderstanding about sniper rifles? I said confidently. It is. High precision, large caliber. And it's silent. It's very reasonable to call it a sniper rifle. Huang Han couldn't be bothered to argue with me. He turned his head to look at that sniper rifle. He only saw that this cannon had an extremely strange shape, and it was towing a bulky tail box behind it. Huang Han studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out what it was. An ammunition box? I immediately patted the tail box, and began to introduce my masterpiece. Traditional cannons rely on gunpowder. Ours is different. It uses electric propulsion. When it fires, there's no smoke and no explosion. Energy-saving, environmentally friendly. Silent, good for concealment. Consider it a new energy cannon. But as soon as I finished speaking, Wu Xianghua couldn't hold back. We're a fire department. Why do we need to be so silent and concealed? To ambush a fire? Qian Wei also chimed in sarcastically. The thermobaric bomb is indeed too loud, but yours being completely silent is also unreasonable. But I said reasonably. You guys can catch the fire off guard. This time, even the comments couldn't hold back, frantically spamming ambush the fire 666. Are you afraid the fire will run away? Wu Xianghua was completely confused by me. I have one more question. What's the principle of this new energy cannon? I blurted out that it's plug-in. Then I began listing its advantages. It's environmentally friendly. It produces no emissions. It's energy-saving. Charge for 2 hours. Fight fires for 5 minutes. It has strong power, extremely fast acceleration, seeing me get more and more ridiculous. Wu Xianghua quickly interrupted. Wait a minute. I know the advantages of a new energy vehicle, but yours is a cannon. How can they be the same? I looked innocent again. How are they not the same? I pointed to the switch on the power box and began teaching on the spot. Flip the switch. The electricity enters the energy storage device. The red light comes on, indicating that the energy storage is complete. Then the electricity goes into the coil. The magnetic field creates an ampere force, propelling the firefighting warhead. I spread my hands. I looked at everyone with a puzzled expression and asked in return, is a new energy cannon that hard to understand? One sentence silenced everyone. It really was very hard to understand. The CPUs of the D-rank officers were about to burn out. What coil? And what the hell is ampere force? Just as everyone was still confused, Huang Han suddenly reacted, slapping his thigh hard. Wait a minute. This thing of yours. An electromagnetic cannon. This thing of yours is an electromagnetic cannon. My dear ancestor, you've successfully built an electromagnetic cannon. Huang Han was a military region commander. He immediately understood the principle behind it. First, charge it with electricity. Then, release a huge amount of energy to create a magnetic field, using mutual repulsion to fire. What the hell is this if not an electromagnetic cannon? One must know that electromagnetic cannon technology is at the forefront of the military world in recent years. The technical difficulty is extremely high, always getting stuck at materials science. It has never been possible to mass produce. There were only rumors in the community that the Navy was testing it. There was no solid evidence at all. Therefore, Wu Xianghua was immediately full of skepticism towards me. Young comrade, I must criticize you for this. Young people must be practical. Don't always follow trends just to get attention. It's clear that he thought you were boasting to scam funding. The livestream chat room was even more filled with voices of doubt. The bottom line is, the only thing hard about Brother Liu is his mouth. Class President's Summary. The difficulty of Brother Liu successfully building an electromagnetic cannon is equivalent to tiling the Himalayas. Faced with the rampant doubts, I started to play dumb again. Electromagnetic or not, I don't really understand. Mine is just a plug-in cannon. Plug it in and you'll see. After saying that, I immediately looked at Shen Bao. I led the men to connect the wires and began to store energy. Yes, the next second, Shen Bao pulled down from the truck a high-voltage cable thicker than an arm, one end connected to the power box. The other end stretched endlessly into the distance, disappearing over the horizon. Wu Xianghua looked at that massive cable, completely dumbfounded. Charging with a wire. I nodded. Yup. Luckily, the mine's power supply system is still here. The corner of Wu Xianghua's eye began to twitch. Wait a minute. This thing of yours connects directly to the mine's power grid? He naturally knew about the mine's power supply, how terrifying the capacity of that system was. It was something that could consume in one day the electricity of several residential areas. Wu Xianghua's voice was also trembling. In other words, this fire extinguisher of yours consumes an amount of electricity equivalent to mining operations. I nodded again with an innocent face. That's right. This cannon has a range of 200 kilometers, a hypersonic muzzle velocity. The energy required is naturally immense. This is middle school physics. With one sentence. Wu Xianghua was completely bewildered. But why does this fire extinguisher of yours need so much energy? What on earth is it for? At this moment, Huang Han, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. His voice was trembling slightly. A hypersonic muzzle velocity means this thing of yours can bypass any defense. That's right. The greater the speed, the greater the kinetic energy. Once a weapon's firing speed surpasses the speed of sound, within its range, it doesn't matter what armor you have, it will bypass it all. Wu Xianghua couldn't take it anymore. I don't care about any physics. You tell me. What does your fire extinguisher need armor-piercing capabilities for? I looked up and thought for a moment, then answered seriously. I'm just afraid the fire will put up a stubborn resistance. As soon as these words were spoken, the conversation was completely over. An electromagnetic cannon and it bypasses defenses. How could the fire department leaders not believe it? So Wu Xianghua decided to argue to the very end. Young comrade, you said it yourself. All right then, I'll have my men prepare a target for you. Who would have thought I'd directly wave my hand and refuse? No need for a fire extinguisher of this intensity. A regular target is useless. With that, I pointed directly at the mine mountain not far away. It was a huge mountain that had been flattened on 3 sides. Let's just use the mountain as a target. It's also convenient for evacuation. As soon as these words came out, Wu Xianghua was also stunned, but he still nodded. Fine. Captain Qian, evacuate all non-essential personnel. I want to see what tricks this fire extinguisher has up its sleeve. 3 minutes later, a report came through the walkie-talkie. Reporting, Captain. Evacuation complete. At the same time, Shen Bao was in position. I was still there, enthusiastically introducing it. The advantage of this cannon is its ease of control. There are only 2 buttons. Green is for charging. Red is for firing. The red light is on now, which means it's finished charging. It can be fired. Wu Xianghua was expressionless, quietly watching me perform. If you're ready, then fire. All right, I nodded. I signaled for Shen Bao to press the fire button. The next second, the cannon body just recoiled slightly. There was no loud explosion, no smoke. A shell just quietly left the barrel. Those with sharp ears could only hear the faint sound of an electric current. Even those who were distracted had no idea a shell had been fired. But the more it was like this, the bigger the deal. Huang Han's throat tightened. He knew this was a characteristic only an electromagnetic cannon would have, but the very next second, boom, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The moment the shell hit the mountain, a crater over 10 meters wide suddenly appeared. Then the entire mountain began to collapse. The 40-meter-high mountain vanished on the spot. The entire mining area was instantly shrouded in a cloud of dust, as if hundreds of tons of explosives had been detonated. Everyone covered their noses and mouths tightly, but in their hearts, a massive storm was raging. A mountain was flattened, just like that. Wu Xianghua felt even more terrified. Luckily, this was a mining mountain. After a long while, the smoke and dust finally began to dissipate. Only then could I breathe normally. I dusted myself off. I calmly asked, "Well, is the fire out?" As soon as I said this, the question marks in the live stream comments almost broke the screen. At this moment, even the most critical keyboard warriors were completely silenced. Every single word spoken became reality. As for Wu Xianghua's expression, it changed from doubt to astonishment. Then, it changed from astonishment to extreme joy. He rushed towards me in one step. He excitedly grabbed my hands. "Young comrade, I take back all my doubts about you. You are truly incredible. There's no doubt about it anymore. This fire extinguisher of yours is truly a divine weapon. The range is far enough. It can hit a target over a mountain. The operation is simple, and it's silent too. More importantly, that terrifying propulsion means. The warhead's weight can be infinitely increased. That was just a training round. If you really want to put out a fire, loading it with several tons of agent wouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Wu Xianghua couldn't contain himself anymore. He looked at me with glowing eyes. We need to learn from this. Our frontline firefighting teams need high-power equipment like this. But before I could even say a word, Huang Han, who was next to me, turned his head with a darkened expression. He stared at Bureau Chief Wang. Your fire department is going to be equipped with electromagnetic cannons? Who was just complaining that the thermobaric bomb was too loud? Now you think it's great, huh? Just as Wu Xianghua was about to retort, I suddenly cut in. That's truly outrageous. As soon as I said this, Huang Han's expression softened a little. Who would have thought I'd change the subject and propose an even more absurd plan? This cannon has a long range, a fast firing rate. Its application prospects are very broad. Not only can it fight fires, it can also be used for meteorology, change the warhead to dry ice, and you can perform artificial rainmaking. As soon as these words were spoken, Huang Han was completely stunned. He was screaming frantically in his mind. My dear ancestor, is this what you mean? You'd rather give it to the fire department, you'd rather give it to the meteorological bureau than to our military, right? The most absurd thing is giving it to the meteorological bureau. Making artificial rain with an electromagnetic cannon. What? If the Dragon King doesn't make it rain? Are you going to fire a shot into the sky to threaten him? People pray for rain using 3 kinds of sacrificial animals, but you're something else. You're directly offering an electromagnetic cannon to the Dragon King as a sacrifice. Elsewhere. The Pentagon. It wasn't even dawn yet. A 5-star general suddenly burst into the conference room. His face was pale. His first words stunned the entire room into silence. The Eastern Giant's electromagnetic cannon has succeeded. This isn't even the worst part. Their theory has been verified. What's even more deadly is, the project has progressed to the warship testing phase. In an instant. The entire conference room fell deathly silent. The people sitting here were all top brass who controlled the massive military budget. But at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. You have to know that the electromagnetic cannon was clearly a project they had proposed first. They had poured countless amounts of money into it. But what was the result? A report said this path was not feasible. Material science had locked everything down, so they decisively gave up. But who would have thought? The trash they threw away would be forged into a divine weapon by the Eastern Giant. Impossible. An officer shot up and questioned on the spot. What are they relying on? It must be fake intelligence. They just took our slides and continued bluffing. At this moment, General Mitchell slammed the intelligence report on the table. He roared, "Wake up! You're still doubting whether they have it or not. They've already put it on a ship for testing." The 4 words testing on a ship were like a sledgehammer striking everyone's heart. This meant their theory was completely mature. It also meant their absolute naval superiority was about to go up in smoke. Once it's successful, the enemy's destroyers will become an invincible existence. Unexpectedly, there was still someone in the audience who wasn't convinced. As soon as he opened his mouth, it was just arguing for the sake of it. Testing on a ship shows their energy storage system has a weakness. Mitchell laughed in anger after hearing that. Nonsense. He retorted without any reservation. You only know how to nitpick at others' flaws. Can't you see they have something we don't? Immediately after, Mitchell suddenly turned his head, staring at the defense industry tycoon, Clark of Moxie. The Department of Defense will now give its full support. How long will it take for you to catch up to them? Clark, having been called out, could only brace himself and answer. Maybe 5 to 10 years. 10 years, Mitchell immediately exploded. His anger soared. In 10 years, their electromagnetic cannons will already be pointed at my head. There was only one eloquent phrase left in his mind. That year, it was clearly a project that everyone abandoned together. As a result, we're still just bluffing on slides, while they have secretly achieved it. Thinking of this, Mitchell's anger almost wanted to burn down the ceiling. He suddenly turned to all the defense industry tycoons and gave a deadly order. 3 years. I'm giving you 3 years at most to catch up. He thought this was the last chance. If they could achieve a breakthrough in this period, there was still a chance to turn the tables. But at this very moment, a secretary risked his life and rushed into the conference room. Mitchell immediately flew into a rage. Damn it, can't you see we're in a meeting? However, the words the secretary said next made his blood run cold instantly. Sir, we've just received news. The Eastern Giant has successfully test-fired an electromagnetic cannon. Boom. Everyone's mind in the conference room went blank. Didn't they just say it was being tested on a ship? Only a few minutes have passed. How could they test-fire it the next second? Doesn't their scientific research have any bottlenecks? Mitchell felt the world spin even more. He grabbed the secretary's shoulders tightly. Where? Which unit test-fired it? The secretary struggled to say 2 words. Yinlang, Yinlang! What the hell is that? The secretary weakly explained. A short-form video live-streaming platform. This time, Mitchell just wanted to kill someone. I'm in a top-level military meeting, and you're playing an international joke on me. But the next second, the secretary projected a video clip directly onto the big screen. In the video, a rather unremarkable projectile shattered an entire mountain in an instant. Silent, high speed, extremely powerful. Everyone was stunned by this terrifying firepower. If you replace the mountain with an aircraft carrier, wouldn't it be one shot, one carrier? What horrified them even more was that they were publicly live streaming the test of this weapon. Could it be that this weapon is no longer worth keeping secret? Mitchell immediately thought of a deeper level. A chill ran down his spine. The secretary quickly waved his hands. This isn't an official live stream. Next, he dropped an even more shocking piece of news. This electromagnetic cannon was developed by a company called Shengli Auto Repair Shop. They claim that this technology will be used in the fields of firefighting and meteorology. They're insane. Everyone's minds completely exploded. The nation-destroying divine weapon we've been dreaming of. You're using it to put out fires. What kind of celestial family are they over there? Mitchell felt like he was about to suffocate. He started to get angry out of helplessness. 10 minutes. I want all the information on this company. But as soon as he said it, he realized. He originally thought he had 3 years. Now he didn't even have 3 minutes. Their private enterprise has already made it. The more Mitchell thought, the angrier he got. He suddenly stood up. Forget it. Don't give me the documents on this company. Send them directly to the president's office. I'm going to see the president immediately. We must sanction them. Cut off their lifeline immediately. At the same time, at the General Armament Appraisal Department in the capital, an old general, with golden stars on his shoulders, was working at a leisurely pace. It was almost time to get off work. His assistant rushed in as if he'd seen a ghost. Director Zhang, there's a new development. The old general called Director Zhang looked up and said slowly, Little Wang, don't panic over anything. What kind of impression do you make being so flustered? The assistant panted, and finally managed to squeeze out 2 words. Electromagnetic cannon. There's a new breakthrough with the electromagnetic cannon. Hearing this, Director Zhang calmly picked up his thermos. Electromagnetic cannon? I've heard about it. Isn't the Navy preparing to put it on a ship? It's not anything new. Who knew that before he finished speaking? The assistant interrupted him. Not the Navy, it's the fire department. After saying that, he immediately took out his phone. Director Zhang took it in a daze. What are you playing at? The fire department is equipped with an electromagnetic cannon. How is that possible? But the next second, when he saw the image on the phone, he instantly turned to stone. The words in his mouth abruptly stopped. Is this video real? The assistant nodded vigorously. Absolutely real. This time, Director Zhang only felt his blood pressure skyrocketing. Wait a minute. It's one thing for you Navy guys to make electromagnetic cannons. Now even the fire department is using them? In the blink of an eye, it was evening. At the live stream studio of the Military and Agriculture Channel, Director Zhang was wearing a suit, sitting upright and serious. Because of the suddenness of the event, the program's production team was also in chaos. They had no choice but to hastily grab the trending video from the internet as material. The host, Bai Xiao, had a serious expression. He got straight to the point. Director Zhang, this video is very popular today. The foreign internet has completely exploded. They all claim that we now possess electromagnetic railguns. What are your thoughts on this? As soon as Bai Xiao finished speaking, the live stream room immediately fell silent. The eyes of the whole world were focused on Director Zhang. At this moment, he spoke forcefully, his presence as grand as a rainbow. First, regarding the baseless accusations from the foreign internet. I want to make one thing clear. He slammed his hand on the table. If washing powder is also considered a weapon of mass destruction, then we have plenty of weapons of mass destruction. His eyes flashed with a golden light. His words were firm. I don't deny it at all. We have them. What are you going to do about it? As soon as these words came out, the live stream room exploded. The comments were flooded with Director is awesome 87. As expected of my director. So tough. When they say I have weapons of mass destruction, I had better really have them. However, just as everyone was fired up, the corners of Director Zhang's mouth suddenly curled up strangely. The style suddenly changed. Of course, when discussing electromagnetic cannons, we still have to be rational. Regarding this issue, I have also done a lot of research. He began his performance with a serious expression. This electromagnetic cannon is not that electromagnetic cannon. It's not an electromagnetic cannon in the true sense. It's just an improved version of an anti-aircraft gun. Think about it. America has been researching it for over 20 years and still hasn't made one. How could a private enterprise of ours possibly develop one? It's not that easy. As soon as these words were spoken, the old fans in the live stream room immediately understood. A classic scene, suggesting to memorize the whole text. This old man is so devious. You said the same thing 10 years ago when you denied the J-20. It's fine if you fool us. The important thing is you've completely tricked Uncle Eagle. Does the director's attitude mean that? The electromagnetic cannon has been confirmed? Even the host, Bai Xiao, beside him, almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. He knew very well that this time was really difficult for Director Zhang. After all, that scene of leveling a mountain on the live stream was watched by tens of thousands of people. This couldn't be whitewashed. So he immediately changed the subject. Protect our director Zhang. It's updated. It's updated. Machine God continues from the last episode. Director. Besides the electromagnetic cannon, the foreign internet is also buzzing with rumors that our military is researching a land-based aircraft carrier. What do you think? Hearing this, Director Zhang knew it in his heart like the back of his hand. This one is definitely not real. It's entirely the foreign media making wild guesses. They saw a concept photo and let their imaginations run wild. He immediately laughed relaxedly. Rumors. This is completely a rumor. Land-based aircraft carriers are completely inconsistent with the laws of modern warfare. He looked righteous, swearing solemnly. I, as a longtime scientist, can say very responsibly that there's no such thing, as soon as the words left his mouth. The netizens in the livestream room were completely enlightened. Bet against the director, get a seaside villa. His judgments about foreign countries are never wrong. About domestic matters, he's never been right. This is truly an accurate reverse indicator. The director says it doesn't exist. Uncle Eagle, guess if we have it. If you guess we don't, then he'll start mass producing it right away. Director Zhang, you have to take care of your health. Even the fire department is using electromagnetic cannons. The difficulty of your job is too high. At this moment, a comment suddenly flooded the screen. Damn! Lu Chen is live streaming again, at Shengli Auto Repair Shop. At the same time, I had just started the live stream, and the next second I was completely stunned. 100,000 people immediately poured into the live stream room. Comments instantly flooded the screen. It's even crazier than being a top trending topic. You're on TV. Holy crap, Brother Lu is on TV. Which channel? The Military and Agriculture channel. Are you sure it's not the legal channel? Why is the streamer still at the mine? Yesterday wasn't enough? Are you here to destroy mountains again? The sharp comment caught my attention. Today's background is still that same mine pit. So I smiled and began to explain. It got too dark yesterday. The project wasn't fully tested. Today is the same as before. I lowered my voice mysteriously. The leaders will be here later. Let's have a private chat for a bit. My eyes were full of small calculations. Of course, I had a deeper motive for live streaming early. The reform of firefighting equipment is a huge project. The electromagnetic cannon is just an appetizer. Therefore, I not only prepared heavy industrial goods, but also considered solutions for dealing with small daily fires. So today I'm here to sell things. I cleared my throat and announced loudly to the camera. Brothers, you're in for a treat today. I'm about to drop a wave of benefits in the live stream room. I pointed directly at the shopping cart. I've listed a batch of portable household fire extinguishers. Limited quantity sale. Limited quantity. First come, first served. Hearing this, the live stream room immediately went crazy. They thought some heavy-duty stuff was coming. A Gatling gun or a howitzer. Streamer, say no more. I'll buy it. I'll buy it all. Where's your morality? Where's the limit? Where's your conscience? Where's the link? I've mortgaged my house. Name your price. Looking at the netizens clamoring in anticipation, I knew it clearly in my heart. Heavy weapons like the electromagnetic cannon certainly couldn't be sold casually, so I slowly raised an object black and about the size of a tennis ball. This is a new type of civilian fire extinguisher bomb. I began to introduce it seriously. The bomb's body is made of high polymer compressed gas. When heated, it will rapidly expand, covering the fire source. It mainly targets fires caused by oil pans and electrical appliances. It can effectively handle 99% of household fires. Always available at home, a powerful firefighting weapon that everyone should have. As a result, the live stream room was immediately flooded with question marks. Fire extinguisher bomb? How boring. I want the cannon. Ah, yes. Which link is the Gatling gun? That's not right. I was wondering why the streamer suddenly started selling things. Is this a sponsored ad to make money? My brother Lou does so many awesome things. What's wrong with making a little dirty money? Facing the doubts flooding the screen, I couldn't care less. I calmly announced the price. This fire extinguisher bomb is a trial version, so it's only 9.9. I held it in my palm, persuading them step by step. This thing is really easy to use. It's just this small. You can put it in your pocket anytime. If you encounter a fire on the road, just throw one and you're done. Become an unsung hero. I raised my eyebrows at the camera. Aren't you tempted? But the live stream room was still full of question marks. What decent person would put a fire extinguisher in their pocket? How awesome. I'm directly awesome. The comment style in the live stream room went completely off the rails. You're selling a fire extinguisher like toilet paper. It looks like you're selling stuff, but it's actually comedy. 9.9. You won't lose money. You won't get scammed. Can it be used for mouth ulcers? Seeing these ridiculous comments, I was completely speechless. This batch of netizens really doesn't deserve friends. So my face darkened. I couldn't be bothered to explain further. Buy it or not, it's up to you. 500 units. 3, 2, 1. Link is up. However, the netizens showed the ultimate expression of saying no, but their bodies say yes. 500 units were gone in a flash. Although I thought they would sell out, I didn't expect it to be this fast. Just as I was surprised, suddenly, a huge convoy of cars entered the frame. Leading the way was a military jeep. In the middle was a black Audi, and at the back was a coaster bus. What was even more shocking was that none of the license plates were ordinary license plates. The live stream room was instantly stunned. Isn't this setup the standard setup for important figures traveling on TV? Next, a group of people got out of the cars. Some were wearing suits, some were in military uniforms, and there were also the blue uniforms of the fire department. And the person leading the group was the old acquaintance, Huang Han. He strode over quickly, grabbed me, his face full of excitement. "Lu Chen, you've caused us so much trouble." I looked bewildered. "What did I do?" Huang Han didn't give me time to react, continuing. "We had a meeting all night after getting back yesterday. The higher-ups regard your project, your firefighting electromagnetic cannon, with great importance." He suddenly pointed to an old man behind him. "This here is Chief Engineer Zhao from the 403 Institute, who came here overnight." Looking in the direction he pointed, that old man seemed extremely excited. He took a big step forward, grabbing my hand, trembling. "Academician Lu, we were having a headache over the energy storage solution for the electromagnetic cannon, and then we saw your solution. It was as astounding as seeing a celestial being. However, the ones more surprised than me were the netizens in the live stream room." "Academician? What academician? A national matter? They're talking about Lu Chen. Holy crap, Lu Chen's electromagnetic cannon isn't actually real, is it?" The villagers shared nuclear fusion technology with me. At this moment, Huang Han saw that I was still live streaming. He couldn't help but laugh. This kid really loves to live stream. "Still live streaming?" I quickly waved my hands. "It's not that I like live streaming. It's that my firefighting project needs testing." So I listed a portion of the test equipment in the shopping cart for a cheap price. Hearing this, everyone present felt their hearts skip a beat. "Are you crazy? Your equipment includes a Gatling gun and an electromagnetic cannon. Even the fire department isn't qualified to use it. And you dare to list it in the shopping cart." This time, Huang Han became anxious on the spot. "Your equipment can't be sold." "My dear ancestor," I retorted confidently, "why can't it be sold? My thing is, on par with military-grade weapons." I suppressed the urge to curse. Nonsense. My Shengli auto repair shop is rooted in the countryside, ensuring the people's livelihood. Don't just throw labels on me. What's wrong with me selling a fire extinguisher? How did it become a military weapon? Huang Han saw that he couldn't win the argument, so he took a piece of paper from his assistant's hand and shoved it into mine. "You, see for yourself." I took the paper. "What's this?" "English, I don't really understand it." "Look at the last page," Huang Han said urgently. Read it out loud in my broken English." Huang Han took a deep breath and explained it to me. "Just now, your Shengli auto repair shop has been placed on Uncle Eagle's entity control list. You personally have also been sanctioned, with entry restrictions, and all your overseas assets will be frozen." As soon as these words were spoken, the comments exploded. "Damn, real or fake?" I checked the official website. It's real. "Damn. Brother Lu has been sanctioned. On this list, the others are all major military research units." The live stream room immediately exploded. The tone suddenly changed. "Ha ha ha. Shengli Auto Repair Shop. A strange thing has entered the list. Brother Lu, as a mere mortal, has made it onto the sanctions list. What kind of level is this? What sanctions list? Damn it, that's the White House's certified selection, as expected of my favorite streamer. So cool." And so, the moment of shock in the live stream room turned into fanatical support for me. The White House selection is definitely a premium brand. Are there any fire extinguisher bombs left? Add more. I don't smoke. This is the only way I can support national defense. Streamer, hurry up and post the link. But at this moment, I was completely stunned. No way. Who did I provoke? I sold a fire extinguisher. What the hell does that have to do with Uncle Eagle? I suddenly looked up at Huang Han, my face full of tension. Will this sanction order make people come to my house and shoot me? Huang Han was domineeringly protective of his own. They dare? It's just blustering. We have announced corresponding countermeasures. The biggest impact on you personally is just that you can't travel to the Eagle country. I immediately waved my hand. Then it's fine. I don't have a bulletproof vest either. I can't go over there. Huang Han understood clearly. Faced with this unreasonable sanction, we must fight for every inch. Then he changed the subject. The higher-ups will handle the sanctions. Right now, the most important thing is your electromagnetic cannon. Chief Engineer Zhao traveled 1,000 miles to get here, precisely for this project, in an instant. The eyes of all the experts focused on me. Their gazes were burning. I thought to myself, what's there to see with this thing? But since they had come all this way, I could only lead them to that silent-type fire extinguisher machine. As a result, as soon as that Chief Engineer Zhao saw the huge object, his feet became agile. He dashed forward in one step. Amateurs watch for excitement. Experts look for the technique. He only took one glance and suddenly spoke up. Coaxial, same velocity. This is a coil gun rail acceleration route. I secretly gave a thumbs up in my heart. Engineer Zhao has a good eye. Chief Engineer Zhao then asked, what about the conduction speed? I calmly reported the data. Coaxial, same velocity, 13-stage coil, discrete acceleration. Conduction speed, 1.2 milliseconds. My God, Chief Engineer Zhao's eyes were filled with shock. He suddenly turned his head to look at his colleagues behind him. It broke the 2-second mark. All the researchers from the 403 Institute knew what this meant. Because the best solution they had could only achieve 3.4 seconds. Who could have imagined that I had raised this crucial data to 1.2 milliseconds? Looking at Chief Engineer Zhao's shocked expression, Huang Han realized the gravity of the situation. How is it, compared to the Institute's plan? Before he could finish asking, Chief Engineer Zhao answered immediately, there's no comparison. They're not on the same level at all. He originally thought that my plan might be lacking in detail, but the truth was the complete opposite. The 403 group's plan, compared to my achievement, could be completely discarded. This was like me getting into a boxing ring, thinking my opponent was Tyson, but then Tyson told me that he was just the host. My real opponent is Ultraman Tiga.